I'm starting to rage, I'm feeling down, about the ground, please pardon my ways. And yeah, I know how it sounds, I am out of my brain. I just get ghosts when around, I don't argue to play. See, I've been pushing for a minute, all alone, I'm grown. See, I don't need a critic judging, cause I feel at home. They do not care about your feelings, they just want you gone. But why I care for their attention when I want the throne, yeah. As I walk through the valley of death, I feel no evil of the people who are laughing to help. I told myself that I would get it till the last of my breath. So now I listen to my vision as I'm pacing my steps. I gotta move smart and give it a chance, dog. I fought through all the pressure and all of the standoffs. They hoping that I let up and never just stand tall. This is a warning that I'm coming, I promise I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. I'm running for it, it's my call. I'm running for it, it's my call. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. Now it's back where I left. I know they praying on my demise, but lacking the help. I look them dead up in their eyes like what's happening, I'm here. And in my heart it's too cold, it's no passion in there. Yeah. Now it's back to my ways. They pick my feet up to the fire, now I'm catching the blaze. If they only knew the pain that I've been through, afraid they wouldn't try me, but beside me. Now it's obviously hate, so I gotta move smart and give them no chance, dog. I fought through all the pressure and all of the standoffs. They hoping that I let up and never just stand tall. This is a warning, I'm coming, I promise I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. I'm running for it, it's my call. I'm running for it, it's my call. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my
PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will be released soon. In this video, I'll be introducing the exciting new contents of this version, which includes the new Battle Royale map, Nusa, updates to the Classic Mode map, Erangel, basic improvements, themed gameplay updates, season updates, social system improvements, and more. We hope you'll like them. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. Other than the many unique sites and locales, it also has distinct interactive mechanics and gameplay. Many new environments and buildings have been added to the new Nusa map, which has a holiday resort theme. First, I'll start by introducing Flame Village, which is in the middle of the map. Flame Village has a flat terrain and is surrounded by mountain slopes. Other than a few brick buildings, other buildings are mostly huts. In the Nusa map, these are the only buildings that can be set on fire and destroyed by firebolts. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations of intense combat. Although the rooftop gives players a visual advantage, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. Risk and opportunity coexist. Pink Beach is the area along the southern edge of the map. Over here, Love Island, which is also covered with pink sand, can be seen in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach, and there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. It's a great place to take a photo for sharing. Bulan Bay is in the northwest part of the map. You'll find a seaside building complex here. The towering cliffs on both sides create the unique geographical environment of Bulan Bay, which also happens to be the best place to monitor the buildings in the bay. Follow the cliff north of Bulan Bay upwards to find a natural cavern that is connected to the sea. There are also lots of supplies here waiting to be found. Telepak Town is along the southeastern edge of the map. Buildings are densely packed here, with several high-rises, making this one of the most supply-rich areas in Nusa. The town has everything, including a separate villa complex at the center, and tall high-rise apartment buildings with an elevator. These make it convenient for players when searching the buildings for supplies. In addition to the above locations, Nusa also has a shipyard, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Crystal Bay, and many more new places for you to explore. We've added many interesting and exciting interactive mechanics, such as Super Recall and zip lines. Let's start by introducing the Super Recall mechanic. When playing as a duo or squad, if a player is defeated within a certain time period, they won't be eliminated right away. As long as they still have a teammate in the match, and the first blue zone hasn't started shrinking, they will jump back into the battleground with a weapon. When playing solo, players will automatically return to the battleground. You'll need to take note of the following though. You can only be recalled once like this, so make the most of your second chance. Furthermore, Nusa is characterized by its high and low terrain. To make it convenient for players to move around quickly, we've added zip lines at corresponding locations on the map, which players can use as they approach them. However, the ropes of the zip lines can be destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, you'll need to first repair it with a tactical crossbow in order to use it. In addition to these 2 mechanics, the new Nusa map also has PvE, supply crates, beach balls on the beach, a swimming pool for recovering energy, and water jars that players can hide in. You can explore and experience these for yourself later. Vehicles and weapons have always been the focus of updates for players. We've updated 1 new vehicle and 2 new weapons. Let's take a look at the new vehicle, the Quad. As a 2-seater vehicle, it is light and flexible and is great at going uphill, which makes it perfect for navigating Nusa's undulating terrain. Its excellent stability also means it isn't likely to flip over when traversing complex terrain, giving players a better driving and riding experience. In terms of weapons, we updated the tactical crossbow and added the NS2000. The tactical crossbow can use normal bolts and fire bolts. Fire bolts can set the huts in Flame Village on fire, and when shot at enemies directly, will deal damage and can burn them. The new NS2000 is accurate and powerful. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down the sights. Whether it is used in melee or mid-range combat, it is still a powerful weapon. Stay tuned. Erangel has also been updated. Let's start with the updates made to the hospital. The fence and building of the hospital have been given new paths to give players more options when moving in and out of this area. The interior of the hospital has also been simplified so that players can search for supplies more quickly. Near the hospital, we added an abandoned ambulance and medical supply crates, as well as more vegetation to provide more cover for players. Milta Power has also been updated. We've improved the internal structure of Milta Power to make this area more reachable so that players can see more and plan their routes better. In this update, Erangel will get 3 renovated ports, which will be found at the ferry pier, the farm in the southwest, and Sosnovka military base in the south. These ports will bring more supplies to these 3 areas, so make sure to keep these 3 ports in mind and treat them as new supply collection points. We've added many new mechanics to the Erangel map. For example, there is a shed where bicycles can be obtained, a flash shop that sells discounted items, targeted supply crates that can be found inside buildings, and a trunk that teammates can use to trade items while riding the vehicle, and a gas station for refueling vehicles. Make good use of these new mechanics to win more matches. We've also improved firearms. In this update, we have significantly improved both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability when fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Among airdrop weapons, we have adjusted the AUG and MK14's handling and damage to better balance the airdrop weapons. We've made a series of improvements to the throwing wheel, throwing arc display, item marking effects, and more. We believe these changes will give players a better combat experience. Cycle 3, Season 8, will officially begin after the version update. The new season's rewards include the C3S8 set, C3S8 parachute, C3S8 SKS, and other legendary outfits. Meanwhile, sub-tiers have also been added to Ace and above. Every 100 points is a mini-tier, and players can accumulate stars. We've also added titles to Ace Master and above. Best wishes for ranking up. We've also upgraded the game's social system. We've adjusted the friend limit, synergy required for reserving matches with friends, synergy system, and other social gameplay to an extent. Players are also able to set their gender on their profile card, and new interactive gifts are also available. I believe these changes will give players better interactions and social experiences. Finally, RP M15 and M16 will have new rewards. New characters, outfits, and items will also be added later. The workshop for upgrading firearms will also be improved. In the new version, we've introduced harsher penalties for violating the game rules, so that players will have a better gaming environment. At the same time, more amazing content will be ready for you in the new version. The new themed game mode, Gearfront, will be available at the end of the month. Come and experience the new skills gameplay and the Halloween-themed Strange Town. Stay tuned. Alright, that's all for this video. We hope PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will give everyone a good gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time! Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 is now officially available. This version update includes a new map, Nusa. Besides its beautiful scenery, Nusa also contains many new interactive mechanics. Use these interactive mechanics well, and you'll be well on your way to ranking up and stacking those wins. In this video, we'll be covering tips on Nusa's interactive mechanics.
Tip 1. Super Recall.
As Nusa is a small map with lots of supplies concentrated in different areas, players often find themselves landing in the middle of a gunfight. Given the intensity of combat, players may find themselves making a mistake and getting eliminated soon after landing. Not to worry, Nusa has a super recall mechanic available. As long as there's a teammate still in the match, and before the first blue zone starts shrinking, all eliminated players can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random firearm. But remember, recalls are only available once, so make the most of your second chance. Tip 2. Zip lines. Most places on Nusa, with a big difference in high and low elevation, will have zip lines for moving between them. Players can approach a zip line to quickly move between areas, but note that zip lines are fragile and easily destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, use a tactical crossbow to repair it. Once repaired, the zip line can once again be used. Tip 3. Elevators. Telepak Town, located in the southeastern part of Nusa, has a luxury apartment building with an elevator serving its 7 floors. Players wishing to move between floors only need to enter the elevator and press the floor number. They'll be whisked to that floor. It saves precious time during fast-paced combat. Of course, be on your guard when exiting the elevator, as other players may be lying in wait for you. Tip 4. New weapons. The NS2000 is a shotgun with high accuracy at mid or close range. When hip firing, it uses 12-gauge shotgun shells. When aiming, it switches over to shotgun slugs. With combat being unpredictable in Nusa, the NS2000 enjoys great versatility in solo and team fights, and it heightens the fun of combat. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or on one's personal preference, to always ensure having the best tool for the job. In this new map, the tactical crossbow can be loaded with both ordinary and fire bolts. These bolts deal the same level of damage, but the firebolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them, as well as deal burn damage to a target. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather still when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. Of course, Nusa is full of excitement. Besides the interactive gameplay mechanics outlined just now, there is a lot more content waiting for players to discover, such as Pink Beach and Bulan Bay in the southern and western parts of the map respectively. Besides enjoying the beautiful scenery, players can play with beach balls with teammates for a different kind of fun. During battle, beach balls can serve as cover on the open beach by giving players time to come up with a defensive and counterattack strategy. Energy can be recovered at the swimming pool in Bulan Bay. Flame Village in the middle of the map has water jars that you can hide in. And in various rural areas on the map, there are many random supply crates scattered about. More exciting mechanics are waiting for you to explore and discover. Alright, that was an introduction to Noosa's interactive mechanics. If you want more details about Noosa, be sure to follow PUBG Mobile's official social media platforms. See you next time. Bye!
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Noosa. Noosa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Noosa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Noosa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Noosa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors, At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Now's the time. You decide what kind of day you want to have. It's a new day. Make the right choice.
If I can get a moment of silence for everyone who woke up determined and vibrant. Experience is key, but it comes with some mileage. So have that mindset, if you want it, you got it. Cause even darkness breeds hardness. It might seem small, but it isn't harmless. So look into the light, this is why you sought this. At the end of the fight, you'll be glad you fought this. Every time they move left, then you move right. Every time they do wrong, then you do right. Anytime they want drama, don't do nice. Show them how you build and make sure that you strike first. Because it's worse if you don't. You get one chance, you will or you won't. You can take the easy path or the harder way. The choice is yours, but make sure you start today. Wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. You get one chance, you get one time. This is your soul, this is your mind. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. I gotta advance and I gotta grind. Even in the dark, you know I gotta shine.
You gotta shine. The time is right now. Take a look at yourself in the mirror. What are you made of?
I looked out the window, saw the sun shining, made me feel real hope that better days are coming for all my kinfolk. In the past are the days where you've been broke, been hurt, been scarred, been hard. I'm not saying that it's easy, but get smart. When you focus on the good, it plays a big part to making sure that you headed to take a big start. Straight to the top, you got it or you don't. You can't fake what you're not. You having a bad day, don't wait for it to stop. Take it into your own hands and change what you got. So I remain thankful. Felt the sunshine like I'm touched by an angel. And I feel it from all angles. Passion is in my blood from my head to my ankles. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. You get one chance, you get one time. This is your soul, this is your mind. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. I gotta advance and I gotta grind. Even in the dark, you know I gotta shine.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Where to find us
Monkey still going for the squad, another nade around the side, puts another game lord down, and now for the challenge with the Death Machine now left with just the one. They spotted going into the doors, and TJB yet to move on through, but only takes shots towards MADBULLS, which will the corner through the door, finds Bazzi, and Kapahama as well.
Planets collide here on the final day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League European Championship. And some teams' world, unfortunately, will end here, but some are beginning, as all of these teams are fighting for a chance to make it into the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, kicking off in just a few weeks' time. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and I have my analysts here, the best in show business, with Maxman and Kalaris looking as fine as is their analysis.
We're dripped out. Well, good. I don't expect you to know what that means.
Is that a Zuma meme?
Yeah, that means we're dressed.
Oh, okay, right, okay, yes. I am dressed properly. Yes, there you go.
He's down with the kids, look at that.
Oh my gosh, gentlemen. Yeah, looking great. But the teams we've had yesterday looked fantastic as well. And I cannot wait to see what's going to happen today. But to look good, you got to feel good. And what's one way to feel good, Max?
Some monster?
Some Monster Energy, official energy partner here at PMPL. Whether you had your Monster bread this morning or just a sweet Monster in the day, make sure you guys check that out as they have been supporting us all year long. So big shout out to them. And also a big shout out to you guys as well who have been following us over on social media, whether it's our own personal ones, which you definitely should follow, or it's the official ones here right behind us on the screen. Make sure you check them all out for any updates happening, whether it's in PUBG Mobile or PUBG Mobile Esports. Make sure you guys follow. Max knows something about following and liking his own tweets.
He does do that.
Those KPIs pretty important, okay? You've got to hit those metrics eventually.
You got to pump those numbers, Max, and that is one way to do so. These teams need to pump their numbers as well, though, as we take a look at our overalls, get an idea of what's going to be happening today, because this is the last chance saloon for all of these teams. Well, technically not all of these teams. 2 teams already qualified into PMGC, but right now, FLUX in the lead, 182 points. They've been looking good in day 1. They've been looking okay the last couple of days, but the fact still stands. If we ended right now, FLUX, HVVP, and MADBULLS will be going to PMGC.
And realistically, looking at the performances so far, these are the 3 names that I expect to still be there by the end of the day. However, there is very realistically a possibility where you see an OZAROX, a Unicorns of Love try and leap up, because the gap is really not that wide. I'm just kind of expecting the continuation of the good performances we've seen so far.
I would even go to say that QODEX or PIONER on a good day. Like QODEX, what they did yesterday, they bring it back today. There's a chance, boom, push up into top 3. They go to PMGC right away. It could happen, of course, but FLUX, they've been relatively consistent when it comes to remaining in that first place, and HVVP, MADBULLS have also had some really good results in the past few days. So some big surprises could happen, but as you already stated, top 3 currently are the big favorites, and it's going to be tough to push them away from those spots.
It's going to be tough indeed, but at least we have seen no teams dominate on multiple days necessarily. We've seen different victors on different days, and it's anyone's game right now. However, as we look down the rest of the list here, there are some teams we're looking at as probably going to be out of the running, and I think we'd say that cutoff point right now is 13th through 16th. I don't think we expect any of these teams to be able to jump up unless they have an absolutely massive day that if they did, Kalaris did say he would shave Max's eyebrows.
I will.
I see that all the time. What's any different?
Anyway.
If the sun does rise tomorrow, Kalaris has said he would shave Max's eyebrows.
I'll do it, all right? I will make that sacrifice, but I think what's
I do not consent.
I don't care. But what's important about the results so far is that technically, even all the way down to the bottom, people have been able to get themselves chicken dinners. I guess, as you say, the only one that's kind of resting happy is the fact that for BEŞİKTAŞ, they are already qualified on through to PMGC. I think the road for them in this tournament has been a bit of a dodgy one, but I don't think they mind too much, all things considered.
And I think something you brought up is, in particular on the first day of the show, is that if you got some teams want to mess with the teams at the top, like BEŞİKTAŞ has got literally nothing to lose at this point. If you want to make sure that FLUX that has been doing really well on this stage and that will potentially do well in PMGC, you want to eliminate the competition, some potential hot drops or like contesting some rotations around the map could be a possibility, so always got to be a little bit careful on these last days.
See, I will say this, though, about BEŞİKTAŞ. I'm not happy with the performance, whether or not they're taking this a little bit more relaxed or whether they're trying to focus on teams in particular. PMGC is just a few weeks away. This would have been the perfect time to have a nice confidence booster and to really get your team like mentally ready for what's at stake here coming up in just a few weeks' time.
There's 2 ways to look at it, right? Either they're just kind of, mulling their way through, not really doing too much with it, or this is technically one of the best places to try something new. And if it then doesn't, because this is so kind of high stakes for all the other teams around you, they are going to be playing it seriously. So if you want to bring something new to the table, then testing it here means that that teams are going to approach it in the way that they normally would. But I don't know whether they have been doing something new. They're a good Edge team that has been playing Edge here and not really finding success with it.
They've been living up half of that. Of the good Edge team. The Edge team part, not necessarily the good part.
No, I agree.
And they've been a little bit too slow, in particular, playing that Edge part, right? But I saw some messages online. I don't know to what extent I really like those comments, but people saying they're hiding their strat for PMGC. And I hate that answer. It's so bad. It's like, no, you potentially want to try a few different things, or you want to maybe experiment. Like, you want to experiment, as you already stated, right, in this type of lobby. But like people saying they're hiding their strat, no.
That's like me saying my predictions have been bad because I've been hiding my strats for PMGC and how I'm going to pick teams. Come on. That ain't a thing.
Oh, but you are doing that. He's going to pick the Infinity.
Yeah, 100%.
Not really hiding that, to be fair.
No, I mean, if you watched last year, that's what I'm going to go with. Well, besides that, though, let's kind of zero in on our top 5 teams right now. These are the teams, as we talked about, Kalaris, are expecting to potentially break through or potentially maintain their spot here into PMGC. And we're going to take a look actually at their last 3 days of play here and how many points they got across the board for themselves and see how it kind of sections off between them. Because one team in particular, I mean, I'm pretty sure they had to take a buggy up that cliff right there for FLUX. 113 points and then a 29-point day 2. That is a ridiculous drop-off.
And that's not taking the buggy up the cliff, it's down the cliff right there. that is a significant drop-off we saw from them after they had a pretty significant cushion after that first day, so they somewhat remained up there. But when you see teams being consistent like HVVP, MADBULLS around them, OZAROX having a great step up in day 2 and day 3, chances are FLUX might not be in that first place at the end of the day if we see these results continue today.
The funny thing is that even their movement and team fights in the day 2 and day 3 really didn't look that terrible, really, you know, compared to like a day 1, for example. You know, you see them coming in north of where I think it was QODEX had that compound and actually able to fend off MADBULLS, able to fend off Unicorns of Love when they come on the rotate and things like that. It's just that sometimes things don't work out. I mean, FLUX is a great example of a team that skirts the line between looking like a genius and looking absolutely crazy. And when they look like a genius, you get these 113-point days. And then when they look crazy, yeah, sometimes it doesn't quite go their way.
I really thought you were going to have a burn on Max Band for some reason on that one. HVV,
try better.
You remember, they had, what was it, a 20 elimination game yesterday. We were waiting for that breakthrough match to happen, and finally HVVP did so. But they had just been the most consistent team, which is really weird considering after day 1, we were like, they just warm up into events, right? They're just warming up. It's just a warm-up day.
Yeah.
And yet they've been able to kind of maintain that same level and I guess secretly been a little bit under the radar, making that big push at the end.
Exactly. I mean, under the radar, I think, is what HVVP has been doing the entirety of this event so far. There was that big win, of course, but if you remove that win from yesterday, they didn't really have that many points, right, without that big pop-off performance. So this is a day where, once again, they can do or die. They can make it to PMGC or not qualify. And when you've got teams below them like OZAROX and Unicorns of Love, you've got some pretty scary prospects right now. So they need to remain on that high horse if they want to make it in PMGC.
This is going to sound very harsh.
Okay.
But if HVVP didn't make it to PMGC, I think that's the one I'd be most disappointed in. After seeing what they were able to accomplish in 2021, it's no small feat to get 2nd place at the World Championship. So I would love to see them make it there. They seem to be well on the path to doing so, and I expect them to be making it there at the end of the day.
I mean, the pressure's on, right? No organization right now. They decided to not join an org because they really wanted to focus in on this event. And they have 1 day left to hold on to that spot, to get into PMGC yet again and represent an organization and obviously represent themselves and what they can do and what they did last year, like you mentioned, Kalaris. But when we look at these top 5 teams, obviously there's some standout players. There's some MVPs on each team that have been able to really push that team forward and to really maintain the level of play that we're expecting out of them. We're going to take a look actually at who is the top player from each of our top 5 teams and kind of compare them all. And to be honest, we got to see some rehearsals. I was kind of surprised, actually, at Soke maintaining this kind of level at 1.5 average eliminations after we saw that drop-off from day 1.
Yeah, I mean, we could expect a drop-off seeing the stats of the team, right? That huge 113 points in day 1, day 2, day 3 not looking too great, so we were expecting the stats to be a little bit lower to some extent, but when the team has been getting some results in, Soke has been the one to enable that from happening a lot of the time. So yeah, really good plays from him, but Zerish, normally we'd add Effect the entire time, being up there for MADBULLS, but this time it is Zerish, so it's good to see a little bit of diversity on that side.
Can I sign this team? Is that possible? Just take all of these individuals and
what would you name them, though?
Well, Kalaris' Knights. The Knights of Kalaris. There you go.
Well, that's going to be interesting because you will potentially have a Knight team to contend with in PMGC.
No, we'd win. Look at that roster.
That's true. That's a good point.
But Nova.
Yeah, but no, never mind.
But one thing we did look at, though, Max, I wanted you to actually bring this up. You look at MADBULLS, we always talk about Effect. But if I'm not mistaken, you looked at the numbers. You researched this, which did worry me a little bit, obviously, with your skills in math. Effect wasn't that far behind, is that correct?
Yeah, it took me 5 seconds to research that, Jason. Thank you very much. No, actually, Effect had more eliminations, and when it comes to average survival time and damage, there was more on the side of Zerish. So it's very close, right? They're just scooting that line between which one is on top. So it's very fun, but it is the main fragging duo of the team that you expect to perform well. Surprised they're not that close when it comes to race to MVP, actually. They're relatively down there, but they're still performing well on this big stage that is the first time we see them play together as a duo, so it's very interesting.
I still think there's the continuity that we had in Western Europe of all 4 components of MADBULLS are still enabling each other very, very well strategically on the battlefield. So I'm going to still stick with the fact that they are the complete package CCT.
the CPCCT, the Complete Package Championship.
Oh no, ignore the complete package part. I can't do that all the time.
It's too much.
Yeah, it's a lot of letters to use,
yeah.
and we know what happens when we have to jumble a lot of letters together. But you might be out there wondering, well, yesterday, Jason, we got to see a new MVP, who actually is the MVP overall of the event at the moment, but their team isn't currently top 5. Moneyken. He put up a ridiculous day yesterday. I mean, I can't even find the adjective to use correctly, partly because my vocabulary is terrible, but also because it's really hard to describe how much of an impact this player had for QODEX. He surpassed every team, or every player, I should say, in eliminations, basically off one day alone.
You would have shown me this graphic before the tournament started, seeing Moneyken on this first international event and doing this well on one pop-off day. I wouldn't believe you, but he's made it happen. 3.5 average eliminations over the course of all of yesterday compared to his day 1 and day 2 averages combined. Yeah, the step up that we needed to see from the QODEX squad if they wanted to have a chance to compete for that PMGC spot. But the main issue is, and we brought this up many times, it is Moneyken a lot of the time performing solo. If we see a team step up, that would be enough to maybe push himself in top 3.
Especially since the results kind of fluctuate so heavily between day 1 and day 2 and then into day 3.
Yeah.
But this is actually the complete parallel that we saw in Western Europe. Moneyken popping off, and then, where is he? And then popping off, and then, yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is that this kid, honestly, an excellent player, but again, it is an absolute roller coaster with this guy. Either you get the money, Ken, or you just get Ken. It's depending on the day.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about this player I think we can all agree on. If he can work on consistency, whether that's his individual play or it's the team play to support him, I think we would say he probably would be one of the strongest or the strongest player in Western Europe.
And that's the thing, right? Exactly what you say. It's difficult to identify exactly in PUBG Mobile what it is that sometimes causes those drop-offs, right? Yeah. Is it an individual skill thing that kind of doesn't pop up on a certain day, or is it the enabling here or there? It is difficult to identify. It would require a lot of VOD review to be able to piece that together.
I can just imagine in my mind right now, Unicorns of Love already preparing a contract for next year. Like, Moneyken, he's a pretty good guy. We want him on the team with Crypto and Icy. No, would be an interesting roster, but it's going to happen, I think, yeah.
Maybe he's as emotional player. I mean, when we look at, maturity level of players, obviously we have a lot of younger players when it comes to PUBG Mobile. I can think back to, I think it was a Sanhok where he naded himself on accident trying to fight someone.
Oh, I remember, yes.
Something like that could just completely throw you for a spanner, and from something like that, it's really hard to bounce back. And I think it takes a mature player who kind of understands his emotions, understands maybe like the psychology behind this to just bounce back in such a quick fashion to live up to what he did before.
But yesterday, what he brought to the table was nothing short of astounding. It was a great performance coming out from him. We saw him in clutch moments being able to, really put pressure on towards a lot of teams. He was instrumental in being able to hold off WILDCATS when they were pushing up against this compound for their first victory, into then another victory on Sanhok where they were taking the prime real estate of the topography of the map to be able to then push into later positions for victories. So the back-to-back was great for them. If they can bring that today, amazing stuff. I don't know if it pushes them to top 3. We'll see, but...
And we saw some good presence from, I think, VIRTUS and Woodson in particular, right? We had seen some moments where, the team actually did enable Moneyken to some extent. And very important point about Moneyken, it's his first ever competitive season in PUBG Mobile Esports, right? Imagine what this guy can do in like 6 months' time, in next season, or potentially even a year's time. This is a player that has so much potential, and I can't wait to see where he's going to be in the future.
I mean, to be fair, I'm not going to believe it till I see it, just because I think about Icy, and we talked him up so much in spring going into fall. It wasn't about him anymore, it's about Crypto.
It's actually very interesting because I believe right now, I checked the stats earlier, Icy has got more eliminations than Crypto in this tournament. So
No.
Okay, fair enough.
It's a 7-limb game, really.
Denied.
But yeah, obviously off that point, Icy performing better, but he's not staying out as much as he did in the past. But then again, when you're on a team full of stars, it's hard to do so. So for you guys at home watching, we're about to head into our first match, but we got to get you guys up to date of the 6 battlegrounds we'll be going through today. Our schedule for the last day to find our top 3 teams to head into PMGC. And of course, it's 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and 1 Sanhok. Klaus, did you maintain your 100% prediction rate on Sanhok yesterday?
No, absolutely not.
But you got the back-to-back QODEX.
You got QODEX.
Well, yesterday, yes, I was 100% because there was 1 Sanhok. I missed who won the second Sanhok of the tournament? Do you recall?
I don't remember.
I got Unicorns of Loves, and then I got...
I don't remember either.
That's unfortunate.
You should have just said yes.
New World.
But you were going to pick them.
You said
on that game, in the previous game.
I'm just trying to help.
I know you're trying to help me here.
I got it, yeah.
All right, well, moving on from that, we have a little bit of time now before the game. We're talking about a lot of teams at the top here, right? But what about the likes of S2G? They don't need to qualify for PMGC. because they're already qualified. Do you think this is their chance, Max, to start focusing on some teams that they don't want to compete against?
I mean, the prize pool increase is pretty significant. Compared to the Americas format, where it's like a little bit more diluted all over the place. Here, you can get 40K for that first place, right? And they're currently still in the runnings for that. It's significant money, right? So I don't think S2G should be a team to try and mess with the teams at the top. BEŞİKTAŞ could. I think that's a team that definitely has nothing to lose, and the prize increase at the bottom is not that significant. But S2G, I think, should be aiming for the top here.
If you're S2G and you want to target anybody, it's not actually the top 3 teams, in theory, in my mind. Because I feel like, regardless of if you target them or not, I still think that they're going to perform well enough to be able to get top 3 or top 4 if S2G kind of pushes over them. Right. In which case, then S2G is already going anyway, and then that extra spot bounces down, right? So I think if you would try and, in theory, take out someone from the Turkish region that's in maybe that kind of 5th through 8th position, and make sure that they absolutely don't get there if you feel like your rotation paths are similar, etc., etc.
Oh, I mean, we know OZAROX is there, very close to qualifying. That could be one team to potentially get focused on. But you guys at home should be focusing on one thing in particular right now. Our survey that's currently linked over in YouTube and the channel as well. We want to hear you guys' feedback and thoughts about the show. Whether it's that Jason looks handsome, whether it's that Kalaris is a blesser, or you want to see Max Spence eyebrows shaved. We welcome any feedback you guys have about the show. But it is time to head into our first match here of our final day of action. John Allen and Blank, take it away.
It's the dawn of the final day, Blank. We're ready and raring to go. We're getting into the first game, of course. Erangel to kick things off.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's still all to play for here. I really like that the guys on the desk brought up QODEX a lot, because there is still a chance for them here. The amount of points that have come through throughout like a lot of these days so far, John, has been crazy with the amount of times it's happened from separate teams. Now, the teams at the top have not separated themselves from the chains of the pack that are behind them as of yet. No one's running free just yet, John. So you're looking at QODEX maybe having another massive day today, and there's potential they could jump up towards that 3rd position. It really is still up for grabs, and with MADBULLS faltering a little bit after yesterday, we saw HVVP kind of sweep them off those mountains over on Miramar, which was very uncharacteristic. And you're looking back on that game, looking back at the VODs, with some of the teams split down below towards the compounds. I feel like MADBULLS just wasn't prepared for this kind of aggression for a lot of these teams, and there have been a few times where they've taken these fantastic spots, John, and then been able to hold on to them easily with no teams challenge them. It's not the case here in the championships.
No, I mean, to be fair, MADBULLS, that we saw their performance day on day, right, in that analyst desk segment there at the start. We saw how they've basically just been on that downward trend. So it hasn't been the best performances, and then HVVP continually just stacking it up.
Yeah, and I think for HVVP, like you said, it has been that upwards trend every day. Not hugely in that sense, but it's just been very consistent improvement, a little bit at a time, chipping away at that doorway towards that top spot. And I mean, today, we will crown our champion after that 6th match. Taking a look at the map performance here for Erangel as well, which is very interesting considering FLUX still maintains that massive number towards the top there with 1,406 eliminations average. Obviously, they did have their big downwards trend. I mean, speaking about that graphic we saw earlier where you did see MADBULLS just dropping down a little bit, the cliff face at which FLUX has dropped off is gargantuan.
And similarly, the other way around for OZAROX, right? Their first day was quite frankly disastrous, and for me, spoke of a team that I'd fully discounted from being a competitor. But their second day, they stepped up, they got over 70 points. I think they echoed that in day 3 as well. This is a team that has really changed their tune. If they had, say, even a 30-point day in day 1, instead of the 15-point day that they had, they would be in that top 3 already, Blank, which is kind of nuts. But they have now got this last day to prove themselves.
I think for OZAROX, Jason's brought up a really good point a fair few times. Maybe drew it out a little bit too long. Come on, man. I know it. It's fine, Jason. You bring up some amazing points, but I don't think you have to mention all their placements. Come on, that's a bit rude. Either way, though, these guys are coming from tournaments where maybe they haven't performed so well. They didn't get the biggest of rankings, the biggest of placements, but coming into a championships like this, maybe not expecting to do so well over in the PMPL, yet performing very well either way. I think there are nerves, John. I think there's definitely nerves coming into this. You're a bit worried. So that first day, the pressure's very much on. You're trying to play cautiously. And then all of a sudden you find your groove and you're like, this is not as hard as we expected it to be. We can just bulldoze and barrel our way towards a lot of those center positions. There's not really anyone to challenge us. So I think they found their footing day 2 and they look stronger for it. It's unfortunate it didn't happen on day 1. But these things do happen. Jason mentioned emotional players, but you do get emotional teams, and those nerves do play a big role into large tournaments like this.
And I mean, it shows you that break that days can really have, that impact that it can have. Just being able to say, look, those 6 games, we didn't do great. Let's go into this next day. We don't really have anything to lose, so let's just play for what we know how to do. And they were able to do it. And then you see that break as well on FLUX, going the other way around. Hopefully they're going to be able to stand back up. They were only able to break that 40-point barrier in day 3, which will not be enough to fend off against HVVP. So hopefully they can keep things going, because right now there's only a 6-point difference between first and second.
I mean, they were clearly up the rock face, right? They were looking down on a lot of these teams towards the beginning of the tournament, but HVVP as well as MADBULLS and practically the rest of the lobby have really picked up their pace, getting that dust on the fingers and gripping down towards those footholds and handholds and kind of lurching their way up the top of this wall. And they've scaled themselves to now a position where HVVP are just only 6 points behind FLUX, so that position no longer looks as safe as it once did. And I think for FLUX now, yes, they've had that drop-off. Yes, things didn't look so great, but you can turn things back on here. For one player in particular, Money Ken, or Ken, depending on the day, as Kalaris puts it, I think he is certainly a player that works very well with momentum. 36 eliminations, goodness me. But yeah, he is a player that works very well with momentum. And I think building that momentum up in day 3, probably the best time to do it, right? He's coming into day very, very hot. And look, he's even rivaling Swain, who was way ahead of the pack for the majority of this tournament in terms of damage.
Yeah, he had almost 1,000 damage lead at one point, I think, at the start of yesterday. It was quite incredible that he was all the way up there. You can see even still topping the headshots total, but that gap, as you say, has closed. Several players now have managed to draw that level. Playing path from northeast over Yasnaya down to the west coast, eastern circle. Black, we've seen this MUERTE Peninsula be played a couple of times now.
Yeah, a fair few times indeed, and there are a few teams that have played very well from it. QODEX particularly found some very good positions on this map, taking the south side compound towards that hill that heads up from MUERTE itself, as well as the compound that was directly on the coastal side of MUERTE towards that north. So they played a split there. I don't know if they will get away with that so freely this time around, especially being all the way over towards Farm and Sharkfin. Could be potential they're able to make that rotate across. And with TJB being very aggressive, very quick playing, you know, this might be a team that gets themselves in all sorts of trouble early on and misses that rotation coming through from QODEX. Taking a look at that west side of the map though, MADBULLS down towards Primorsk, WILDCATS in a bit of an open area at the moment on the western side of Gatka. That's right on the coastal side. You can't see them at the moment. We're on board with MADBULLS, but they are towards the north of them. FLUX has already taken South George, and North George is occupied by HVVP. So I'm curious to see what WILDCATS will do with this, considering they're generally a Sosnovka military-based team. There is still loot on this side of the map, John, though, so still doable, still possible.
I feel like I can hear Kalaris all the way from the studio, because this is a spot that he has been talking about for quite a while, and no team in PUBG Mobile has really gone for it super heavily. He always lauds the power of that West Coast split drop.
Yeah,
because as you say, you can split, you can go for a compound or two each and get a decent amount of loot, and he's been looking for a team to use that as a backup, as like a secondary place for a while now.
Yeah, most teams don't occupy it, and I think that it's one of those positions that maybe feels a little bit off-putting to a lot of teams in PUBG Mobile, as we do see, you know, what we used to see at least, a lot of these grouped drop spots where you'd be a 4-man in one position, but as years have gone by, we're starting to see a lot more splits, a lot more ground being taken up towards the beginning of these games, and this is one of the splits where you really do have to take up a lot of ground, but no one's really playing near you. One of the biggest factors, though, and biggest benefits of this position is there are still a lot of vehicles, and it might not be near to any prominent locations on the map, but there's still a bunch of vehicles down that roadside, and you can get moving from there. It's not going to be a case of trotting along by foot towards the circle. There is vehicles available.
So very much playable, I think, is what we've covered there. FLUX South George, similarly, should be fairly strong looted. FLUX. The question for me for FLUX is it possible that they could go north of the river instead of going down south towards Pachinki, playing around Potato Hill, that sort of area, maybe even challenge HVVP on their rotation?
There is a possibility there, right? And it's something that could definitely throw HVVP for a loop, honestly, with them having such clean control over towards this northern side as they head underneath Severny and then have to pick the litter over Yaz Bridge or even towards the top side of Polyana over that lake. You know, HVVP have a very comfortable rotation the most of the times. New Worlds take that rotation over the top of Stalba down towards Komeshki, which currently held by OZAROX. We saw them on the screen just a little bit earlier. But there is still definitely position to challenge there, and with the amount of times we've seen teams clump up in a big traffic jam towards that western side of Potato Hill, maybe that is an option today, but it's a late change, and you wonder if FLUX, with the current performance they have, are going to try something risky as opposed to something safe, John.
It is always that risk, and you don't want to be dropping off that top spot because it's a very valuable position, that 40k, weighing heavy on the mind, I'm sure. Good guys in MUERTE right now, playing on the south side of this next circle. No one's broke out to go to Sosnovka military base, despite Novo being in the circle. With the plane path as it was, those routes were made a little bit more tricky, and nobody really needs to head out there at this stage. First contact potentially coming through on the northeast side near Lipovka, with OZAROX making their way down the east coast near Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, and Sosnovka, again, I'll bring it back up because Wildcats used to take this position, but we saw yesterday Pioneer actually holding out Wildcats, getting vehicles early and crossing over towards there, and it did end up with most of the Wildcats sat soaked in the water, all hairs prickly there, so it wasn't great news for them as they were trying to claw their way back on towards the coast, but were stopped by Pioneer themselves. So with this kind of plane path where it's not easy for them to get into position, and with Pioneer getting down much earlier than them because they play towards this north side towards Ferry Pier, I think Wildcats make an apt decision to, you know, play this western coast because it eliminates a lot of the troubles that they saw yesterday. So it's a quick adaptation and one that they spotted was open, so it works well for them. The only problem is they're rolling up towards MADBULLS at the moment. This is a team that they haven't fully scouted out on this side of the map.
X-Ray rolling around, Zarich is there. We'll hear the vehicle. Info gained. But not really going to take any shots, not going to take the challenge just yet. The MADBULLS still on foot on the south side. This is still very early on the circle. You can just drop a couple of those stims. Now the MADBULLS are aware there's a team to their north.
Yeah, and it is a little bit strange because a few times we have seen MADBULLS drop on that western side, pick up vehicles and then head down towards Quarry. And I do wonder, we didn't see it, but I do wonder if a few of those vehicles were stolen from the MADBULLS. Like you said, a lot of them are currently on foot. I think there's only one player in the vehicle right now, and that is Effect. TJB on our screens, currently holding around shelter at the moment towards Lumber. VP at the moment taking heavy shots over towards BEŞİKTAŞ at the moment as they make their way down from Yasnaya, and this crossing has never worked out very well for BEŞİKTAŞ on a fair few splits so far. Yesterday they looked much stronger over towards Sanhok, but that was quickly taken down to a bitter end on their side.
VIRTUS.PRO, with BEŞİKTAŞ near them, rotating on that north side. We're going to be pushing in potentially towards QODEX, who are fairly widely split at this stage. Do have plenty of opportunity to regroup, but S2G near to a central duo at the moment for QODEX, so potential danger there. Fortunately, it doesn't look like S2G are going to get super aggressive with it right now.
Unicorns of Love playing pretty much a general spot for themselves, which is just south of Lipovka, of their drop spot. They're holding the roadside. They're playing this split. Now, I've mentioned I don't particularly like the split that they play a lot of times because they don't hold it very well. It's not that I don't like the split itself. It's just the way they play it out, which is losing players quite quickly and frequently, leaves the rest of the team scrambling to try and salvage the scenario. And a lot of times it doesn't work work out. So I think when they play these 4-man splits, I do think the player over towards that north side and Reznov needs backup. And it looks like Rolkis is heading over there now, hearing OZAROX coming down. And this is pretty much a circle we've seen many, many times before. This time around, though, QODEX is not able to get in as easily as they did before. A lot of these teams that drop down towards MUERTE Power have picked up those priority compounds nice and early, and QODEX is not going to get a free run this time around.
And they'll be a little bit better of a position for the teams out on the west. There'll be more players pushing in behind them, right? Obviously, without Pioneer and the DENİZBANK Wildcats going at it on the bridge, they will be a little bit more presence out on that western side to push in behind. FLUX are going to be pushing in, as are the MADBULLS from that western edge. It's a potential challenge there. QODEX still playing very, very split. Everyone migrating eastward. Unicorns of Love, pretty much the only team staying stationary.
I think, again, this is this crossing. It's very widely used, and I think for Unicorns of Love, they can pick up a few players as they come down here. It's all about creating space for yourself. So if you can knock players, eliminate them as they make this crossing, great news, honestly. You get a lot more space on that side. QODEX, in the meantime, have mounted up and are trying to cross through the Unicorns of Love to head down towards MUERTE Power, hungry for that position that saw them so much success yesterday. In the meantime, Skills's falls outside in the blue for MADBULLS. The only reason I can imagine for that, because he did get taken down by the play zone, was that there was shots coming through from the Wildcats, which took him fairly low. Already, though, Michu, who was right on the backside, is taken down by one of the players from S2G there. So now these guys are split.
Vito potentially could be going back there to try and get that pickup. S2G were the ones who took the knock, and they went a little bit further south. They haven't crashed onto the knock, so QODEX definitely can get this player back up if they fully commit to it, and if they don't get punished for it by S2G or a team like FLUX, who are coming in on that northern side as well. They've moved up just that little bit, so they're not fully coming in on that west, but still will pose a problem and ask that question.
Kelsey takes the run down over towards Michu, and Vito thinks better of it. Leaves him alone. To the angry vehicles on that side, here's the revving, and thinks, no way, I don't want to get involved with that. Drops the nitro and boosts towards the rest of his team. MADBULLS steering clear of the guys from Wildcats, while SURREAL on our side of the screen currently on a bit of a lineup. This is an awkward position to play, honestly. There's a lot of angles that could be taken down towards you. Smokes are required. Jetgill's playing a very, very strong angle for the team. He has to play support almost for them. Arkans thinks he's an enemy, though, unfortunately.
I think he was peeking through 2 windows there, all the way down the cliff.
Is that my mate? Yeah, don't worry about it.
I think he was looking through the other side of the tower, through the other side window.
Yeah, he's got some serious eyeglass action going on.
Those
there.
angles.
Yeah.
Hopefully, he's going to be able to spy on out anybody trying to take their spot on the south side. Not many people are going to be pushing it that way, but there will be 1 or 2. I mean, good guys further south, Pioneer southeast of them, MADBULLS, who split all the way down south, away from the DENİZBANK Wildcats rotation. MADBULLS did take a knock on their rotation further out west, but it didn't get flushed on by the DENİZBANK Wildcats, so they are still as 4 playing on that south side, just west of MUERTE right now.
Can you see, though, John? Can you see why Unicorns of Love split worries me so?
Oh. Well, that circle gives them a lot of the circle.
It does,
shift.
Right? But the question is, how well do they hold it? I think now they need to regroup. It's scary for me because the Unicorns of Love now have a good bid into this game. FLUX drops up though, but Moneyken instantly receives with Vito holding backstop. One of the players from FLUX already down. Vito moves up, predicts this nade coming through from Solus.
Nade on Solus, not going to find what is looking for. QODEX trying to continue to hold out. I mean, 3 players strong against FLUX. It's not the easiest of talks, but Vito just wide peeks on out there and boldly goes for the spray, and it works. It worked in this scenario. Now it's just Lux and Solke.
Horrible start for the game there for FLUX, but QODEX, they grab themselves and carve themselves out a piece of land. Unicorns of Love do not regroup quick enough, though. And it all comes crumbling down around them. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. I think you can hold this angle for a while, but not for this long. And now Icy has to go toe-to-toe with 2 players. Successful on the first, looking for the second, but the nade's already in.
Well, if it isn't the consequences of their own actions. Look at that. Reznov now.
Back.
Solo.
Yeah, exactly.
Solo player. For Unicorn's Love after holding a dominant position. You're right. They should have regrouped. I think that would have been a call that most people should have been able to make. There's potential, I suppose, if their regroup paths were being overlooked by so many teams, it could have been harder, but there were so many opportunities for them to do that. I don't think you can excuse that one away. See how much further they can go. Jetgill up the top, being bombarded away at by the MADBULLS, who have pushed in from that southwest side. That one's good for it. Nade in, dismounting. A fairly important position for SURREAL on this defense. MADBULLS pushing.
One of the more important ones as well. Effect now pushes up, swings out, spots the player with a nade. Now there's two guys in here. MADBULLS very effective when it comes to the nade throws. Monkey preparing one of his own. This guy is fantastic with them.
Oh, hang on a minute. About 4 people just went down here. There's a third party coming in from the DENİZBANK Wildcats on the west side of Lumberyard. They have oversight on a lot of this fight. Monkey did get knocked, but he's on a nice side of the building to go for these reses. I think, yep, there's one remaining player of SURREAL who's sent away. Timber is leaving the yard.
I mean, Timber probably at the most danger than anyone in a lumber yard itself, but he's passing right through the guys of TJB, and SURREAL just has not had the greatest of experiences here. Lin spots down towards VP, takes some shot. I think that might be him being popped out here, but luckily he stays alive, but into the arms of Reznov he goes.
Far from ideal. SURREAL eliminated. Good guys went down. Now teams in the middle. TJB playing a fairly strong split on a crossroads there, on a junction, as it shifts all the way up northwest. HVVP get a good slice.
They do get a good slice here to play from. OZAROX, though, this is one of their playstyles that I really like, which is they realize how contested a lot of this land is, so they just take themselves out of the picture for the time being. They understand that most of these teams will be fighting, it will be brutal, it will be savage, and a lot of teams will be down to 3 or 2. So when they come in, after spending a lot of time out on this eastern side as 4 players, they'll have the natural advantage anyway of just having more angles down to a lot of these guys in the open ground. So I like that play from OZAROX. Their only difficulty is that New World and BEŞİKTAŞ are in their path.
Although BEŞİKTAŞ, to be fair, hasn't been presenting as much of a barrier to a lot of teams as their reputation would imply. New World's potentially even being a little bit more of a threat. We've seen a little bit more from them. S2G prediction from Jason and a double HVVP prediction on the north side for Max Manakayo.
MADBULLS, right? I think they've made this exact rotation once before. This is a calculated move, and they're very good at getting through a lot of these clawing hands as they pass through the circle. Remember, they were all the way on down that south side. They had to pass through QODEX, who played this exact building over in Western Europe, as well as TJB. They know this works, and they make it happen. And this is potentially a very good spot to start getting some big points this game. FLUX down now with little to no points. In fact, 0 points in the game there means now the doorway is open for both HVVP and the MADBULLS, facing off one against one another for the top spot in the game.
And this is also an open door for OZAROX. They were sat 21 points behind the top spot before the start of this game, and with no points on the cards. OZAROX, if they take a chicken dinner here, that's a very achievable scoreline to be able to breach that gap. So very much still in danger from 3 teams looking to try and jump on up. Will any of them be able to succeed in their endeavor?
It's funny because this is actually one of the positions that MADBULLS have gained a chicken dinner from before, and you're right, OZAROX is also in a very good position with QODEX starting things off strong today. You know, that is some very good news. There's a lot of teams, and it's not done yet for any of them. Moneyken finding shots over towards Pioneer. Reznov all on his lonesome has to face off against 2.
Oh, okay, he's getting it done. 1 and 2 go down, and 3 as well. Seems like Pioneer really struggling to push onto the little Gitoon currently held by Reznov. But Izumitsu playing a little bit of Metal Gear Solid here. Pops a nade over the top, crawling through the undergrowth.
Can't stay in there, lad.
You definitely can't. It's going to post. Yeah, there it is.
Tries to get the smoke outside so he can begin to leave, but I think at that point in time, you have to take the 1v1. I don't think he realized how many players are out there. I think if he knew it was just a single, maybe he took that play. good stuff to hold off 2 of them. Now Pioneers in a tricky spot themselves with just Izumitsu alive, but fantastic fragger for that team. Could go far for them. HVVP similarly with their rotation over the northern side have found themselves a lot of luck, a lot of success there in that compound, and they're hoping for a shift up their way. A lot of times their chicken dinners have been stolen from their grasp just because of the way the circle is shifting, and maybe today their luck will change, the winds will favor them.
Oh my goodness me, that's a hard shift over towards Lipovka as well. That keeps the 3 teams holding down in there, kind of in a pretty decent spot. Beşiktaş specifically, they don't have to leave right now, and if OZAROX can push onto that position, maybe take it away from them, could be good news.
I mean, this is an ideal shift on the circle for MADBULLS. They have high ground to play with, ditches to play with. I think most of the teams that they have to worry about now are pretty much off towards that western side. And S2G, QODEX when they leave. Izumitsu's kind of a non-threat as a solo player, but we have seen marvels happen before. But again, it is very disastrous now for the guys from all of Lipovka at the moment. You see how far they are on the edge here. Once they leave, they're going to be taking shots at one another all the time, in which case MADBULLS can peek their heads up, take some shots down towards OZAROX, take some shots down towards Beşiktaş. They don't need to eliminate, they just need to cripple.
Slow, suppress. Even that first aid there in the corner, not ideal, but Swain repositions. Beşiktaş don't quite get the shots on. I'm going to peek the door. Potential covering off there. New Worlds, they know what side their bread is buttered, and they're not going to get involved. Teams moving in from the west, though. TJB pushing on through past the DENİZBANK Wildcats. Very, very strong position now. GK First does lose it out on the back left, but 3 players for TJB, southwest. QODEX crashing onto the remaining player of Pioneer. That shack that was held by Reznov earlier, getting put under pressure yet again as TJB have oversight onto it. So do the MADBULLS.
Izumitsu goes down to TJB, not QODEX at all. Now S2G are grouping up for themselves, a push towards that position. They have 1 knock on their side. That's coming through from one of the players, I imagine, from either HVVP or QODEX. QODEX take a knock in return. That's an explosion on the vehicle. That opens things up very nicely. It's not a very defensible position for QODEX right now around this shack, and allowing teams to get close is the real kicker on that side. Luckily for them, they're saved by the bell by HVVP and TJB. Both teams taking shots down towards S2G are taking heavy casualties now, John.
Oh, look at that. Is that Jason's prediction? With 3 players down right now on an open hillside outside of the circle. I think it might be Blank. Who would have thought?
I actually thought he predicted HVVP, and I'm actually somewhat disappointed in myself now. Silas goes down. Monkey has a nade in hand. I think that, you know, that to me means that I think they're assuming teams to get a little bit close. Again, for HVVP, they have to cross over this top side. They will have high ground, but MADBULLS, with this rotate, set themselves up a very nice little spot here with cover, but Zeric, looking out towards the backside, is caught by New Worlds. Unawares there, and now with 3 players, maybe not the ideal situation. HVVP are looking to move up. There's smoke in their way, using it to deny the sightlines, but it allows HVVP now to move closer.
TJB have 10 eliminations at the moment, Blank. From the south side, they have been devastating against all of these teams, cashing in on the chaos of the south side. With the shift going out their way, 3 players, it's doable for them as well. Beşiktaş are going to have to leave, and that route of egress from Lipovka you talked about is going to be chaotic as well.
That's on the coast. That's nowhere near the circle. What's going on? I don't see anyone there. There's more pressing things at the moment on the map, other than this tower.
Oh, that's
MADBULLS. That's better. That's better. This is what I wanted to see. MADBULLS do have to move down towards the south. It will be along this plateau. But it will be towards TJB, who are on fire, like you say. QODEX still moving in, so a good day starting out for them at the moment. HVP look like they're mounting up. Smokes have been placed. Just taking this 1 checkpoint at a time, but MADBULLS, it's Monkey with the grenade. This guy is absolutely monstrous with them.
Damage towards the back. Meku low. Will need to pop a heal, but fortunately should be okay. Effect hops out. Tixie spots it. Has the AUG and catches Monkey on the rotate. Nicely found there. Hits the deck before damage is returned. Effect wants to spray down, but it's just not going to work. A nade goes long just on this side of the car, though, and Will blasts it out the way. Effect's up in the air. Pull out the gun, go for the spray, but he doesn't spot it. OZAROX are taking down Beşiktaş in the meantime on the leave from Lipovka, but MADBULLS still remain under pressure. HVVP stay as a unit. They're punching out together. Skills's by the vehicle. Should be on the broadside, but Tixie's not peeking. He's not taking chances against any of these teams. TJB are moving across the hillside all the while, and there comes the rundown. HVVP take down the MADBULLS in their bid for the top of the tables.
It's been so clear for them to move down towards a position. Very good smokes available to them as well. They spot over towards New Worlds. Lord Cedric's already down. There's a vehicle in front of the other players, but New Worlds have managed to get themselves out of an awkward scenario.
And this is the power of an HVVP that survives as a 4-player unit. They can punch through these defenses in the late game circles. We know that they have this fragging prowess. Moneyken falls before the feet of the Northern Sweep, and now TJB, the last team that can stand up to them.
Currently 12 eliminations. They're looking strong to the 9. OZAROX on the eastern side will not get the better of HVVP again as they sit up towards 11 eliminations now and look to sweep even further towards TJB. 2 teams remain.
The switch has been flipped. They play from the outside on the northern edge, and they are careening down a force of nature as HVVP take on TJB, who have been sowing the seeds of chaos and despair amongst those teams from the south for quite a while, but there's no despair in sight between the HVVP troops.
Xiao spotted, nade in hand, but it looks like Matic will be the first to throw it across. Send him a little bit further back. In the tree line, there is Lin and Ting Skur, but GK First is down. That X factor the team desperately needs right now versus HVVP, a titan within this championship.
Nade goes good, but it's just a little bit off target. Length was good, but direction, a little bit of adjustment. Matic puts in another one. Look at the number of nades that Matic still has. He's still got 3 going. And they will be using them to scout this one out. The circle not in anyone's favor. Super hard right now, but TJB do have a better spread on it.
Should be limiting the amount of sightlines they can have by playing with their backs against the blue. Lin steps up, but it's a little bit too far and gets hit by a massive nade.
Takes a little bit more damage than that as well. Goes low, but gets the first aid off. Peeks for the spray, wants to challenge, but HVVP are not taking chances here. They're playing it, as you said, checkpoint by checkpoint. Meku falls, though, as Lin holds down the tree line. Nice opener. Brings it back even on the numbers. Kitsune potentially looking to try and challenge it out and go for this res as well, but down they swing. They're putting that pressure back over towards TJB. Meku, this should be a res.
They know that right now, there's no reason to push this advantage too much further. Having 4 players with basically TJB on the back foot right now is really good for them. Xiao's still got 5 nades, sending more and more over the top. Does heavy damage to Meku, but he gets the first aid kit off just in time. That's 3 nades in succession. Not wasted per se, but does push HVVP back, which gives them time to mount the offensive.
It only slows the 1 player, though. In the meantime, they've been moving downhill. They've been sidestepping and trying to increase their baseline of fire. It's TJB. They haven't moved for a long time now in this circle.
It's the amount of nades that sent them back. They realized their biggest disadvantage is the fact that right now it's HVP with the high ground. Smokes now being put into play, trying to isolate some of these players, the sightlines as they come through. But Ting Skur crawling up, Meku remaining stood up behind this tree, gives time and gives vision. That's the most important part that he's playing.
TJB feel like they're cowering right now. The circle goes out towards HVVP, and this should be it. It's all on TJB. The impetus is on them to move now. I think they know that Meku's here. Oh no, Lin sends it further back.
The smoke, that was what it was used for, is to get Meku into that position unseen, and now he can give information across. That's the 4-player advantage.
Not only that, but he can be that turret angle. If the TJB team do not expect there to be a player behind this tree, seems like they might do. Spots Lin, and that is an excellent usage of the off angle. Brings them into a 2 versus 4 now, as HVVP do take a knock over towards Tixie in the close grass. Ting Skur goes down, and Meku is operating beautifully from exactly the position that HVVP wanted to put him in. 3 players roll over the hillside. Xiao with it all to do. Looks for Meku, will find the knock, but that is not going to be enough. HVVP dominate from the northern edge.
from such a strong position as well, they pulled out all the stops to make that game look very simple towards the end. The smoke to get Meku behind that tree was absolutely critical. They had no idea. One nade would have been very easy to place behind that tree there, but with the smoke in the way, the tree is not visible for quite some time. Unless you know that landscape like the back of your hand, that's not something that the guys from HVVP can predict.
Oh, well, HVVP, they're a force of nature. You can't reckon with that.
I don't know what else there is to say here, but Kalaris is clearly onto something here with his predictions, and Maxman only just joined in because he saw Kalaris pick HVVP.
True.
I think I said HVVP before you, even.
No, you definitely didn't.
What?
That didn't happen, even though you were picking HVVP as well.
Did you pick it before me?
Yeah, I don't remember. Because I'm the one. Why am I the little girl?
I always knew Kalaris was a little girl.
Actually, height differences, that's probably quite accurate. So let's be real.
Well, the thing is, where's Blink in this picture?
Yeah, I was going to say, why is John
He's
there?
under the ice drowning.
Yeah. He doesn't look like much of a swimmer.
Yeah, yeah.
Then again, neither does John.
No.
Anyways, doesn't matter because what we want to talk about here, well, there's two teams I want to talk about in particular, MADBULLS and HVVP. As we were watching, Kalaris, you were talking about MADBULLS. Even Blake mentioned it on the cast. The send in toward the center was perfect out of MADBULLS.
Yeah.
But the way HVVP played out the zones was even more perfect.
There's so much to talk about in this game. We could talk about it for half an hour. But the fact that, yeah, HVVP kind of became the one that we went for because they had so much room in the north side. I expected them eventually to be able to kind of find decent timings to move towards the high ground that everybody had kind of sent it to. We saw Unicorns of Love send it too early, too kind of disjointed from one another against a lot of teams. Then they weren't really accounting for it. Then MADBULLS sends, once again, almost exactly, as Blank mentioned in the cast, almost exactly the same as they did in Western Europe to a different little location. And that kind of becomes their downfall later on down the line because it's so choked up. You can easily get onto that position and kind of be in nade range to be able to dislodge MADBULLS there. The previous time they did it, they went to a slightly southernmost position, kind of south of where Reznov was. But overall, it was so good.
I mean, the position you mentioned a little bit earlier in that game, right, which is where Unicorns of Love were initially. JB got there afterwards. They got 12 elims just to express how good of a spot that actually ended up being. But at the end, HVVP pushing off these high ground positions from the north were just so well executed. And you mentioned it also during that game, Kalaris. Because of MADBULLS going on that little high ground position, they all clumped up. If you just get close enough, just need that spot, which is what they end up doing. And Meku in particular, this game has been textbook to get the engage.
You need to even rewind it back before that, actually, before they even engaged MADBULLS, because you guys were talking about how I don't remember who they sent forward. Was it Kitsune they had sent forward to check? There was no one towards like the northern side around them. They knew, if I remember correctly, there was teams coming from the west and east, right? And then you were saying, Kalaris, HVVP need to play this out a certain way to capitalize off of this, and they did.
You need to wait as HVVP were in the north position. They knew, as you say, that there was no one in the north side to be able to push them. They knew that the majority of the threats were going to be coming from the east side because it was from the west side because it was an eastern shift. So they had to wait precisely for all of those teams on the west side to make their moves to then kind of almost backfill a lot of those positions. And they did it really, really well. It was really important that they were patient about their move, because if they move south too quickly, then all those teams on the west side arguably have got really decent lines of sights on them, and that is not going to work out. That's not going to pay off at all.
Yeah, and if you go even further, after I'm not sure to what extent they potentially planned this, but because of the playing path and they was a little bit more over to the western side, you know, FLUX did not go to Kameshki, so you don't have as many teams coming from the northern side and going down. All the teams are going to come from the west, or they're going to come from the south, especially because of how the circles were shifting, right? So you just got all that space, that scouting you can allow yourself to do, and just then with that scouting, just get in a good position to then contest the spot away from MADBULLS.
I love this hill. It's actually because it gives you really good opportunity to be able to see all these kind of micro moves that are going on, these macro plays as a whole, and just understand how the teams understand the topography, all the terrain that is available to them. Whoa, Tixie! Ooh, lovely stuff.
Mr. Tixie supremacy, Miss back. Okay.
I mean, the crazy thing is, right, is that we saw Meku towards the end be the real playmaker for them with that off angle he had towards the tree, but it was Tixie the one just putting down the damage before that, I'm assuming, and the elims.
Everyone was doing their job here. Like, Kitsune went to scout the position of MADBULLS at some point.
90 damage, one elim.
I mean, he was still scouting, right? You know, still a pretty integral part of the game. But Matic and Meku, Matic, I think it was Matic, right, Kalaris, was scouting the western side to make sure S2G are not going to backfill. Meku got the grey angle at the end, and Tixie being Tixie is just going to eliminate you if you're there.
I mean, the thing is about this as well is that in that final engagement against TJB, TJB had lost complete knowledge of where everybody was when it came to the 4 versus 3 going on. That's why you see
the nades,
the tree being very important, the long attempts at nades which weren't quite connecting, so they'd been completely starved of information for a while there at TJB.
You know, I wanted to originally look at HVVP against MADBULLS, but I want to change that actually. I want to look at HVVP up against TJB. Now, TJB is one of those teams we talked about at the start that pretty hard to ever break through into top 3 just because of how low they were on the leaderboards. But we saw them put up so many eliminations, and this team has been kind of non-existent until this match in particular.
I almost picked TJB in this game because the position that they had, the potential for them to be able to move up to where the previous Western Europe MADBULLS location was actually very high, and eventually they did do that. But unfortunately, when you're going into a 3v4 against HVVP and they're playing it steadily and again denying you the information, it's very difficult to make that work, even though they were blasting on that side, and it was the perfect location for them to blast.
Yeah, especially because it was an uphill battle at the end. You can see it with the cars trying to get himself a decent position, the lack of information. It is very hard to fight versus HVVP, but as we stated already, it's such a good spot. 12 eliminations, that's massive for TJB. Unfortunately, I still think they're out of the race for that PMGC spot, right? But if they can try and get some increase in prize pool and just be a little bit higher, it's still a good way to end it off.
Well, let's actually take a look at overalls, get an idea of where the teams stand, because FLUX had 0 points.
New first place.
OZAROX had 15, and QODEX had 13, so we could see some movement happening. And there you go, HVVP do take first place, but look at 4th place, 2 points off. 5th place, 163. 6th place, 160. Even S2G, I mean, again, for them, it's not too big of a deal, but it is extremely close here with our top 6 teams.
And the scary thing, this could have been a massive game for Unicorns of Love, right? That position that we stated, like Reznov had such a good angle. If the entire team makes over there and they all survive as a 4-man, maybe they get himself the win, and then maybe they push himself up in that top 3. It's down to the wire, but finally, a new first place. It's been a while.
I think to the point that you actually bring up, if Unicorns of Love take this a bit more steadily, if they kind of scout out the potential threats that are between them as they want to send to where Reznov is, you're right, they could have really converted heavily on this game, but it's not to be. Sometimes it's not impatience. I don't want to say that, because framing it like that means that, you know, it underplays the skill that this team has, but it's just it's keenness to get to that spot. They know that spot's great, but just a little bit too keen to get there.
Well, you know what? Maybe they have a chance to redeem themselves. There's still 5 matches left to go. We're not done just yet, but we are going to be heading over to Miramar next here. And we got to send it on over to John and Blink here to kick things off, because things are getting heated here at the top.
They most certainly are. We have 6 teams in contention for those top 3 spots, with, at the moment, HVVP seemingly the only team that is feeling a little bit more secure in their position.
I mean, it is wild at the moment, the amount of teams that we're seeing actually being able to challenge towards that top side. We don't often see this, John, at all. Usually we see one team just stomp everyone to bits a lot of times. But you know, I will say one thing before we head into this game. I think this is definitely a factor of the new point system with those bonus points in league play. I think that we're now seeing our best teams make it now through into our bigger tournaments, right? It's the most consistent teams that are breaking those barriers. Yeah, sure, they might not have the most amazing finals, but they can make up for it with those bonus points, showing that, you know, that consistency does assist you in those finals, even if you are able to put up, you know, maybe not your best performance in the world, but a good performance nonetheless. Coming into this now, you have just so many teams that have proved themselves and are just battling it out for these PMGC placements, because they are there's such a prestige going to PMGC, and it's something that you can talk about. Being able to get there really sets you up for basically the rest of the next year, because you're always in the conversation.
You have got that prestige, you're right, especially for a team of unsigned players like HVVP. If they're going to make it to those PMGC positions, that's going to be a pretty good contract for them in the next year they're looking up for, if they want to sign with an organization and if they want to stay together, which you would hope that they would.
Hello, Moniken, now in first place. Classic behavior from him. But yeah, I think this is something else I wanted to talk about, is that QODEX, 6th place now, with 160 points. That just puts them 18 points behind 3rd place, which is not where we thought we'd see QODEX today. And it looks like, as we were talking about at the beginning of the last game on Erangel, that momentum that Moneyken and the rest of his team has found is really paying off massively into today. SURREAL takes a knock at the beginning of the game, but when does that not happen? I think this is kind of commonplace now. I feel bad for SURREAL. I think I'm on side with Max. I expected them to do better than this, or at least be able to put up something of a fight. And you know, this is going to be really mean, but I think that they're their only team that has kind of counted themselves out. That's still impressive in a 16-player team lobby. There are still teams down towards the bottom that if they, you know, I don't think it's out of the question to see a team like VIRTUS.PRO have 3 chickens dinners today and see themselves in 3rd place. And we have seen 3 chicken dinners on a day. It's not something that is just mythical. It's not fantasy. It's not fairy tale. It can still happen.
I think for me, for a team like SURREAL, it's like they're always in the they're always like a footnote in the conversation. They just don't have any star power. There is no big fragger. There is no massive pop-off play that we've really seen from them, and it is unfortunate. But hopefully we'll see a little bit more from them, even if they don't, and most likely won't, make it to PMGC in the next seasons, in the coming year. They are still a very strong team, and it's kind of difficult with the contrast of the rest of the lobby to give them the credit that potentially they deserve.
Yeah, I mean, they're making it to the table, but someone's brought out a high chair for them. And it's a little bit sad.
They've been given the kids menu.
They've been given the kids menu, 100%. Do you want meatballs or do you want plain cheeseburger?
Dino nuggies.
Dino nuggies for you. But yeah, again, I am somewhat disappointed because I have seen this team in action before and they do look decent. And again, it's just not happened here in the championship. And you can have off tournaments. I mean, BEŞİKTAŞ for one. I mean, we don't talk too much about them, but this has been a wild ride looking at that. And I know the guys on the desk brought up the fact that maybe this is them trying something new, but I think that, you know, at some point you kind of have to pull out the trying something new card because it's the only card you have left to play.
Joke's on you, I was just pretending to be bad at this game.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
come PMGC, they're a changed team, and they surprise everyone. They're like, whoa, BEŞİKTAŞ is making rotations we've never seen before.
We were playing with our phones upside down the whole time, guys. Oh, no.
Yeah, like Rock Lee taking off the weights. So
it really has been disappointing from BEŞİKTAŞ, this tournament. It's not like they haven't had the opportunities or the positions or the rotation chances to go for big games and to go for powerful finishes. They just haven't been able to do it in the face of teams that are do so much better than they are.
I mean, I don't want to talk about too much, but you look at Erangel, for example, in Yasnaya. I can count on maybe 3 separate hands the amount of times that they've not been able to get out of Yasnaya when it's been a Yas circle, which is just depressing. Like, your spot, you can't even leave it, and there's teams coming in from the west that are stopping you. So it is sad. Looking at the top though at the moment, and we really are looking at maybe more than the top here, down towards the middle of the pack, with S2G still challenging, like you say, with 159 points. Pioneer, slightly more difficult. Like, the road ahead of them is going to be long, and they are going to be weary by the end of it if they want to try get towards that 3rd place with 148 points. But I think this is probably the last team where we can say it is realistic that we might see them push for the top.
It's very difficult to say. I mean, even with, including this one, 5 games remaining, it's still such a big gap to be able to make that sort of point profit up towards 3rd place, right? Because you're looking at almost a 20-point gap. Each game, you need 4 points more than the 3rd place team, or any team that is going to leapfrog them, because it's quite likely that that's going to happen and people are going to extend that lead. It's not going to be easy for a team like Pioneer, but it is still very much doable. As you said, even for a team like VIRTUS.PRO, who are so much further down the tables in 12th.
Yeah, and you're right, because you have to pull a PUBG Mobile Goku and go even further beyond to get towards that top side. So it is awkward. It's very, very awkward indeed. New Worlds, they showed us something spectacular. and then refused to show us it ever again. It was like watching a magician, and he did the most amazing set of his life, and then you try to look him up in the yellow books, and you couldn't even find him. I feel like bringing up yellow books here is maybe not ideal, because most people won't even know what that is now.
That's not only regional, but also dated.
Yeah. Old man's internet, essentially, but with about 1 million pages that you had to sit through. No Google, no instant search. It was a sad time.
Oh dear. I don't think I ever looked any phone number up in the yellow pages for anything. I can't remember a time where I had to do that, and I can't imagine that you did. I know what it is.
I think the only thing I used the yellow books for was to hit my brother over the head with it, because
useful for that.
Right, annoying. Yeah, it is a thick book.
Oh yeah, it's got some heft.
Sibling rivalry. That's when the yellow books are actually kind of useful. Speaking of yellow, though, HVVP doing very good at the moment. Not cowardly whatsoever. Looking very strong. Looking very, very strong indeed. Going forward towards that top side with 205 points is very impressive. And they seem to have put the foot on the gas here over in the final day. And this is something we were wondering about, something we were talking about, is those 3 days were very consistent, very good performances. And they looked like they were banking a lot of times on getting those consistent placement points, which they have done so far, having the most in the lobby of 119, the closest behind them being MADBULLS of 106. But we said they're going to need some pop-off days, they're going to need some big performances or bring something out in the finals, and they have at the moment. This is the last day, they start out with a bang, and I think this is where they're going to be pushing for those big points to kind of send themselves ahead. This is now their sprint.
I mean, they are now 3rd highest elimination points in the lobby as well. 86 to first place via FLUX 89 in terms of elimination points, not on the overall standings. With S2G on 88 down in 7th place on the overall standings, just beating them out by 1. But it is super close. They are now fragging with the best of them, and they are placing better than any of them.
Fash falls to Matic. He will be flushed out. Kivik left alone inside the shack. And you're thinking it's quite likely that HVVP are going to push down onto this. We saw it very briefly at the beginning of this game on the desk, but HVVP currently have the best performance on Miramar so far. This is their best map, but I do think a lot of that rides off the back of that 20 elimination game. I think it was 21 elimination game when they played the Mountain. That won't be in case here. As we head over towards La Bandita, Los Leones still in, potential for that urban finish. S2G kind of circling around FLUX at the moment. That's interesting. And you wonder if this is something that Jason was talking about. It's maybe coming into play here, because there is a real chance with the amount of teams that are close behind FLUX that if S2G targets them for the rest of the day, they won't get that PMGC placement. And it doesn't matter for S2G because they're already in.
Wow. Okay.
Which is evil. But we saw Na'Vi do it before to Kadena Power.
I'm going down. You're going down with me.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, brother. Oh, dear. A barbecue onto Kivik for Pioneer as HVVP put a stop to that. 60 players now remain in the lobby. Pioneer having a very tough time of it. But you're right. 182 points for FLUX. MADBULLS 178. OZAROX 176. Very, very close. 6 points separates them and the 2 teams below them. So if they go down early, if they get targeted and taken out, could be curtains.
Yeah, they're nowhere near safe anymore. That safe house has had the bars released from the door. It's opened up. They can hear the groaning of the zombies outside, and they're going to have to leave and make something happen. If they're to get through this one, someone's crying out pills here, and you'd hope they take them.
Just pick them up. You got 2 pockets. You know?
The moment, though, we do have the tank of HVVP. There's bulldozing through the lobby, though. It's looking a bit more terrifying as we go. And again, this is why this tournament, this championship, is probably one of the most exciting out of recent championships overall. There is just so many teams here that are duking it out. There is no one that is being left in the dust. There are teams constantly putting up performances, and we have such an even spread of points as we head down towards the tables that, yeah, FLUX are now in a position where realistically they could be punted out that top 3 and not go to PMGC after it looks so secure on that first day. They got half the points that currently HVVP have on the first day.
It's kind of wild, right? Like that drop-off. FLUX do manage to escape the siege, with Solke at least. Ketch also out of danger. S2G really able to get too much done. Kitsune completely unperturbed by what's going on here, and Woodson actually backed off the blink shot angle. Somehow, no damage for Kitsune.
TJB is meandering over, though, past HVVP. And looks like they have taken some shots down towards GK first, but off the back have been shots on their side from QODEX. They're going to have to regroup fairly quickly, and I don't think it was quick enough to get those team shots off. GK first spins out, though, and there is damage coming off from that left side.
TJB do have all 4 players alive right now. Tingsker on the southwest side yet to bring up the rear. New World's out on the west, just coming through Picardo now, could also potentially third party into this engagement, but the ridgeline that HVVP hold right now, very powerful on this set of rotations, on the exit routes from Picardo. So potential to be a little bit of an issue there for TJB as New Worlds comes out.
Yeah, it's great high ground to play around with. Yeah, it's not towards the center, but this is kind of a sweeping position, right? This is where you can take control over that western edge, and they know with the playing path, there's most likely going to be a lot of teams down towards this west side at the moment where they'll be barreling through, and HVP only has to plink a few shots towards their way, injure some of the teams, maybe eliminate a few. But with that shift, goodness me, this is more than likely going to be teams on this edge. And with HVP having a slight head start here, you know, you might even see teams heading all the way down towards the south, past Impala, and trying to get ahead of the game. TJB's already considering that rotation as they head down towards Los Leones, and the MADBULLS are much closer at the moment, so trying to get in. This is a team at risk of falling out from the top 3 at the moment. They need to put up these big games. It looked like it would happen last match, but it wasn't to be.
FLUX, necessary for them to post big numbers as well. Didn't think we'd be saying that after day 1. Their record-breaking day. On the northern side right now, behind OZAROX, who are challenging as well for a spot. BEŞİKTAŞ moved down south from their compound, which was just out to the east of Minas Generalis, and they will move into the open ground that no one really was occupying on the northwest side of Impala.
It's a bit awkward over on this circle. There's a lot of unplayable space. You can see down towards that eastern side of Minas Generalis, just a lot of fielded area. And even with the road crossing in the middle, which is somewhat of a ditch in of itself, you're going to see a lot of teams just left in positions that they don't necessarily want to play, but have to play, as it's there's no other positions to hit towards. WILDCATS have a compound down towards that south side, which is really strong because you're going to see a lot of teams funneling past Minas Generalis crater and through that area as they razz it through the open ground, in which case WILDCATS just have free reign to take some amazing shots over towards some of these teams.
See if they can leverage that. S2G moving out past Graveyard, opting to send north, so potential conflict between them, FLUX, OZAROX on the northern side. Good guys, yet to cross the Labendita crater, north or south, or straight across if you want to go a little bit more risky.
Unicorns love holding 2 positions. They've got the warehouses on the western side and a little bit of building and a little bit of cover there for Icy. Covering all bases, and I think this is a great time to do this as well, considering you know a lot of teams aren't going to want to head center now. It's very difficult at this stage, at this time on the circle shift, for any team to head this far towards center side without just being lit up by any teams on the edge. You see HVVP down towards that southwest side have completely come to a dead stop. They don't want to go any further towards that fielded area. It is uncomfortable to play.
Very, very tricky. The hard shift to the east, you can see, has forced this western side of the circle to be super full. And at the moment, the south quarter, the southern quadrant is the most dangerous. About 5 teams trying to push through there. And as you talked about, that field, so hard for everyone to go around, and they will have to do it now.
Moves off towards that eastern side. VP with their position in the Impala at the start of the game, get themselves a very nice spot. Don't have to move too much further through. And it's a good thing they stuck around this area as well for so long, because now they're favored in this position. The MADBULLS might want to try and pick it up after them. Lin takes shots. They were held out for a long, long while, and the blue starts to hurt them a bit.
Will eat away at those health bars. Wanting to keep them topped up. They have managed to skirt all the way around the south, so potential for them to even cross the road and get to the side where VIRTUS.PRO are holding. MADBULLS on that south side as well, behind the queue to crash, behind QODEX, who are still as a 4-player team. Both of them are. You can see on the south side there, Woodson holding that forward position with Vito. Will be able to spot out VIRTUS.PRO, but they've seen them as well.
Yeah, spot them immediately, which will give information across towards MADBULLS. They might want to take a higher ground position off towards that eastern side and survive through this. Yes, they were delayed by TJB, and so QODEX were able to get ahead, but in a way, QODEX has given them some very valuable information to play off the back of, so they set out towards the east. S2G, just a little bit too over-aggressive here. 3 predictions coming through. Jason with Unicorns of Love, Maxman with VP, and BEŞİKTAŞ for Kalaris, which is a bit of a wildcard prediction here considering the performance throughout the days, but they do have one of the best compounds within this circle itself to play from. Huge amount of high ground to take shots down towards these teams.
Well, their first test will be now. Look at this, OZAROX moving on in. It looks like Nox will be backed off by the spray. Sun HP wants to land it with the buggy, still keeps on going, and Sephir doesn't get taken down in the open. Gets to the ridgeline, can get healed. Razy may be a third party onto that as the nades start to pour on out to the aggression. Will be spotted, and actually Unicorns of Love chiming in as a third party. Will be looking for these knocks. The question for me for Unicorns of Love is, will they be taken down by their split, holding it for too long?
I think as soon as, you know, Icy and Reznov sees that push from OZAROX, this is a perfect time to move, no? I think that BEŞİKTAŞ would have been one of the biggest enemies, the biggest problems for Reznov and Icy to head down towards the rest of their team on that south side. And now, under the cover of OZAROX, taking the attention away from BEŞİKTAŞ, they can move now. They've seen this. They took shots towards them.
HVVP, crucial fight on the south side for the top tables, losing a couple of players, a couple of knocks as well from VIRTUS.PRO, from the DENİZBANK Wildcats, who've been holding in their field compound for so long now. And it is really tough to punch through there. HVVP down to 2 players now. Out in the open as well. They are in the next circle. QODEX are suffering as well, but everybody knows where they are, and there are only the 2 of them.
Yeah, VP's got a strong spot to run towards this south side, and I feel bad for the guys on the desk because this really is one of those predictions where there are only so many teams you can go for. I think Unicorns of Love is fair, BEŞİKTAŞ is fair, and so is VP. It all depends on where this circle shifts towards. If it shifts out towards that western side, Unicorns of Love have a really good chance. That's a great nade, opens things up, and he'll be immediately dispatched. If he shifts down towards the south, VP's got a massive high ground advantage towards a lot of these teams, with practical God compound to play.
MADBULLS playing with 3 on the southeast side, needing to post a good result. FLUX, all 4 of them still surviving. Northeast, that is a massive shift. Over to Impala. Blank, Impala was right on the edge of the circle 2 or 3 phases ago, but we are in here now. TJB with the only 2 players in the town.
I think one of the big teams we've got to mention is FLUX. 4 members still alive. They'll be able to move down in towards Impala itself. MADBULLS are trying to make their way in. Pioneer, Black-White behind them. 3 players for MADBULLS isn't ideal, and with TJB already having eyes on, you are looking at maybe a tricky push here. But they do get towards one of the buildings. Zerich holds an off angle here. He does need to be a little bit more careful. More often than not, there's some very good eyes in this lobby. Eagle, in fact, that have spotted him out a few times before.
Unicorns of Love need to make the cross out in the open. Stick together. BEŞİKTAŞ moving up, mounting to make a southerly push. Unicorns of Love holding out the DENİZBANK Wildcats, who decide to go first. Roll Kiss taken down there on a spray. VIRTUS.PRO taking shots. HVVP taking shots out this way. Everybody starting to crumble. Reznov and Roll Kiss both have fallen. Crypto against Boran, but the ramp is not going to provide you the cover that you need. Boran gets the knock and the flush as well. Further forwards it's Icy, but as a solo, there's very, very little you can do. I thought he was going to go for the jump there, but Icy stops, pulls short on the ramp, trades off with Boran, but there's an off angle, and X-Ray takes it down. They can get these reses. DENİZBANK Wildcats put a stop to Jason's prediction hopes.
Unicorns look just a little bit too bold. They're holding angles for too long. MADBULLS now taking shots over towards VP, preventing them from leaving this fantastic compound they held on that south side. BEŞİKTAŞ, though, dealt with a lot of players from OZAROX. They did get ahead of them, but they still have 4, which is very important. FLUX keeping themselves out of the situation. They understand how important it is to hold on to their position here. And with 4 players, they have a real chance to get towards a chicken dinner. And if not that, they'll still get some good placement points in this game, which will be enough.
23-point gap at the start of the game, so do need that chicken dinner and a clutch of eliminations to go with it. But Meku's not done. Kitsune neither. Will be pushing on through, trying to challenge out on the side. Meku is low, no meds, needs to go for the spray, pick up the loot, but no, it's knocked on the outside. Kitsune has the meds instead, and QODEX with 2 will be moving forwards on the southwest side. Kitsune can push in. If he grabs a vehicle after a first aid, he might be able to make it, but the zones might be getting just a little bit too late.
Yeah, it's so unlikely. His hope in hell at the moment is that with the amount of teams, the amount of space here available, teams will start falling like flies. There's a lot of solos here, a lot of 2-man player teams, but even so, I think with the first aid kits that currently Kitsune is employing, it's not going to be enough to outlast to a top placement, so he has to get a move on. Starts running in now. There's no vehicles to speak of, though, and things are starting to get very painful. Oh boy, also dropped out the vehicle. ZeRic has had eyes on them for so long.
Oh, just Tulika now making it out into the open. There's a body already there. That's not a good sight. There was a buggy right in front of Kitsune where his teammate crashed on up and went down in the end. So there's potential to grab a vehicle, but those first aids will be running dry fairly soon. Nades over the top from Swain, one of our MVP candidates from OZAROX, who have been challenging out in a way that was relatively unexpected. Now, with the 1 player remaining, 3 eliminations, they will be trying to keep on going.
BEŞİKTAŞ down to 2 players, only 1 elimination from that spot on the north side. The circle moving up towards the north as well. You're wondering what went wrong for them. And now FLUX looking to pick up some big points this game. They have been very much out of the picture for a long time, so only have 2 eliminations. On the other hand, the Wildcats, with 10 alive after their mishap with Unicorns of Love, have 10 eliminations to speak for. 4 alive, sorry, not 10. That would be a crazy team.
I'd rather have 10 alive and 4 eliminations than 4 alive and 10 eliminations. Well, not entirely sure about that, but either way, we know that MADBULLS are suffering against TJB on the duo. Monkey knocked, ZeRic and Skills's 2 players remaining, but GK First is on the ground floor. Nade in perfectly placed.
Too good.
Takes Xiao low as well, and an excellent spray around the corner to handle business. Skills's takes care of the duo from TJB. MADBULLS still in it. Monkey, Resable on the south side.
What confidence there from Skills's. You see that his teammate in Monkey goes down, but he knows the saving grace. The only thing he can do there is to go in and go for the 1v2. If he delays, he dies. If he delays, the nade goes through the window from GK First, and his teammate dies. So very, very well done there. Kitsune will go down in 6, so it's not all a big loss there for them. ZeRic very low, and DEFOX trying to send grenades over the top. That was his last one, though. Doesn't get the job done.
The good news for FLUX is it is top 5 situation now. They have done enough to get some numbers on the board. MADBULLS as well in there late. OZAROX also. But these 2 teams, OZAROX and MADBULLS, duking it out almost directly for one of those spots, that 3rd place spot. Unfortunately for OZAROX, though, they're down to their last bid. Swain.
Tough position for Wildcats to play in. The MADBULLS have a lot of high ground inside that compound to play with, but the FLUX team is now starting to take shots over towards their way. They've weathered a lot this game. Their medical supplies might be running low. They might be able to get a slight resupply here in Impala, but unlikely they'll be leaving this building anytime soon. For FLUX, it's probably one of the worst teams to have close to you to get so far in this game, because it doesn't mean they're going to get too far ahead. The MADBULLS opt not to take that high ground too early, just in case of nades like that.
There was a 23-point gap between FLUX and HVVP at the start of this game, with HVVP getting 7 points on the game. A pretty solid result, all things considered. FLUX will need 30 points on the game, which would be a chicken dinner and 15 eliminations. Can't get that. They're only on 3 right now. There just isn't the numbers left in the lobby.
Yeah, this has been a very quiet game from FLUX. They stayed out of a lot of the action, and you kind of almost feel that desperation coming through from FLUX. They know they have to get far. It's a good rotate from them. Solke drops a nade in. It does a lot of damage over towards Monkey, but doesn't quite seal the deal. Here's the pin and runs away.
This is probably one of the first times we're seeing the 3-player MADBULLS buff in action. We saw it a lot in Western Europe. They'd lose a player and then frag out of their minds. MADBULLS 4 eliminations, playing on the inside. Solke close by, Solus. Dropping smoke, the Madhouse driving, coming in.
Solke knows. He's going to toss the grenade up top side. He's just about heard him. That's incredible awareness there. Does not do the damage though.
DENİZBANK Wildcats force this fight into linear fashion.
Needs it.
Oh, catch. So low. A nade over towards Monkey opens up the ground floor as well for FLUX to push. A nade is long. Skills' position severely hampered, but that's on the money. Will stop that backline being a problem. Skills drops down to hold the staircase. Will be able to get a lot of damage and drop down as well to cut off their retreat. Monkey potentially resable. MADBULLS play the old switcheroo card. In the meantime, the DENİZBANK Wildcats are just forcing this fight to go on.
They're watching. They know they don't have to get engaged too early. Once there's a full squad wipe, that's when they'll strike. Being a little bit patient about this. Monkey more than likely will go down. Skills is an absolute effort from this lad, honestly, on MADBULLS. It can only go so far. Now Zerich alive, hiding, waiting for potentially the push from Wildcats to assist, but they refuse to get any closer. Zerich finds one, a good start.
Okay, Zerich opening up the bidding, and FLUX taking heavy casualties, actually getting peppered on the sidelines now. The players on the forefront will not be able to take this push. They cannot make their way over to Solke at this stage with the DENİZBANK Wildcats where they are. The wall will be their final push. And Zerich can hold on out for MADBULLS with the zone going out their way. He will need to reposition. X-Ray might spot him first, though. Needs to be careful. Ketch actually makes that cross. Lutz allowed to do so as well. Solke, sure, almost about to bleed out, but somehow they make it across.
3 nades for Zerich. 3 very important nades if you are to go 1v3. And the blue starts to push. Wildcats handed the game by the blue itself. But now for Zerich, this is a big time for him. That smoke's going to be important. But these nades towards the FLUX team could mean a 2nd or a 3rd place.
Could make all the difference. Zerich drops the smokes, give themselves a little bit of a chance. Has 3 first aids, might see him pop one of them and then go for the push. Solke waiting it on out, but FLUX know that they have to make it through. Zerich doesn't manage to get it. It doesn't quite pop the first aid in time. Didn't have enough healing going there. Now 3 versus 4 on a difficult leave. They need nades, they need an opening, but they're just not going to be given it. They're playing off this ridgeline very, very well. The DENİZBANK Wildcats find 1 and a 2nd. Ketch falls, and it is DENİZBANK Wildcats. But a whole host of teams towards the top of the tables finish strong blank, and they keep that boundary moving.
OZAROX as well might sit themselves back towards that top side challenging, but MADBULLS really needed those points. FLUX also really needed those points. HVVP going down a little bit earlier opens that lead, opens that gap somewhat, John. So I think overall this was a pretty damn exciting game. I think for MADBULLS, they played it as best as they could. I think Skills has made an absolute heroic push towards TJB, taking that 1v2, which practically secured themselves that 3rd place. But either way, for Wildcats, it was either going to be incredibly difficult to cross that road or incredibly easy to have those players come to them, which is why you don't see them take that 3rd party so soon. They were just waiting for that next circle, see if it moves their way. If it does, the game's free. They don't have to make a massive push over their side.
The DENİZBANK Wildcats doing a lot of work towards the end. They played it nicely. Sure, it might have been a simple idea, but they did execute on that plan. And for it, they got a whole chunk of points.
Whole chunk of points indeed, and points that they maybe need. But obviously, we've been focused on quite a few different teams here with FLUX trying to keep their #1 spot or try to grab it back from HVVP, which they might have been able to do, but also MADBULLS as well, trying to maintain a top 3 hold here, try to build up as big of a lead as possible. And obviously Zerich and Skills, as you got to talk about them, they were able to just keep the team alive here, just to hang on for as many points as possible.
Yeah, I think with these type of games, Zerich might be in contention for the MVP position at the top of the leaderboards. He's been doing really, really good, especially in that first game. MADBULLS survived very long in this game too, but it's once again the top 3 teams that we see coming back. HVVP, the first chicken dinner, FLUX and MADBULLS until the very, very, very late game.
Yeah.
It's very rough competition at the top here.
There's so much to talk about again, like last game. I mean, it's funny, MADBULLS and OZAROX, they move not at all against one another as they sit in 3rd and 4th right now, both getting 14 points. But OZAROX had 15 points in the previous game. They'd already kind of closed that gap really, really nicely. But I will say, focusing on the winners here for a little bit, Jason, I like what WILDCATS brought to this game. They'd set themselves up in the best compound for a field finish, and then we're able to play the fields in the west side as we constantly get hard shifts toward the east towards Impala. They played the fields really well to be able to then get themselves up against this ridgeline next to Impala, and it was like trench warfare against everybody else in no man's land. It was not possible once that circle shifts towards WILDCATS for teams in Impala to survive. So it was a great game here for WILDCATS.
I mean, the way they were also approaching from the western side, you said they had the best compound, and after that, they understood, okay, the circle keeps shifting away from us over to the east, which we got so many eastern hard shifts this game. They're just like, okay, fight, stop, take the fight, heal up, then start rotating. They got, I think, 12 eliminations before they even got, 12 elims before they get to this position. And then you have the ridge, no one on your side of the road. Whoever comes out alive of the city of Impala, you're just going to pick them up one by one. It's the easiest finish you could get, and WILDCATS secure it,
But as you were saying, Max, this was also maybe a difficult zone to read, too, because that little bit of Impala was just barely in the zone you're talking about for the entire match, considering how things went. It's kind of tough to predict to maintain on that edge.
I mean, the main reason we thought that, I mean, you were talking about WILDCATS having a really good spot. I really liked the split from Unicorns of Love because it kept opportunities open for them to move, and it was just so central. It should have been a field finish, and at the end it's just hard shift east every single time. You can't predict those, and WILDCATS still with the circle just not like favoring them, make the most out of it, survived as a 4-man crew and secure the win, which is very impressive.
Yeah, the location and compound specifically that you're talking about with Unicorns of Love is technically on higher ground than the one that WILDCATS had. So in theory, if it becomes a very middle field finish, then that has great lines of sight on a lot of the teams that are trying to find themselves any kind of cover that they can find. But for WILDCATS, the strength of the compound that they had prior is that it is so open around them. It is like holding down a fortress. It's like, you know, the warehouse that we always see Eastern Stars hold, kind of near La Bendita, south of that. And we saw TJB in Western Europe hold that as well. It's kind of, to a degree, like that, but even more open around it. So yeah, it's very easy to hold.
We could take a look at the stats here for the DENİZBANK WILDCATS, and pretty consistent across the board here. I'm going to say DefoeX, you know, he's just being the support of the team here, like Kitsune in the last one. But 6 eliminations for Bor and 4 for X-Ray and 2 for Lux, with the damage, I mean, some pretty good numbers.
I feel good for Lux. You know, I felt sad until this point because he's always been solo at the end of a game. I don't know. It's just like, oh, you know, go on. Just he actually has a team at the finish there, so it feels good to see. But yeah, it's good to see WILDCATS able to get himself some good points here. I still don't think they are currently racing for that top 3. We still have our 3 main favorites at the top. But yeah, WILDCATS still a good game here.
I mean, a little contrast for them. I mean, in a lot of the games we've been watching throughout the tournament so far, they have been dropping on a severe edge of maps and things like that, and then have kind of been coming in a little bit late, a little bit slowly, but this time around they had a central spot for a good while. They showed that they were able to play central and able to follow these circles. So I liked it. I liked the initiative out of them this game compared to maybe some of the other games.
Well, you mentioned before playing maybe towards the edge on the outside. One team that does play like that, as we've been talking about quite a few times, and the team you predicted for this, BEŞİKTAŞ. I want to take a look at their player stats here because I want to hear the reasoning behind your pick and then what eventually did happen to them.
A good spot that they had in the north, basically. A little bit split. I was hoping that maybe Zessi would be able to support them once OZAROX rocked up on their position. OZAROX realized that they weren't going to be able to win that fight, so they effectively leapfrogged them and then caused them a whole lot of problems later on when BEŞİKTAŞ wasn't ready for that leapfrog. I do think I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt because I thought it was a good position, and it would have been a good position had they been a bit more forward thinking with how they were going to approach a fight, how they were going to move towards the southern positions, but it wasn't to be in this game.
Yeah, and I don't even think it's just this game where we see them being too split. It's a lot of the games are just split, a little bit too slow, and unfortunately teams just maybe take the fight and understand, okay, this fight doesn't make sense, and they just get leapfrogged so easily. And if they just a little bit quicker, they could be in the spot where OZAROX were. Maybe they have a chance to get a chicken dinner, but
as 4 and then work their way down.
Exactly, but it's just a little bit too slow. And unfortunately, teams in this type of lobby being too slow, that's one mistake that teams are going to capitalize upon, and unfortunately don't have that room for mistake in this championship.
Well, you have to remember they're saving strats for PMGC match.
Oh, true.
But what I don't get is, though, if you're an edge team and you're playing edge, you should know how to deal with the edge strats, with leapfrogs and such, and yet they're not able to do so. But either way, let's move on to our overalls here really quickly. You can see here we have HVVP in first place still, FLUX in second, MADBULLS in third. But look at that, OZAROX knocking on that door of MADBULLS here to surpass them.
2 points is so close, and OZAROX has played a blinder at the start of today. 15 points, 14 points. They've got a fire lit under them. If they're able to get top 3, hats off to them, because they've been playing really well.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, we are seeing a little bit of a gap develop between 4th and 5th place that wasn't there at the start of the day, because Unicorns of Love, QODEX haven't really been living up to what they did previously. And then we're seeing obviously a team with DENİZBANK WILDCATS coming in at the very end, potentially do it, but they need more wins than just this one.
And I really feel this could have been 2 really good games to start off the day for Unicorns of Love. The first game, they were in a central position, a little bit messy the way they regroup, lose players unfortunately in the rotation. Here we mentioned have a relatively good spot. Sure, the circle is not great for them as it keeps going to the east, but if they regroup and keep doing a very similar play style to WILDCATS, maybe they end up getting the win. So I think these 2 games really wounded Unicorns of Love in a way that's going to be hard to catch up.
We'll see if they can. We have 4 matches left to go today, so we're going to send on over to our casters here to hop back to Erangel here for the second to last time today.
The end inevitably draws nearer and nearer. Blank, there's a top 4 pack starting to develop fairly convincingly, but they're still not out of the woods just yet.
100%. I mean, Padre Blank here, you know, I've opened my book of Revelations and, you know, the end is nigh. The apocalypse is upon us. And at the moment, it's 2 bulls that will be raging through the entirety of Erangel. You've got OZAROX as well as MADBULLS themselves looking for these big wins because, like Jason said, they are knocking on the door at the moment and MADBULLS is in their seat refusing to answer, but the doorbell's going and it's getting annoying. So they need to get themselves a chicken dinner to send away this angry salesman.
They're turning off the TV, drawing the curtains, shutting the blinds.
Turning the lights off, yeah.
Turning the lights off.
No one's in! Go away!
Oh no, the car's at the drive.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh dear. But yeah, absolutely. It's really dangerous territory now for both of these teams because they are very much in with a chance. The DENİZBANK WILDCATS putting themselves in the only position along with, I say the only position, probably S2G, QODEX, Unicorns of Love, DENİZBANK WILDCATS need blinders and 4 bad games for the top 4 to be able to be in with a chance.
I don't understand how his numbers keep going up every game, yet we don't see them at the end. Yeah.
I am more eliminations?
Exactly. It's like, yeah, we did get the win, but check out my stats.
Stats, though.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's pretty good. He has, yeah, this game is interesting. For Erangel, you know, MADBULLS are very good at Erangel usually. And I think for them, you know, the pressure is now on. There is a world, though, with, you were saying this before, the FLUX with a 0-point game at the start of the day, 199 points. And I think that Claris is right. OZAROX has absolutely played to their best capability over the last 3 days. It looks fantastic. They're putting up these points where they can. But there's also a world where we see MADBULLS and OZAROX past FLUX. They go down to 4th place. We don't see FLUX go through to the PMGC. And honestly, I would be pleased with that. I would be pleased with that result. I feel bad saying that, seeing how well FLUX played on that first day, but they have not carried that through to any of their other days. And with such a massive head start, you would have felt that it would be fairly a simple job, a simple game to keep up there. And you saw the way they were playing during that last map on Miramar. They circumvented a lot of teams from their position up in Torre Armada. They were able to play on that east coast side, come on down, and then find themselves a very sneaky position inside Impala itself. And I feel like from now on, we will most likely see FLUX playing the points game, going for these high placements, trying to stay out of the action for as long as possible. But then, the way OZAROX is playing, the way MADBULLS are playing, they're heating up. They're looking for big games, and maybe the points game won't cut it.
Just a thunder going outside my window. I didn't even realize it was raining. But either way, when it rains, it pours.
Oh, it's dry.
These teams are going to try and stay as dry as possible when it comes to keeping their points totals going. I mean, as you say, right, it can be about consistency. But at the top of the tables, it's also very, very dangerous. Because you have that potential for the teams around you to have those pop-off games, because they are also some of the best teams in this tournament. It's really difficult to handle. Unicorns of Love losing Rolkis early, not going to be good. Means that they're unlikely to be able to control a favorable split here towards the late game, which gave them those 2 opportunities in the first 2 games so far today. They're not going to be given that again.
BEŞİKTAŞ over towards Yaz again. As per, Northern Circle up towards Severny. New Worlds don't have to make any awkward rotations over the top side of Stalber. Hamzy sent out very early from S2G up towards them. This is just the south side of New Worlds that we're looking at on our screen at the moment. So it provides an anchor point for the rest of S2G to latch onto and start wheeling in the hinge. So they should be okay in terms of positioning, and it's a good position in the tree line as well that Hamzy's picked up. TJB, I'm very happy, at least, that the fortune came true that at some point we would see big gains from TJB. And I always knew it would happen. It doesn't happen often enough, though, to see them in that top 3, to see them in that PMGC. I think they have themselves now a decent little roster. I like this with Lin, Tingsker, Zhao, and GK First. I think it works well together. I think we're starting to see some players on this team kind of rival GK First in performance as well. But I think they need more time. And I would be, if I'm being honest, I'd like to see this team stay together. And I'd like to see them again as well. I just don't think we'll be seeing them in the PMGC anymore at this point with only 4 matches left to go today. It would take something miraculous for that to happen. And we all know how consistent TJB is.
They've been a name in the circuit for such a while. It's been nice to see them. But as you say, unlikely we're going to be seeing them anymore for this year's worth of games, with PMGC being the next big tournament. And only 3 of these teams moving forwards, if you don't include S2G and BEŞİKTAŞ, which you do, unfortunately, for BEŞİKTAŞ, because they have been disappointing us, as we've covered quite a few times. S2G, one of the few teams that could potentially jump up into 3rd place as well, but that would be equally interesting if they're the ones taking those points away from that other middle pack, because of course it wouldn't matter if they got up into 3rd, because whoever was in 3rd would still qualify, given that it's 3 teams who haven't already qualified that would qualify. You understand what I mean? You know what the format's like.
Yeah, we've seen it often enough. We know exactly what's going on. This is the new point system, isn't it, Max? That's right. S2G finally make their way up towards the north side. Silas left behind, but has a vehicle. Most likely will make his way up there soon. In the meantime, HVVP, with the time that's afforded to them, meaning they don't have to move towards the eastern side of the map that they've had to do so many times, they're going to also split loot up towards the outskirts of Zaki. Get themselves a bit more loot on board. We've seen how influential nades, flashbangs, smokes, as well as Molotovs have been in a lot of these games. This is on the southern coast again. It's towards Pioneer. What's going on? Why are we looking at this?
It's not even relevant.
Not even relevant right now.
Looks nice though.
It does look nice. It is a beautiful part of the map.
It's very slim.
As is this. Thank you, observers. I appreciate it. the old pit stop. Oh, Corker. Hang on.
There he goes. Oh dear.
Yeah, somehow he has refueled some lightning fast speed over in the showroom. Interesting stuff, to say the least.
Good for business.
Good for business. If you can move like that in a fight, then I'd be extremely happy. But I think that was just a little observing bug. So we'll ignore that. We'll put that past us for the time being. SURREAL on their approach at the moment. We won't talk too much about them anymore. S2G, like we said before, have found this compound down towards the south side of New Worlds. HVVP starts to scout out, sending Kitsune first up towards the top side of shooting range.
Teams moving up north early. There was a significant clump of teams who dropped out fairly northern around that Severny area. They did split up afterwards, but teams will be able to regroup back on in. HVVP moving up north. MADBULLS yet to leave their quarry position. Pioneer playing pin the tail on the Wildcat as they're waiting for him.
I mean, Wildcats one of the few teams that with a good game could put themselves in a position with the games on the rest of the day to start earning some good points and maybe sifting their way up in terms of prize pool, maybe even into the top 3, but Pioneer is looking to see that that doesn't happen. The Wildcats aren't moving as of yet. They realise that this circle gives a lot of time for Pioneer to move and will most likely gatekeep here. Moneyken, though, spots Rip 7 there from GG. Won't be able to take him out of the back seat.
That's more damage, though, for his damage total for MVP race.
That's true.
So it's all worth it. It's all good. QODEX playing on that northern shore already. Next circle will be popping in due course, probably just under 20 seconds or so. MADBULLS have moved up to Gatka, still playing a 2-2 split with 2 of their players playing all the way back on the southwest side. Pioneer yet to leave their bridge camp. DENİZBANK Wildcats yet to go for that crossing. The shift does go north of the river, so those teams who managed to make their way up that north side, pretty happy.
Pretty good position that HVVP holds at the moment on this coastal edge. It's not really anyone that's going to be challenging them on this side. Most teams opted to head on the eastern approach. Wildcats now finally making that move over the bridge, being very cautious though. You can see them stopping and they actually find an elimination, I believe, over towards Pioneer, which is not exactly how they felt that this would go down. And now the Wildcats might just be able to barge on past Pioneer.
Was that a Pioneer player that went down? Or was it a Wildcats player?
It was a Wildcats player in the midst of them.
I think they sent across and they weren't aware of that bridge camp and they lost a player to it. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Pioneer, they've got the value, but now there's no way that the DENİZBANK Wildcats actually go for this. They're going to break out to the east. Pioneer should be going now. They should be leaving after they've grabbed a little bit of loot that they can from the delivery that they were served.
HVP currently have FLUX not far behind Tixi at the moment. That's all the way up on that northern edge, and the rest of the team is looking to come in and challenge. I think FLUX was a little bit reluctant to head up towards that North George side, and instead swung back down towards Everest, and now have decided they're going to move back up again. They're sent away, though, towards Zaki. That's outside the blue. FLUX learned their lesson from HVP. Tell them to go wait outside.
I mean, you chase a solo player too long, you know they're going to lead you into the arms of a trap. So they're going to try and play a little bit safer instead, scout out the backfill areas. Really pick up a vehicle or 2 more as well. That'd be useful. Keep them nice and spread out. Should be fairly looted. They've had a long time in South George. MADBULLS up towards Everest now. Will be crossing over on the Georgia Pole bridges. TJB, unfortunately, take a knock there on the south side, but very resible in their position. VIRTUS.PRO close by.
BEŞİKTAŞ also made their move from Yaznaya, MUERTE following closely behind. MUERTE, we've not been really able to talk about this team too often. Feels like they have just been going down in the midst of the action a fair few times. It's actually weird. They've completely slipped from my mind, honestly, the last couple of days. OZAROX, though, one of the big challengers, heading over the top side of Stalba, keeping things fairly safe, fairly secret. QODEX are holding on that side, but only have 2 players in Moneyken and Vito.
Playing up there with 2 is not ideal. TJB, they've spotted some players coming across the bridge. First to light them up. It's going to be GK first and actually gets Timber. The rest of SURREAL not going to be able to answer with a knock, and that's bold push for GK first, but he gets back behind some rock cover, and the rest of TJB can potentially push in to go for this challenge. Lin close by, but looking for more oversight than going for this push. It's Tingskur to actually bring up with another player over on the buggy as well to guard out this position. Hop out, Showers there. They want this res, they want the suppression. Lin has the angle onto Jetkill, but they're still going to be able to pop those nades down. Not quite finding fully GK first. They need to stick the res now, or he's going to go out, and that's another nade over the top. SURREAL piecing it all together on the central island. They have managed to keep themselves going, but Tingskur finally gets an answer. Xiao has been knocked in the meantime. Archon down low, Timber and Beasthammer up top. Another nade sees that TJB are going to be down to just the 2, Blake.
SURREAL just cannot catch a break here. Have to go for the res over towards Jet Gill. In the meantime, Circle shifted up towards that northwest, towards HVVP, no less. And Unicorns of Love tried to move through the guys of S2G. It's like a bog on that side of the map, and Unicorns of Love unfortunately find themselves tripping.
Caught in the quagmire. I mean, you said it moved up towards HVVP, but almost more importantly, it moved up towards FLUX. MADBULLS are trying to push in on that northwestern side as well. And that east edge is going to be really, really hard to make anything of. Everybody trying to break out. SURREAL, though, still trying to fight off against TJB.
Lin able to find Timber. No full elimination found as of yet, though, over towards that side of the team. OZAROX does take down a player from QODEX. That's on that northeast edge. FLUX, yes, on that northwest side. However, HVVP did come out the door to give them a talking to. Was able to eliminate Solus as they came back into the fold, and now left scared on the edge. Saving grace for them is this western edge is very clean of players, of teams, so they'll be able to hold here for quite some time. Should give them at least some placement points if they can remain hidden on this side of the map.
All four big teams in pretty solid spots now, Blank. SURREAL with just the one player standing, 3 knocks on the southeast side. Going to be very difficult to make head nor tail of it for them. Smokes out for Moneyken. Wants to slow things down. Last player standing for QODEX. Can he put that big MVP energy to use, Blank? I'm not sure against 4 from OZAROX, who've been on form so far. Sephir backed off by the Unicorns of Love as a third party comes on in and keeps Moneyken going.
Yeah, Moneyken just remains here, and I think that OZAROX were expecting very little or no kind of defense on this side. Moneyken is sat down, though, of a nade that goes through the top. Unicorns of Love with limited players, not quite able to take the fight to them. But only got 2 left alive, but 2 knocks go through over towards OZAROX, and MUERTE not far behind.
Reznov up top side, low, but not knocked. Storm yet to get rezzed, as Crypto has the oversight on the position. Quite a bit of time left on his timer, but OZAROX will have to make that move now. With that little bit of time to play with. New World's out to the western side of Severny, with a couple of knocks their way from the shooting range teams. GOODGUYS and S2G holding there. And HVVP get the massive shift that they were looking for.
Delivered a care package as well. And MADBULLS realise that they have to move up now. And with FLUX playing so safe on the edge, now they have to start moving in, but there were so many teams much closer towards this position that could take up strong spots. The FLUX, I feel like they're going to be left out in the storm here. Without a coat, MADBULLS will take down an initial player there from GG as they try to take up a similar position on this side of the map and immediately flush, but that's taken away from S2G.
All right, fair enough. You don't want to be giving the MADBULLS points, and OZAROX are going to be happy about that with the points differences so close. GOODGUYS, Realm is knocked, Rip 7 eliminated. Southeast side of the circle near to S2G, and they can res this one. No nades coming through from S2G at the moment. Take that back, there was one. Did go for the splash, though, a little bit close. Hang on a minute, there's a side swipe. It's the MADBULLS. They want their elimination back.
But there's nades going over the top towards there. MADBULLS are trying to see them away from that position. The nade just goes far enough, but it's BEŞİKTAŞ coming in from behind.
Could be playing spoiler here. A lot of damage being done to the backlines. S2G do lose a player. MADBULLS are taking shots over towards this encampment as well, but there's players up the hill to worry about. It's the DENİZBANK WILDCATS from the south side, potentially pushing along that same line of axis. Monkey does have that off angle there. You can see him on the south side of that mini-map right there. But they should be knowing, they should be seeing that position. And the DENİZBANK WILDCATS should be able to look out and handle that. MADBULLS playing with 4.
The Monkey has to really play an absolute critical role in this engagement because the MADBULLS aren't in the best of positions here. The Wildcats have the high ground. MADBULLS want to get further in, though.
VIRTUS.PRO coming in the back, and there's Boran going down and getting flushed almost immediately. A 3-player rock-up comes through from VIRTUS.PRO. And another of the DENİZBANK WILDCATS players goes down, caught between VIRTUS.PRO and the MADBULLS. Lux falls, and that's pinched away by MUERTE. The MADBULLS getting denied so many of these points, Blank.
And they're important points as well. I mean, every single elimination a single point added to your tally. Unicorns of Love not done yet with OZAROX.
Okay.
Annoyed that they would dare to challenge them.
Two of the OZAROX players down already. Swain has the challenge this time. It's not going to be answered. And actually, it's BEŞİKTAŞ who get these knocks going back the other way. Heals can come through from Swain. Storm crawling over the Silhouette ridgeline. But Unicorns of Love can't control that. They're sticking the res in the meantime. And the reses can come through towards the back. But unfortunately, it's now just Swain from OZAROX. Fortunately, though, for the MADBULLS, that means one of the main contenders is out of the running for a little bit.
To MUERTE, I said I put them from my mind, but now they're starting to light up a little bit. Take shots down towards the MADBULLS. They've been taking out players all over the place. Nox looking to be picked up, but Swain thinks better of it and just moves away, swings on the beachhead. A triple prediction on HVVP. How can Jason get this wrong?
A little bit to the left on that buggy. And I would have had it. Potentially dodging the extra bullet on the slowdown. But you're right, a triple prediction. This is an HVVP game to lose.
Yeah, I haven't talked about them so much from the beginning, honestly, just because of how good of a spot it is. And with that circle, it's not impossible for them to really lose from here. Such a strong compound, so difficult to take them away from this. MADBULLS loses a player, and VP hot on their heels. With OZAROX going down as well, this is a great chance for MADBULLS to try and get some points and escape away from the clutching hands of OZAROX. They did get 4 eliminations this game, and with only 2 right now for the MADBULLS, they will have passed them on the leaderboard, just for the time being.
Placements, though, will be important. I think OZAROX were able to get 1 or 2 placements on it.
Skills has to make these shots work, and he does.
Excellent spray down. It did trade off onto Effect, but Zerich is close enough to go for that res. VIRTUS.PRO slowed down, but Skills's gets isolated by Corker and taken down. That is massive for the VIRTUS.PRO push on the south side. The res comes through onto Discrim, and they can move in towards the back of MADBULLS, who are looking for the res, trying to play Anchorus 3. Skills is isolated, unlikely to get this one back up. It's a difficult hill cross, and they are taking shots.
I think for MADBULLS, Skills was really important there to be able to get that knock, which allowed the rest of the team to send away underneath the cover of just a teammate going down. But you can see how low the rest of the MADBULLS players are. And Skills, as I would say in that situation, gets a little bit greedy. He'd done enough with that knock. He didn't have to go for the flush. Maybe could have regrouped with his team if he's able to place a smoke down and not spotted by Corker. Again, a very difficult shot to hit, but in the championships, those are the kind of sprays that you have to expect.
BEŞİKTAŞ on the east, taking shots from New Worlds just to their northern side. At the moment, there's only 3 4-player teams. New Worlds on the north playing a 2-2 split. They have a fairly solid spot on the northeast edge. VIRTUS.PRO on the south side, currently facing off against the MADBULLS to make their push. And of course, HVVP playing central. Discrim goes in for the push from the top. Will roll on down. Tuluka to follow as well. The first goes over towards Monkey. They do manage to trade it off. Do manage to get some knocks sent back their way. And Effect lands a second as well. Flush good for 1, but it's just Effect left in the melee. S2G are rocking up into this fight as well. 3 of their players moving on in. Silas is the forward position. The point of the spear for them, and they will slink back up towards him, playing as 3. VIRTUS.PRO have 2 up the top, and at the moment, S2G have the numbers on the south.
To MUERTE, keeping the guys at bay there, but finally they will fall. MADBULLS taken out by a beautiful nade there from Corker, but VP sacrifices that for some more points, but will all go down quite quickly versus MUERTE, and MADBULLS just could not hold out from the onslaught coming through from that south side, constantly trying to get close to the circle, but every time you get further in, you're getting further down the hill, and in a way, those players outside the blue have an advantage against you. It's so difficult to play from there.
It's 4 points apiece for MADBULLS and OZAROX, meaning that that bubble gap is going to stay at 2 blank. It is still very, very close. Both FLUX and HVVP still in it. And blank, this shift goes away from HVVP for the first time in a long time.
Towards FLUX. And again, this is the numbers games they're playing. They're just playing for these placement points. And in this case, it has worked out. OZAROX hasn't been able to field too many points this game. Neither has MADBULLS. So will be FLUX living for another day. But it will just be another day as we head to that next game very shortly over on Sanhok. Maybe MADBULLS, with a lot of their success coming through on Sanhok in the Western Europe, can pull something out. But right now, I would say FLUX is playing the smart game.
They have a solid position. S2G trying to send it real fast right into the middle. They have 3 players, but Silas gets cut up in the melee. FLUX take the first. The knock and the flush comes through. That is really bold, and I think just too much to bear. S2G going to go down in the middle. New Worlds making their push, trying to leapfrog ahead of HVVP. And HVVP, they're not landing these sprays. Blank, they're not going to be able to take one of the players down. Finally, Matic gets one done, but they've made it to a ridgeline, and there is some cover for them to play from. And they are in the next circle. HVVP, not so lucky. MUERTE can push it on the south.
FLUX Solus so low there, but does get himself back up to speed, and now into a 5th place potentially. MUERTE moves up, but for HVP, getting those eliminations as they cross was never the idea in the first place. They just needed to take shots towards the vehicle, get damage done. Meku, completely out in the open, just loses his head. He doesn't know where he is in that situation. He's lost.
They've been in that compound for so long, and they might have just taken a little bit too long to leave it. New Worlds leapfrogged on the northern side, and that is just too much pressure. This was a really important position for them to be able to control, and now it's been taken away. They weren't able to suppress that rotation. A nade finds the flush onto Meku. Another knock comes on through, and Matic continues the HVVP bleed out.
Jason cursing the 2 lads on the desk there. They try to predict HVVP from a pretty much unlosable spot. He's there to drag them down. It's just so unfortunate. New Worlds, under a massive amount of pressure, do make this rotate, and HVP cannot take out the vehicles quick enough.
They're going to have to go out the side, and that's right into the sidelines of New Worlds. They're going to have to spin very quickly, and New Worlds have complete broadside on this. They're crossing the road. It'll be a miracle if they make it, and they won't be able to do so. MUERTE have the other side of it, and it is just too much. HVVP down, and with FLUX still in it, this is a chance for FLUX to make that difference back again.
Remained out of the action, remained hidden, silent, but it has taken them far here. Only 3 eliminations, very similar to their previous game. But it's those placement points they're looking for. If they can consistently put them up each game, top 3 is still within their reach.
9 points on the game for HVVP. Started the game at a 13-point difference. So FLUX need 13 points more. So 24 points, 24 points is their goal.
They should definitely hit it. A big game like this, I mean, they do have to move in. New World in a tough spot at the moment, but able to get a big resupply, sending grenades over towards Ingish's position, who is glaring menacingly over towards Havlik. Lightning sparks between them. They both know that one has to go down, hoping it's not them first.
Grab the points while you can. Ingish wants to put a stop to it now. Pioneer's last player. For MUERTE, this is quite important as well to ladder up. I mean, at the moment, Pioneer sat 1 place above them on the tables.
Tickle will do it.
Takes them down with a nade.
New World hears those shots, knows the position. Maybe not the player that they should be looking at, though. FLUX now starting to creep their way over that edge side. HVVP, like you said, don't leave quick enough, and New World makes a super slick rotation without all eyes on it and all shots missing, like you said. Just doesn't come to pass.
Nobody pulling the trigger. FLUX with the better position in the circle in terms of control of percentage of area. Resupplying, redistributing, stimming up. Looking fairly healthy. I mean, full armor and helmet there for Catch.
Yeah, for New World, they need to push in. They do have high ground, so it's something nice to play around with. But if you look at Rookie, 1 first aid kit, 1 Molotov. There's a nade here for Solus, and as they get closer and closer, they realize that the nade range becomes ever so important. Ingish also plays a pivotal role here. Depends which team he decides to assassinate first. FLUX much closer, but his eyes look to be bearing over towards New World.
Everybody chilling out right now, but this circle closing will be the deciding factor. Solar's worried about the off angle, but it's just not quite right.
Now he knows.
Sees that nade coming on out.
Oh, surely he spots that.
He's seen 2 of them, but they haven't seen him. He has that little patch of extra long grass there to play around. Spots Solus. Fireflux losing Solus on the flank, but there's an answer. Oh my goodness me. Kamikaze puts him down. Fireflux crawling back. Can they get this res? I don't think they can. New Worlds can use this as go time. Kamikaze opens up with that flush over onto Solus. Off a cheeky little knock from the MUERTE's lone player, and Lutz falls as well. New Worlds looking to put a spoiler to Fireflux with a fairly low elimination count. They won't be able to make all the difference, but with an aid around the side, it puts Ketch into 1 versus 2. Kamikaze goes low, doesn't go down just yet, strafes out wide, and he will not be able to land the shots. New Worlds take it down. MUERTE pivotal in those final moments, and Fireflux don't get the result they were looking for.
That could have been a huge game for Fireflux as well. Still a good amount of points, 16 there with the 4 eliminations they held in the 2nd place. But was it enough, really? 16 points, it doesn't see them safe, but it keeps them in that running towards the top. And that's the most important thing for them right now, is to stay in that running. They don't want to lag behind here. MADBULLS and OZAROX desperately trying to find their mark, trying to find that chicken dinner. But now only 3 matches left on the day. English, absolute star player this map, did unbelievable stuff for the rest of his team and got fairly far through. And I said I didn't really see much happening from MUERTE, and English seems to have heard that and stepped up massively.
And New Worlds as well. I mean, we've seen it a little bit from them before. They had 2 chicken dinners before this one. They will add it up to a 3rd, but tied with the most chicken dinners in the lobby at the moment. But they're a little bit too far down the tables for it to matter on the qualification spots. But there's plenty of shifts there too.
What a spicy chicken dinner here for New Worlds as they close themselves a victory. But to be honest, there's so much to talk about. I don't know if we want to hit on New Worlds first, HVVP, but the fact is, New Worlds getting a little bit lucky? Question mark?
I mean, lucky that HVVP did not do anything would be the way to formulate, I guess, this game. Because, I mean, we predicted, all of us, HVVP for a reason. They had such a good position. It's a position we saw them play every single time in PMPL Western Europe, and undecisiveness, I have the impression, just cost them the game there.
Not lucky. Great decision-making. The only decision-making that they could have made, considering what they had to do here. The leapfrog above HVVP to one of the only spots any team on the east side could have played was fantastic. We were talking about that position. That is technically the only spot that HVVP could have taken. They were too slow on the upstart, were not able to knock New Worlds as they make that rotate, and because of that, you get punished as HVVP. Even though they had a great compound, the problem is the road, right? The problem is the road. If you're trying to get across that, it is an absolute death gauntlet. It's a death run. But for New Worlds, they made it happen, and they continued to go. I didn't expect them to get the win off there. Sorry, I'll shut up now. I've talked for a long time.
Can we just talk about how insane it is that they all survived and crossed that position? And
they should. Some should have been knocked.
Exactly. At least one, and it went buggies too. Like the non-safest option to make a rotate like that happen, and they just all make it. I think one gets knocked, two gets knocked, and one gets flushed, unfortunately. But they make it over there. Like, that's mental.
But sometimes in PUBG Mobile, that's what you've got to do. You've got to make these Hail Mary sends, because that's a winning play. That's not a second, third, fourth place play. That's a winning play, is that send up to that one of the only locations they could have taken, with FLUX looking down on the rest of the positions that were available.
I mean, we did even mention earlier, like around when we predicted HVVP, I think even you, Klaus, were saying, why doesn't HVVP leave a player up towards the north to prevent that sort of backfill, that sort of rotate? But we didn't see them do that at all. They just kind of left it open.
Well, the potential for leaving someone up there was for earlier circles. If somebody kind of like come around, and maybe they could have used that position as maybe like a little bit of a flex, saying, no, don't come this way. We're going to be shooting at you and trying to stop you. But New Worlds left this late enough for it to be absolute madness and work off the back of the eastern side, because they didn't go far around the north. Like, when I say far around the north, I mean way up towards kind of cliff faces, near the ocean, etc., and things like that. Not like that, but this was, this was a Hail Mary play, but it was a great play.
Yeah, I mean, it was all in or go home, unfortunately, for them. If you do not make that play, what are you going to do? You just stay onto the eastern side, allow HVVP to cross the road. Exactly, you just go down, unfortunately, maybe try and survive a little bit longer, maybe do a heal off at the end to try and just survive on that side of the road. But HVVP is your main competition, not taking the fight directly, just leapfrog their spot, and then you have a living chance to get the win, which is what we saw there.
Well, speaking of leapfrogging, maybe they've actually moved up the leaderboards as well here, a little bit closer towards that top three. But let's actually jump into their player stats here to get an idea who was really stepping up for the team. I think we were talking about Kamikaze quite a bit, because he was the one rotating towards that north side alone to kind of scout things out. I think even you, Klaus, you predicted they would rotate towards his position to eventually make their way in towards the circle.
Yeah, I mean, again, it had to happen. Otherwise, there's no other method by which you can do this. There was a small concern moment for me when New Worlds was kind of like indecisive where they were going to go. They were kind of a 2-2 split, 2 north of the road, 2 south of the road, kind of sending to where Fache was from Pioneer, I believe it was. And eventually they kind of settled on that. I think if they'd have gone north at that time, in that particular moment, I think it would have been the incorrect play. So they left it to just the right moment.
I actually really like their 2-2 split, because it just keeps options open. And the moment they saw that circle kind of center up over to the more western side of HVVP, they're like, okay, let's regroup. And then they just, because they still had 4 players alive from that position, and had, I think, that 4 cars still up and running about, so they could make that rotation afterwards. So 2-2 split is good, and there was no teams really around them to cause an issue. So the execution on them was fine, and like that, once again, that decision making on that play was key for them to get the win.
Well, a big win for them for New Worlds, but again, there's still a battle happening for 3rd place, and that's between MADBULLS and OZAROX, who yet again get the exact same amount of points in this match at 4 apiece. So let's take a look here at a head-to-head between these two teams, and to be honest, I think we were talking about, Klaus, we were watching, we were surprised to see OZAROX actually even make it that far into the late game.
I was surprised they got out of Severny. The way in which there was so many teams on the kind of west edge of Severny, I'm surprised they got out. Not huge amounts of points here, but enough to kind of, as you say, keep them in the running. So I said it earlier, and I'm going to say it here again. I feel like there's a little bit of a fire under OZAROX. I feel like they know that this is very capable and very achievable. So for them to survive the way they did coming out of Severny, even that was commendable, never mind anything else.
Yeah, and I love what MADBULLS done. I mean, there's something that's a little bit hard to spot like that if you don't have a map feed you're looking at, but they sent Effector Scout towards FLUX and S2G at one point. Not really shooting, he's just in the car making rounds, right, trying to make as much sound as possible. And all the teams you see instantly when Effector's in the vicinity, S2G, FLUX leave because they're scared. Is this a full team? We don't want to hold on to the southern side, we're just going to leave. And the moment the Effect knows, okay, no teams are here, the entire team joins up, they got a good high ground position, start going downhill afterwards. It's a small thing, but just scaring teams off is a very important part of the game.
An anchor position of where Effect was, and then the 3 further south, carves you out a decent chunk of the map and the circle that you can control and make sure that nobody's backfilling your position. And that's what MADBULLS is very adept at when we see them in these games. And they constantly are using this time and time again to be able to make sure nobody's coming in the backside of them so that they can be able to fend off other threats elsewhere.
Okay, well, we have about 2 minutes till we get into our next match here, so let's take a quick little look at the updated overall standings, get an idea of how close things might be. We still see HVVP in the lead at 221. We can see OZAROX 194, 196. I was hoping that New Worlds would have had a massive climb up from this match, maybe put them in reach for top 3, but it might just be a little bit too late.
It's been 2 points for the last 3 games running, I think, or something.
Still, yeah, it's insane the fact that that gap is still there. But
so good.
As we stated at the start now, we have these top 4 teams currently that you got this block that's just separating himself from the teams below them. And OZAROX, really a team that I did not expect to be able to compete against these top teams, but man, it's working out, and a good performance could put them up in top 3.
Quite apt that these 2 teams are locking horns with one another at the very 3rd and 4th spot. Let's be real. That is too perfect to be perfect. It's ridiculous.
And we still have, what, 3 matches left to go, so we could see that gap just maintain its position or potentially be overtaken or stretched out. We'll see. New Worlds, though, only able to get into 9th place at 162 points. Realistic for them to come back? I mean, 30-ish points behind. I mean, I think it comes down to this match. You can't really expect them to win like the 2 last matches back-to-back. So if they have a decent game here, maybe they can, but it's still going to be a tough ask.
You're on about New Worlds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I mean, on Sanhok, they're pretty decent here. They've already got themselves a win. They've constantly put themselves in compounds where they could flex out to get a win. It was just, unfortunate for them, QODEX that really stifled them in the previous one. So actually, it's not a big ask for Sanhok on New World.
Yeah, it's actually interesting because when you were looking back at this previous game, HVVP, right, gave himself a little bit undecisiveness at the finish there because they're in the top position. Maybe that's that stress, you know, to make into PMGC. Any mistake might cause you to miss out on your spots. So, man, the competition is very tight at the top and the stress is present.
Oh, yeah, I can feel the stress in here, to be honest, for all these teams. I mean, PMGC, that's what they play the entire year for, to get into the biggest event of the year, to play for $1 million on the line. But they still have to get through these next 3 matches to get there. So let's hit it back over to John and Blank to kick it off.
Oh, it's all just so exciting, isn't it, Blank? We're so excited to be back in for the 4th game of the day coming through. It's been quite a roller coaster around that bubble.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 separate maps now, which will decide it all. We're playing Sanhok, we're playing Erangel, and we're finishing over on the hot sands of Miramar. And it really is the hot seat when you head over towards that map. But first of all, we're going to have to play Stifled Sanhok. And it really is stifled for OZAROX as well as MADBULLS at the moment, because both these teams just 2 points apart from one another. What a terrifying prospect for both these guys. And it is 2 points to separate them from PMGC or not.
I mean, it's heel strat time, right? For both of these teams. You've got to feel like that's the best way to go here. Try and just confirm solid points, so even if there is a pop-off game from your counterpart, you are still in the running.
Exactly, but for MADBULLS playing in Painan, you wonder if they'll even go for this heel strat. And it really does frustrate me in a way, John, because the amount of success that we've seen MADBULLS have on Sanhok is probably more than any other team. And, you know, you could say in Western Europe, MUERTE or GG having some good heel strats over on this map as well, but MUERTE getting consistent points, getting consistent podium finishes, fine. But for Western Europe, for Sanhok, in terms of getting those chicken dinners, getting those big games, those big eliminations, it was all MADBULLS back then.
Just haven't seen that same consistency. They're trying to bring it back. Very split around Painan. They haven't actually dropped in the middle of it at the moment. They're playing all 4 corners of it instead. TJB, QODEX. It's not going well for TJB. They're losing too early.
QODEX, big gamers over towards Sanhok.
Huge gamers. Absolutely. Been doing a lot, certainly at the start of this game. 2 eliminations to kick off. How much better could you get?
I mean, chicken dinner yesterday, like you said, John, fantastic. Now taking down Fash from Pioneer. What is happening?
All right.
What's going on?
Okay.
You're making a lot of enemies right now, lads.
MVP, very important. Moneyken, more damage, more eliminations.
It's all about the stats. Check out my stats. I mean, that's Moneyken's catchphrase, right? I hear him saying it. Yeah, I've heard him say it before. You know, he comes on the interview, he's like, check out my stats. That's all you need to know. And then you ask him any other question, and that's his only retort every single time. That's canon now. That is what happens when you get Moneyken on an interview.
Look, just because you have the same hairstyle doesn't mean you can read his mind.
I can. I'm very good at reading people, particularly Moneyken and his stats.
What about Ken?
Ken, I don't know that guy. Who is he?
Who's that? Never heard of him.
Never heard of him. Yeah, MADBULLS take a pretty aggressive split at the start of the game here. I don't mind it, honestly. They haven't been challenged in Painan whatsoever, and most of the teams that they have identified down towards that southern coast, it's been a lot of times OZAROX and MUERTE fighting off against one another, which, you know, you can see this map. There's no MUERTE or OZAROX eliminations in the feed this early on. That's because OZAROX has decided to not at all challenge this team. And why would they? When everything's on the line here, and it's your Sanhok, you do not want to be going out in 16th place or even just losing a couple of members. You know how scrappy those early fights of the game can be.
Do you not want to get embroiled in that? QODEX scrapping out 3 eliminations. Moving over towards black-white. Might be able to rack up a 4th. Complete the set. Although it is on a split set. Oh dear. Oh dear. Team shots coming through. QODEX lighten up the hillside there. Black-white. No chance of getting that bar back up, especially if QODEX are going to continue to run through. Struggle with that one. But we got there in the end.
I mean, so did QODEX. The amount of space that they have cleared in the first couple of minutes of the game,
oh, wow,
is unbelievable. TJB sent away. Pioneer also sent away. They have the entirety of the central island to themselves. No one has challenged them. S2G might want to move down, but I don't think anyone wants this kind of smoke coming through from QODEX at the moment. I'll hit you with a quick and fast uppercut if you get anywhere close to them. They're looking extremely on point at the moment.
Wow, quick and fast. That's very impressive stuff.
Oh yeah, rapid
also,
attacks.
This is one of the teams in those middle pack of teams where you can ladder up very, very effectively with good games, right? And that is a big bonus when it comes to that paycheck, because even though you might not have those PMGC spots in your sights anymore, there is still that opportunity to ladder up and grab a whole bunch more cash.
I mean, never say never to QODEX. So many times this team can suddenly turn it on. Storm takes shots over to MUERTE. Dadaev has a DBS. I don't think that thing is going to hit any shots from this range, so we'll go for some heals. MUERTE, in the meantime, are off on a different angle, though, so a little bit of a scary flank there for OZAROX. Luckily, they have the cave to dip back into, should they need to. Dadaev does spot one player. Dangerous to take these shots, realizes it, and just backs behind the rock here, waiting for support from the rest of his team.
OZAROX just chilling south side, closer to MUERTE. No pushes just yet. MUERTE may be looking to push down after they cross, but for now, fairly chill. FLUX very, very split behind them. Northwest side HVVP have put Tixi on the main island compound, on that confluence of rivers, on that central area where they can cross. So they do have that path available to them if HVVP want to push through, because remember, there is still that race in the top spot that's going on between FLUX and HVVP with a 6-point difference.
Tommy gun in hand for Kivik. Extended fire, that'll benefit him with the amount of bullets in the chamber. 50 total there. Havlik off and away though. Looks like QODEX will just pass right by his teammate. Behind that tree, might be spotted. Luckily, QODEX is just not find the angle. It's not peak that player, so Kivik might be able to strike from behind. They have 2 angles to play from here. MADBULLS scarily close as well, and S2G getting into position. Haven't come into much contest whatsoever, and I think S2G feeling quite nervous at this point in time. Thinking where exactly all the players are. QODEX has already dealt with most of them.
Central areas, though.
Oh, Moneyken. He knows.
Oh, it's more damage. More damage, please. Thank you. Very good. Almost on the 500 mark for the game. I think already got 2 eliminations. It's quite something. Havlik shot down, and MADBULLS picked that one up.
Circle shifts down towards the southeast side. MUERTE wanted to take the fight to OZAROX if they wouldn't take it to them, but then they found GG instead.
We'll be able to find Rip 7 to start things off in a close quarters compound position on the off. Not really going to be able to do too much from there. DeMuerte playing close. Darev, I mean, you told us he had the DBS earlier at range, but this time around it's going to be a whole lot more effective. Nades coming through from Flyke at the back, putting them in through the windows. Seemingly Meds fairly lacking, but Darev does nail the shots over onto Zed Wolfram out the back. They know he's there. Folky cannot face the push. Will look for a challenge, but won't even be able to find any of the Muerte players. Instead, it has to be a third-party knock that slows them down, but it's all too little too late.
MADBULLS spot this one out. There's a lot of meds down towards these guys from DeMuerte. Skillses doesn't want to go too far. Relays the information back towards the rest of his team, looking to slow down this escape from DeMuerte. No retreat for them. Takes out the vehicle, removes the wheels from this team. There's still a bike though. Then again, not always the best thing in the world. Veto dropped by VP. Very close to them and will be knocked as well and flushed.
QODEX 5 eliminations so far in the game. VP are getting backed off. I think that's from either OZAROX or potentially even a FLUX player there. From the opposite side from QODEX, who are on 3 now after that flush.
Ooh, look at that. BEŞİKTAŞ crawling up towards MADBULLS. Find the first one to effect. A bad start from them. This has happened a few times. Luckily, there is a refrag. Naden for Enjoy though, and Monkey's position is known.
Will be naded on towards Molotov to slow down a push. Enjoy can put that nade back over towards Monkey. Feeds away down the hillside with it. Wants to get back to some more cover. As MADBULLS want to keep this pressure up. The rest of BEŞİKTAŞ moving in to take the challenge with MADBULLS. Sun HP breaks out wide. Micro Uzi in hand. Skillses puts the nade behind the rock. Does a little bit of damage. There is information. And Sun HP back up to feet. Falls back and away. Peace yet to get rezzed.
Effects on his feet though. So potentially MADBULLS might want to press down onto this. BEŞİKTAŞ have caused problems for MADBULLS in the past. This time they sit themselves a little bit further away from BEŞİKTAŞ, on top of the hill, waiting for them to come towards them. Enjoy on a bit of a flank himself, but down the hill, not ideal for him. Stims up and available, but it's HVVP to chime in on the retreat from BEŞİKTAŞ.
Tixi on the forward position for HVVP. 2 more players from HVVP coming in to back it up. They've just crossed the river on the western side. Kitsune still over in Camp Alpha, looting up as much as possible. Zessi will be spotted. Look at this. Tixi doing so much work as a solo for HVVP. MADBULLS are actually going to push in on it. Pinch away, certainly the one as Zerich looks for a second, but they're still broad on this hillside to HVVP's position. They're going to know that it's limited numbers. They'll have only heard the 1 set of gunshots, so they know only 1 person looking their way. That gave them the confidence to go for that push.
Tixi so furious in that moment as he has to drop the mag out and pop another one in just as he did see Skills has dropped down in his vehicle, pick up the 2 elims. It's good for MADBULLS though. 3 eliminations already is really quite the strong start here. And getting rid of BEŞİKTAŞ in the meantime is probably one of the more important things for them. Gives them a lot more space to play with now. They have been a thorn in their side throughout the majority of these Sanhoks. OZAROX similarly kind of held out though towards the bottom side from DeMuerte. Might struggle to make their way up. Right on the edge of the circle too. MADBULLS a little bit further in. Enjoy playing Assassin.
Seeing what they can do. BEŞİKTAŞ held that junction compound before and left it out. HVVP now have the choice to go for it, go forwards in towards the circle with it. Quarry being such a major feature in this next circle blank means that there's actually a deceptively small amount of playable terrain.
Yeah, if this shifts over towards that eastern side, FLUX again playing the quiet game. They're on high at the moment, vantage point on the southeast side of Quarry. Good shots from Darev, and this is what we talked about before. They would be creating the barricade over towards OZAROX. Swain does not peek out on that one, when maybe he could have done. But Darev has some incredible cover to play these shots from. Unlikely that Nox will get back up.
Swain did suppress the angle after that. Did reposition to get the spray down after Sefer was taken low, but Striker moves out wide.
Faster.
That's why he didn't want to peek that, right? He knew that there was going to be more threats than just the one that was taking down his teammates. And with Swain falling, Storm needs to respond. Striker repositions up top to watch out on that left side of the building, but Storm goes straight on in to play that close range. Swain Should be Resable, so should Nox, but Sephir gets taken down as English moves through these hillsides. OZAROX going down very, very quickly now, and MADBULLS in with a chance to open up a lead if they fall here.
Yeah, to MUERTE, we said they were great at Sanhok, but better than we know, apparently. Nade from some could be pretty strong, but Dadaev just rolls straight past it, drops the DBS through the window, and like that, OZAROX falls, and MADBULLS, for this game, it becomes more important than they possibly know.
3 eliminations already. OZAROX 0 points on the game, but hang on a minute. MADBULLS losing a player, not a good result for them. Luckily, they still have 3 more. If they can get later in, they started with that 2-point buffer, Blank. They started 2 points ahead of OZAROX at the start of this game. So they're currently 5 ahead. If they can open up that gap to 10, 15 points, that's going to be so huge for them.
Enjoy remaining behind, though. BEŞİKTAŞ said they were a thorn in the side of MADBULLS, and they continue to be. Peace and Enjoy creeping their way up the hill, and MADBULLS realise that this is probably just a lost cause. Move forward into the circle, probably a better idea. Leave BEŞİKTAŞ for the Vultures.
With Quarry, as I said, a major feature in this circle, the rotational paths from the eastern side are getting crunched so close together. That could prove to be very, very tricky. Unicorns of Love and DENİZBANK WILDCATS on one of those rotational paths that will have a higher density of teams, potentially looking out to where you've got SURREAL and TJB, who both going to be looking to move around that north side. S2G are already there as well for a third party if it presents itself.
Icy glimpsed those players moving through the smoke, but I think he was just a little bit late on spotting that. Tunnel visioned over towards Boran, getting this nade in, and missed a crucial opportunity to get a double spray down. Nade's coming back his way. Doesn't do a lot of damage over towards him at all. As another nade, though. It's a difficult one to place over the top on this rock. Wildcats still, though, held out, and I think it's going to be difficult for them either way to move up. Right now, Icy's job is maybe not to do damage, but rather hold the Wildcats at bay.
Nade over the top. Boran takes some damage. Icy eats that one. The airburst on that's perfect from Boran. There's nothing you can do about that, unfortunately. Unicorns of Love not in the best of positions to go for a res, but can crawl back up. The Wildcats can take this opportunity, however, to get ahead of the queue. DefoX at the back behind the rock. Crypto knows he's there. He's waiting for this peak to come through. In the meantime, X-Ray and Lux both taken low. And in fact, one of them is going to get knocked by Reznov across the way. Looks upon as well with those sightlines to continue that pressure. Icy is down, sure, but the Unicorns of Love, they're not done.
Yeah, Icy pretty much did his job perfectly, other than losing his life, but as soon as Wildcat started pushing up, there was an angle to play around with. And in that time, whilst Icy was holding with the nades, with the sprays, Reznov was able to get into that position, get that angle available to them, and it's paying absolute dividends now.
MUERTE on the south side, 8 eliminations already. Blank, they had a pretty cracking game before to get in that late. And this time around, they continue to rack up these points, but they're fairly low down on the tables. However, they are taking those points away from the teams at the top.
Yeah, it's horribly bold there from FLUX. Look where they're playing. They move right across the quarry.
Okay.
Most of the time, this would be a swing down towards the south, and Solkay will pay for his life with it. Good Molotov, though. Does get Old Boy. I think that might just be worth it, especially with the burn coming through and taking down the knock as well.
S2G prediction coming through in the middle, but there was VIRTUS.PRO predictions from the southeast side. TJB get eliminated from the north. That's New Worlds going into that engagement. S2G fending off against QODEX right now. Moneyken still alive. Oh, the nade finds Woodson. You can see the realization in their movements. I think it's just Moneyken now for QODEX. Last player standing. Didn't even manage to get a heal off. Needs to find a big nade. Smichu gets flushed on out as well. Kamikaze on the off angle, and New Worlds could potentially even come in and steal this one away. A lovely nade over from Moneyken. Seals the deal over onto Hamzy, but now Silas is there. Puts the nade out wide. That'll be it. Moneyken falls.
Yeah, he's got nothing left. I mean, they've been fighting tooth and nail throughout the majority of this game. 5 eliminations so far. MADBULLS, HVVP, S2G. For MADBULLS and HVVP, this is great news. For FLUX, also decent. They're leaving Solus out in the blue to heal. See how far he can get in this game. It's good stuff either way.
I mean, MADBULLS should be looking to find a heal strat at some point, you'd imagine, once they've guarded out BEŞİKTAŞ.
I think
maybe
with
not.
This circle, there's no reason to.
Maybe not. Yeah. I just looked.
Yeah, I mean, they were never a healer team to begin with. The only time they went for that heal strat was when Monkey was so fortunate to find a lot of those first aid kits. They've always played out Sanhok because they know they're a good Sanhok team at heart. They're good on the third parties. They're good on the defense. S2G with 4 players alive, though, could set themselves up for a big game here, John. And I think a big game could potentially put them maybe where OZAROX are sitting.
Shots from SURREAL. All 4 of them alive on the northern side. DENİZBANK WILDCATS struggling to push in from that direction. And who can blame them? It has been so glutted with players. Moving on down that angle. They'll have to move past the compound that S2G hold and into open ground with VIRTUS.PRO on the overlook, with S2G looking out that way and MADBULLS holding in the center.
Yeah, FLUX going to find it very hard now to get through. It's all down to Solus. 2 eliminations. It's not amazing. Solus hopes to go as far as he can. Peace rolls down towards that south side, and HVVP start to make their movement downwards. You'd imagine that MADBULLS might have sightlines towards this, but the terrain is weird, it's rocky, it's hilly. Sometimes you can get past these positions without anyone spotting you. Reznov going down. Bad news for Unicorns of Love. S2G taking those shots, and now Unicorns of Love will slowly start to falter. It's a road they have to cross, and S2G have all the sightlines in the world to make it happen.
Crushing everyone against the side of the quarry, and Unicorns of Love are struggling to push through. In the meantime, HVVP have swung down south, looking to sweep out the remaining players of BEŞİKTAŞ. Well, Peace might actually have been able to get away with it. That's a shift to MADBULLS. Again on the circle, blank. This is their chance to even strike out towards FLUX's position.
Yeah, this is going to be a big game from MADBULLS. Either way you look at it. With 3 players, though, things do get a little bit tricky, but we know that MADBULLS are one of the only teams we've seen before that are able to play Sanhok confidently, even with just 3. S2G will have to move out towards their position. It's a little bit of a lengthy distance to make. Kitsune starts to move over towards his team, understanding, you know what? With the position the rest of my boys have, maybe it's better I just regroup with them and we go for the win instead.
Phase 6, you do have a little bit of leeway to run around without needing to heal out in the blue zone. You will need to expend a couple of those first aids to survive it out. Pushes in, plays onto the circle. S2G taking heavy punishment now. MADBULLS need to defend uphill as HVVP start to roll. Monkey sweeps the leg. We'll be able to find one. Tixie falls, but it is traded off. Zerich playing on the window now. Needs to hold out. Needs to be alive here. Needs to be that rock break as the push comes in, but in he flows, and wow, okay, Matic's already into the building. That's going to be a massive worry for MADBULLS as HVVP descend. Kitsune mushing in now. Meku in through the window, plays the 1-2 punch, and MADBULLS are dismounted. 2 players down for them, but they can regroup on the building. They're in the next zone, and S2G, Matic's turning his attention their way. HVVP on the swivel, and actually, hang on a minute, there's no one else really who's contending for the zone. If they can just guard out S2G, that push might have just won HVVP the game.
I mean, MUERTE strikers down, Dadayev's healing. There was an incredible barrage of smokes down towards MADBULLS' position. Matic's flank was superb. They could not have played that better. An impeccable crash. Sure, it was 4v3, but the foresight from Kitsune to get into the circle and the rest of the team to recall him, saying, lads, this is no healer game.
Oh my God.
This is a big win.
This circle as well. I mean, it's just brutal, right? There's no way that HVVP lose this. So now it's all about who can ladder up first. FLUX need these points more than anyone else to stay up in there. But MADBULLS only get 5 on the game, blank. That is disastrous for them. In a massive opportunity, this compound, where it's ending, if they'd have held it, this is a massive gap. But as it stands, OZAROX still knocking on the door.
To be honest with you, I feel bad for MADBULLS. HVVP basically pulled the blindfold over their face. It was an unreal push. And for 3v4, playing against them like that, I think it's one of the hardest things to do. There was pre-fires onto the window. There was a flank coming through. There was fantastic nades. They were just limiting sightlines. There was, to be honest with you, for MADBULLS, there's not much they could have done. HVVP played that perfectly.
I mean, in general, HVVP, they've been improving in terms of points day on day on day. And this fourth day, it feels like they are at their strongest, Blank. This is phenomenal. And this is a team that deserves that top spot if FLUX can't challenge out for it.
10 first aid kits, though. Looks like Solus will be going for quite some time. Related, only 6.
I think Dadaev had a little bit less. Yeah, he's on 4.
So it will be Solus probably taking this one. A second place, he'll see him pretty. Again, playing the points game, but HVP's having none of it. They want to take this all the way, and if they can open that lead, you know, first place becomes a little bit insurmountable with only 2 matches left to play.
They had a 6-point difference at the start of the game, Blank, with a 7 elimination chicken dinner. That would be 22 points on the cards against FLUX, who, as we checked on those first aid tallies, should be able to accrue 14 points total, which means that difference will be a further 6 points ahead. Hang on a minute, it's a little bit more than that. 8 points ahead. There you go. Add that onto the 6. You end up with a 14-point difference moving into the last 2 games. HVVP.
Oh, I think he's fluffed it there, picked up the bandage instead. Maybe he gets it. Yes, he does.
Nothing else to do, though. I think that's a bandage going on.
Really?
Hang on a minute.
Clutch!
How did he miss one?
A scavenger!
Did Solus miss a heal? Either way, HVVP with a beautiful push. They regroup with Kitsune. They bring him back into the fold, and with all 4 players take on the MADBULLS to ruin their day and solidify their own.
I mean, that push was pretty. It's the best way I'll put it. I mean, there have been a lot of brutal pushes, a lot of savage pushes during this championship, but that's the only push that I'll ever call beautiful, because it really was like, I just saw MADBULLS, and I think they were thinking to themselves as well, that this is over. Like, this is a new beast entirely that's assaulting us. I don't really think they could have done much about it. English back again, once more for the highest damage on this game. The HVP, take it slow, mind their own business for a lot longer, understand that MADBULLS has caused them problems before sauntering down towards the high ground and taking out that position that MADBULLS held.
MUERTE got a whole heap of eliminations as well during that game. I think they were up to 10 towards the end. I don't know if that's what they finished on, but they got a massive game for their standings overall as well. But it was HVVP to play it perfectly once again.
Pachinki or Picado?
Pachinki.
Picado.
Picado.
Pachinki.
Picado.
Pachinki.
M416 lazer nişangahı mı? Scar 4X mi?
Scar 4X.
Scar 4X.
M4 с коллиматором.
Scar 4X. M4 lazer.
Scar 4X.
Molotov mu? El bombası mı?
El bombası.
Граната обычная. Fragmate.
El bombası. El bombası.
Frag grenade.
7.62 weapons or .45 weapons?
Оружие 72 калибра. 7 weapons.
45 weapons. Uzi or Thompson?
Uzi.
Uzi.
Thompson. Uzi.
Uzi. Uzi.
Well, with that match, HVVP might have just clutched their spot out into PMGC, which kind of rhymes with their name. Speaking of rhyming, Maxman here, you have to do this entire breakdown in the next 30 seconds with rhymes only. Go.
That was a really good chicken dinner coming out from HVVP. They had to go get some peas. I don't know. I have no idea.
You started with dinner. That's what you wanted to go with.
I mean, he actually started with like many different words because he kept the sentence going.
I mean, winner, chicken dinner. Winner, chicken dinner. Yeah.
Okay. Well, HVVP, they take themselves first place, and well, they got themselves a taste of what it's like to get a victory here.
Let's be real, HVVP should have had first and second place in this game, because not only could have the three of HVVP dislodged MADBULLS and won the game, but also you may as well have put Kitsune over in the blue and healed out, and he may have even got second place against all the other healers as well. So give them all the points, because they did it so well. It felt like they were really in two minds about this game, Max. It really did.
It was like, okay, Kitsune, go for the heal strat. We're not going to make this rotation work out. Then the rotation works out like, wait a minute. Wait, can we actually win this? And then they actually get a really good breach onto MADBULLS. The smokes were great, by the way. They just block out all the visibility of MADBULLS, go downhill, which is normally a very hard rotation. They win the fight. And the moment you get full control of that position as a four-man, because Kitsune is not off healing, you win the game. It's great.
I mean, we did see, I think, Kitsune regroup with his team, was it twice?
He left, came
he
back.
was like, okay, I'm going to heal off. And then this team like, oh no, we're good place. He groups up with them. And then he says back, okay, I'm going to heal off. And he groups again. And that's when they went for the push on the MADBULLS. And to be honest, they could have left two people in the blue on that push, because it was all Meku and Matic were able to capitalize off the push.
I loved it, because you don't see this often in BR, where it's like guys, this is a free rotation. It's like, okay, yeah, I'll come along. And then all of a sudden again, it's like, let's make the move. Guys, this is another free rotation. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, okay, I'm coming down all the way.
And we've seen no Northwestern Island finishes on all of Sanhok, and yet they just get these good games. They get themselves some heal-offs on the previous Sanhoks, and here they actually get themselves the win. My prediction of S2G has done a lot of really good work in the northern side. I think they cleared 3-4 teams on their lonesome, but that push-up heal is really rough at the end, especially when the nades are so good on my
As he dropped your card once again. The funny thing is that there are always knock-on effects on Sanhok, and we saw this knock-on effect come to fruition once again on Sanhok, where MADBULLS loses effect early as they flex out to try and control more of the circle, where they could have just done the normal Sanhok thing, all sat in this compound, and been 4 against a potential HVVP breach, which may have left them in better stead. Again, there's moments where MADBULLS, I think they're just being too smart for themselves, trying to control too much of the circle. Like we saw in that Miramar game as well, where I'm like, you're trying to control too much here. You're really great at this normally, but sometimes it gets the better of you.
I think it was in Joy 7, there was just snake. It's Sanhok, right? Unfortunately, you're trying to be too smart, and you just got one player in a bush, and you just, well, what can you do against that, unfortunately? So yeah, losing one player, if they did have 4, maybe they can win the fight versus HVVP, but once again, we've seen MADBULLS, we've seen HVVP doing well. The race at the top is so intense here.
I brought up something while we were watching that game when we saw OZAROX go out early. Remember, MADBULLS had a 2-point lead against them. I was like, if you're MADBULLS, I mean, they know who just got knocked out. They have it all written down. They know who's taking what placements or what placing in the lobbies.
Yeah.
Why not just play safe? Just play for the top 3. Don't play for the victory. And I believe, Clarce, you were saying, no, they're still just going to play for the win. I'm just curious what your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I expected them to just kind of be a bit tighter near that compound that they had, which I'm going to be honest, from the very word go in this game, I expected kind of a west of Quarry finish, and we kind of got there in the end. Because actually we've seen a lot of centering up on our Sanhok circles, where traditionally we see lots of like hardship constantly on every other battleground, just going away from them. But we did have that western Quarry finish, and that was a great compound for them. Technically speaking, and we saw it, the winning compound in the end, but if MADBULLS was 4, I do believe that they would have probably been able to win this game. It's a little bit of a shame for them, but they increased their lead against OZAROX because they had such a bad game on them.
Especially, I mean, it's so hard to defend that compound if you got a team pushing from the western side. Even though it's downhill, normally it wouldn't be easy, but the downhill section is so close, you can smoke the windows. The moment you smoke the windows, you have to put yourself at risk to be able to peek out, and just the nades also were really strong from HVVP. And Kitsune was like, we're not going to heal Strat anymore. You can actually also have 4 men fully pushing it, so it's not an easy one, but HVVP pulled it off, and man, the players are just all popping off.
I mean, you can see here, right? They didn't really have much of a contest pushing in, because they dropped Northwest Island. They had left Kitsune left to heal, or to pick up all the meds the entire time while the team pushed up, and with really no damage received, you can see how clean it was and how decisive their actual push in ended up creating for them.
I genuinely believe if you asked them, they'd be surprised at all of the rotations. Not all of the rotations in this game, because of course you're scouting out, you're trying to figure out what's going on. But I think if you asked them, they'd be surprised at how trivial it was to be able to move from decent position to decent position in this game.
It's actually really interesting when you look at how they rotate, because they play trifecta, right? Northwestern Island, they go with the meds, trifecta, easy rotation based on every circle, not really an issue. But then they always go to Southern Bootcamp Hill, get the information, spot the compound that's on the trifecta of the road. It's just textbook, right? You just have these checkpoints every single point of the way that they just get to. And I think that's why it felt so trivial, because the positions are just so good all along that pathway, and it's just gets himself in the best spot every time almost.
Well, what about a couple of other teams here? Max, you predicted S2G, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yes, exactly.
We also had MUERTE pop off on eliminations here, and they were able to heal off towards the very end. We actually got a ton of points in that match. The problem is, I don't know if it's going to be enough to push them even remotely close to having a chance to break in top 3.
It's actually surprising for MUERTE because I think this is 2 games in a row where they actually get a lot of eliminations. I think they got double digits last game, double digits on this game. And we saw some pop-offs of some team that came out a little bit of left field, but man, MUERTE has been very impressive for a team that in the past in PMPL Western Europe was very focused on that heal off, right? They're not a team that is known to be hyper aggressive, but man, Strike and English in particular have really made a name for themselves.
Yeah, I think we don't look at it, but I wouldn't be surprised if English was in the conversation for MVP for the day, even though again, we'll look at the MVP of the overall tournament. But S2G, we haven't seen a win from them still, right? Is that correct?
I don't think so.
I believe they're the only team top 8.
The interesting thing for me is that, again, they keep putting themselves in really good positions. They make these really nice sends. They fought hard for their compound, won it out, and then were, I think, 3-knocked, but able to recover so well, but they're just not able to convert. It's a little bit of a shame because they are such a good team.
I checked out social media earlier on today and actually found out the reason why they haven't gotten a chicken dinner yet.
Oh?
They're just saving strats.
I knew it. Oh, it makes you angry. I hate that so much.
Well, I mean, it's paper, so that won't hurt too much. Let's take a look at the overalls, though. HVVP, you can see here on the screen behind us, 243 points out of 227. And that lead that was 2 points all day, it's only 7. It's very reachable by OZAROX. So they actually get a little bit lucky. The HVVP do capitalize off MADBULLS and take them down early enough that they don't stock up on more points. But it is still pretty much a top 3, a PMGC winning match here for HVVP.
Yeah, I think it's clear to say HVVP secured their spot for PMGC. First place, not safe. You know, you can still have a 5 FLUX and MADBULLS potentially contested away. But what I'm happy to see is that OZAROX is not that far behind despite going out relatively early. There's still a chance we see OZAROX pop off and get back in top 3. I thought it was pretty much over after this game, but there's a living chance they can still make it up.
You know, S2G's still got a little chance as well. If they, you know, have some double-digit games.
They actually get a win.
Get a win, boys, you know.
To be fair, then. I think they're like 1 or 2 points off from each other. So if MUERTE have a good 2 final matches,
had a good day so far.
Chicken dinner. They actually could breach it last second, which honestly I'd love to see. But if you're one of those teams in the top 3 right now that you get pushed out, you hate to see it.
It's just so close at the top. I keep thinking of that meme, you know, from Thor at the one point, they just like the EU Western European teams struggling to defeat the Turkish teams. Like, no, CIS teams, they're here for you. No, they're going to take care of the Turkish teams, and it's working good at the top.
Is that a Zoomer meme? I don't.
Yeah.
I think it's the Helia one with the.
Yes, that's the one. He's got it. There you go. Got
it. You know what? We don't need to see it anymore. Well, you know, show it to us when we're on the break here, Max, because it's time to head into our 5th and penultimate match of the entire event here. John and Blank, you know what to do.
I need that little cheeky little Colaris as a little gif. I'm going to need that. That's definitely going in the bank there. We're going to be able to pull that one out at our greatest convenience, but teams at the top starting to carve out their path. MADBULLS, they are still on the bubble. They are still in 3rd place, but they are not safe. Not safe by any stretch.
I was just saying to you as well, John, that, you know, they would probably rather S2G have some fantastic games for the rest of the day, and you know, OZAROX starts to dwindle just a little bit. If anyone gets the points, MADBULLS would rather it would be S2G. If they ladder up to 3rd, MADBULLS are still in. Obviously, OZAROX not far behind, 194 to 201. MADBULLS need a big game here, and I think personally, it is the pressure starting to set in for MADBULLS. One of the worst places to be is in 3rd place. It is horrific. And I think throughout MADBULLS, they are a very aggressive team. You know, they work well together, pushing these positions. And I think FLUX has kind of taken a step back from that, and they realize, you know, we need to play silent. We need to play these matches that focus more on these placement points. HVVP have done this in the past before, but I don't think we've ever seen MADBULLS do it. I won't say that it's going to go against their pride and they'd never do it, but it might be a consideration going forward. But with only 2 matches to go, and OZAROX being very good on Erangel as well as Miramar, it's a little bit terrifying starting to play these points, the points percentage when you're in 3rd place. You're right at the edge. You know, your fingers are just clasping over on that cliff face. You just don't want to fall off.
On the MVP challenge as well, Maniken is still outstripping everybody on the run. He's so far ahead on eliminations. I think it's currently sat at 43, and the next highest is 35 from Swain. And the damage that he's able to output has been absolutely incredible. 8,665 so far this tournament. At the moment, there is very few chances for people to try and jump up and challenge him for it. We're looking at Swain, Calci, Lux, Tixi. Those are the sorts of players. I mean, Lux is a weird one to have in there after the performance today. I suppose that has bumped you up quite a lot. Tixi as well from HVVP, and Zerich for the MADBULLS. So potential to be taken on, but at the moment, Maniken doing a whole load of work. Unicorns of Love, they found OZAROX. This is bad news for OZAROX run.
I mean, this used to be Unicorns of Love's drop spot over in Western Europe. But are these the hired guns from MADBULLS? Send in the way of OZAROX to take them down early?
No, of course it can't be.
Western Europe calls for aid.
And the unicorns shall answer, seemingly.
We will ride!
Ride out and meet them.
Oh, this is amazing. I'm loving this so much. I mean, you know, it could go absolutely topsy-turvy. OZAROX, they are a good team. Unicorns of Love have looked a little bit lackluster in the past. There's Galata once again. I mean, OZAROX slightly more important right now, guys, but that's fine. It's a pretty tower.
I really am a big fan of circle prisms.
That is correct.
Especially when they're mounted in vertical fashion.
There we go. A quick breather for us before we get back to the action between Unicorns of Love and OZAROX. OZAROX are sending away. They want nothing of this. Do you blame them, really?
You got to think they're just trying to play it as safe as possible to get in towards the mid-late game.
You've got nowhere to go, though. You're on the coast. Behind you sits water.
Got no grounds. Got no fans.
I mean,
I'm sure they've got plenty of fans, to be fair.
They do have a lot of fans, I imagine. But they certainly have no grounds.
No grounds for celebration right now. Fourth place would be such a bittersweet ending for them. I mean, you do get a chunk of the prize pool. You get $10,000 for finishing fourth, but that third place, that qualification
That's a consolation
spot,
prize.
Exactly, that qualification spot for PMGC, I would say is more valuable than that at this point.
To be fair, wherever you place in PMGC, you're more than likely going to make more cash, more fame for yourself, regardless of where you place. Depends on the format this year at PMGC. Could be a little bit more exciting, but we'll see. That remains to be seen. No spoilers for you guys yet.
Oh. Neither team really going for it. I mean, you can't blame OZAROX for not wanting to push in. The circle being on the main line means that they will have to leave eventually, blank, but when they do that remains to be seen. Other teams around the map, we saw QODEX taking down a player from TJB. That was around the shelter sort of area, just out to the east of Potato Hill, west of Prison. And the QODEX team still trying to roll around there and find the rest of TJB. Nobody else super close to one another. S2G may be coming into contact with VIRTUS.PRO if they want to push further northeast, but other than that, it is just this engagement.
It's so unbelievably cruel as well. The fact that they took the western buildings, pretty much locking OZAROX in.
Yeah.
It's like, sure, guys, go get that boat. You ride on out of here, but where are you going to go? Head to Lipovka. That used to be our drop spot. Maybe we could trade.
They see them go on the boat, they get in the vehicles, they drive to Lipovka, they're waiting.
Honestly, if that happened, it would be in my top 3 favorite things that have ever happened in PUBG Mobile.
I think it would rival the time there was the edge guard of Kanina Power out near Milte.
Yeah, the famous edge guard.
On the southeast side. That was brutal. It was unfortunate that it ended up kind of not mattering because the qualification spots got expanded back in that tournament, but either way, it was still spectacular to watch.
Oh, this is a nail-biter, really. It's 7 points difference as well, and leaving it all down to Miramar, such a large map with a lot of variability as well. With a lot on Erangel, I'll put it this way, on Erangel, there is so many places this circle can go to and there still be playable area, compounds that you can take, positions that you can outmaneuver teams in. Sometimes on Miramar, though, you just do not have anywhere to go. With your drop spot and the circle, you are just put out. And I think that for Miramar to end on, it can be one of those scary things that unless you are playing out of your mind and you are thinking 10 steps ahead, sometimes you're just in a position where it's like, right, we're going to have to play this area of no man's land and just pray to God that we're able to do something with it. Looks like OZAROX has decided to field. Maybe the boat's there on that side. Try and get ahead. Unicorns Love haven't moved either.
And actually, the DENİZBANK Wildcats are moving into position for the East Bridge. This is another team moving close by. HVVP, northern side, they went all the way up to the north coast towards the compound that they played from for their win earlier today. Or not, sorry, not for their not win earlier today, for their really strong compound on that junction. They've moved past that now. Hopefully,
it could have been
metaphorically and physically.
Yeah, it could have been triple chicken dinners today for HVVP, potentially. There was an opportunity for it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They have had those chances.
Goodbye.
Oh, look at that boat.
Yeah, it's a cool boat, actually. I like it.
Kind of
fins on the side.
It kind of looks like how OZAROX are going to be feeling right now. They're just like, try and stay happy. Try and stay happy. Just getting splashed in the face with water constantly.
Yeah, let's leave.
This is fine.
Sake. Yeah, they're getting peppered by the blue a little bit. But they could make landfall over towards Mills Power. It's like Zephyr's nodding his head. Drivers saying, no, we're going to go further. Now Unicorns Love looking to make their exit as well. Again, this does affect OZAROX's rotate, right? It also affects the amount of loot they've been able to get at the beginning of the game. They've been so on edge the entire time.
There's a whole player there.
I know, and a whole vehicle too.
I know.
That's Pioneer down this way.
It's busy. Oh, another vehicle? Blank, that's 3 things I've seen move on the screen. That's incredible.
This feels good. Yasnaya, BEŞİKTAŞ. I hate to say it, but BEŞİKTAŞ does not get very much luck when the circle is lucky for them. And it is. So now I'm afraid for them. Not that it matters too much with how far they are down in the rankings. TJB make their move upwards to MUERTE. Looking very strong towards the end of the day, but a little bit too late for them. They need to have 2 absolute pop-off games towards the end, and I just think there are better teams here on Erangel that would rival them. You know, S2G actually becoming one of my favourite teams from this championship, honestly. I mean, I know they go down very often, but the fights they take, the bold compounds that they acquire very early just through conflict. I think they're a team that kind of throws caution to the wind a lot of times. And, you know, I think you could theoretically actually save this team, and I will pull this card out because they have a few other cards that could be played in this situation, but you could play the card that they are trying new things. And I think that would be acceptable to say. I think that would be acceptable to say for this team only, considering where they are in the rankings.
That's more reasonable. Obviously, we will be seeing more of them in PMGC after having already qualified off points. Oh, that's unfortunate for Discrim. Misses Vito's window.
Guess what OZAROX have headed to?
They've gone to Lipovka. Right, yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't you?
Go on, Unicorns, it's time. Take the fight back to them.
Ride out and meet them.
On the plains, the battlefield. A war cry from the Unicorns. Not sure how that would sound. I don't even know if Unicorns can make a war cry. They're too blessed. Too cute for that type of thing.
At the dawn of the 5th day, look to the east, and you will see OZAROX. Kill them. Kill them now.
Sent on a holy mission, apparently. Don't know by who, but they certainly have it out for OZAROX, that's for sure. S2G rolling up, get themselves nicely situated. Play around this area anyway. They scouted off towards the west side a little bit and then have moved back in.
SURREAL Esports shots over towards Pioneer, rolling close to danger. Izumitsu sends back up the hill. There is backup and suppressing fire from the top of the ridgeline. That's how you want to play, but with one of the team going down, Izumitsu down and out in the open. Also, one of the players getting blinked out as well. SURREAL holding strong against Pioneer. MADBULLS on the south side. We'll be able to hear this. Potential to third party.
Moving into position already. SURREAL taking shots. Not exactly the most formidable or terrifying of teams. MADBULLS a little bit more feared. They're certainly making this push from MADBULLS easier. BEŞİKTAŞ find a player from HVVP on this rotate. Finally, they spot it. They realize it's coming through. And that's pretty open ground on that side of the map as well. So there's potential for a flush there for HVVP. They're not out of the woods yet. They're very far ahead, and it's unlikely they'll drop out of top 3. Very unlikely, I'd say. But there is still that chance of FLUX maybe overtaking them towards the end of the day and getting that 40,000 for themselves. You lose a lot of that prestige, not taking first place in the championship, and it would be an amazing accolade for HVVP to have an Orgless team.
Would be quite something. Shift out to the east of Yasnaya. Still keeps a lot of the fields in, but this is the regroup signal for HVVP. Meku and Kitsune will want to get back together with the outpost that they have. Actually, they're moving deeper in and looking for a different compound. They've scouted one out that they think they want to go for. BEŞİKTAŞ regroup towards Yasnaya Polyana. OZAROX with their scouts forward for Nox will be moving up towards the north. Moving into the area that HVVP just vacated with their duo. Seeing who catches who on the rotations.
I think they're taking up positions that OZAROX would usually have at this point in the game, and there was scouting done from this team. They spotted that, you know, OZAROX aren't here, and they couldn't quite fathom why. Unicorns of Love know why. This might have been really bad for OZAROX. Yes, they were able to get out that sticky situation down towards the south, but it has delayed their rotate. Crypto falls, the WILDCATS able to spot that one out.
DENİZBANK WILDCATS ahead in the queue. MADBULLS on the southwest side. Probably going to have to break out a little bit further to the east at the moment. Central, QODEX versus TJB. Remember, TJB lost a player earlier, and they've taken another knock now as well, which means that QODEX absolutely have the upper hand in this fight. All 4 of them alive. They're playing in Central as well.
GG gets rolled down there. But Realm spots out Swain, and he does go down. That's right on the edge, and that delay coming through from Unicorns of Love has actually paid dividends. It's come back to bite them.
HVVP potentially giving a little leg up to the MADBULLS as they stand in the way of OZAROX as well, forcing them to slow things down. Lin behind the boxes for QODEX, who have been having a really solid return to form over the last day and a half or so. And Maniken, obviously the major MVP candidate, with no one really looking like they're going to be in a spot to challenge it.
New World's taking a knock there from HVVP. Lin spots Vito, but there's return fire. They do not allow him to take down his teammate. Maniken falling from a player on the rooftops.
We'll be going down to Tingska. Last player standing now. Can put these nades out over towards the back lines of QODEX. That could do a lot, you're right. Lin not flushed out just yet. That nade is quite good. Look at the bounce right on the sill. And it gets the job done. Both of these players could be rest, and QODEX playing Central with 4.
Able to get your boy back up in action. FLUX all the way on this northern side. HVVP have an outpost. They're playing quite the messy split at the moment, but holding it down still fairly well. Related from New Worlds coming in from the back. Meku spots out one of the players from FLUX there. Next circle now heads rather central. Kitsune has that outpost available for the rest of the team to regroup on top of him.
FLUX north side will have to push down south. The regroups, as you say, starting to come through. BEŞİKTAŞ, I mean, this is the most BEŞİKTAŞ circle that you could probably ask for at this stage. But they have not shown the capability of winning these positions in any game that they've been given them.
Yeah, I'm going to do something for Max here. I feel like, you know that meme where he's got the stick and he's poking someone, asking them to do something? I mean, something's certainly happening over on this side as WILDCATS come in. But BEŞİKTAŞ, again, haven't really responded too much to the prodding.
Let's give the old QODEX stronghold a sticky poke with the Unicorns of Love. Let's go with that, sure.
Oh, it's vicious.
That's the sentence that's the sentence that I've chosen to say with my mouth blank. I don't know how good that is for me.
I didn't like it very much.
It wasn't a good time for anyone. Unicorns of Love, though, do take occupation on the north side of the compound.
Strong spot, not quite as strong as QODEX is. considered one of the god compounds here. Some great oversight. It's slightly towards the edge though. Vito has angles towards his position. Maxman going with a HVVP prediction. Kalaris with Unicorns of Love. In the meantime, VP took a knock there from MADBULLS. They're starting to move through. OZAROX loses another.
It's not good for their run for the top. MADBULLS being still in it, but they're out in the open. Can VP stop them from getting any more points? Nade in through for Hamzy. S2G putting pressure on. Still in this fight. Storm and Nox holding on the inside. Losing a teammate, not good news. Razy cut down. And S2G slowly starting to be picked apart here, but it is traded off. And a really good knock there leaves Hamzy in a 1 versus 1 in this scenario. The Molotov to force the fight. Storm out wide. Knows there's a player on the ridgeline, but can't be in this scenario. Silas has an off angle as well, and they are going to be sprayed down. With OZAROX falling, MADBULLS need to stretch their legs now, Blank.
Once again, given an opportunity at the start of the game, and MADBULLS need to actually translate with this match. They did not get a lot of points when they were gifted some excellent positioning. Fortunate with the Giants of HVVP to put a stop to that quite early in terms of placements. FLUX also falling, so even more chance here for MADBULLS on this southwest edge.
There was quite a lot of points between MADBULLS and FLUX at the start of this game. But the MADBULLS have all 4 alive, and there's still plenty of points left to be slurped up. 2 players alive for FLUX, but they're playing really open, really central. As soon as someone comes close to that, that's nade fodder.
Having to drop the smokes now. One of the biggest things they can do. Keep themselves covered in mist. The teams blindly fumble, trying to look for them. MADBULLS have their compound over towards that southwest edge, high ground, to look down towards VP. They realize that VP, though, have this position, but did take a knock from earlier, so there's a potential to move in that way. BEŞİKTAŞ, they're down the final member there of SURREAL. 4 eliminations for them in this engagement. Enjoy does fall, so down to 3. And the circle heads down. This would be a perfect opportunity for a crash from MADBULLS, but is it too dangerous for them? Do they feel like it's too risky, John?
The other crash as well that could happen is HVVP onto FLUX's position, which again would be a very important crash in terms of that contest for the top spot. The choices being made here could influence the outcome of the next couple of months of competitive PUBG Mobile.
QODEX out, 10 eliminations though, close the game. They really have been stomping through his lobby. Sure, they're not finding themselves way up towards the top of the standings, but they have put on quite the show towards the end of this championships. Realm steps out a little bit too much, and Striker very happy to swipe him off the map.
Good guys. Last player.
Will Pioneer.
2 eliminations. Pioneer on the northwestern side making their break for it as well. Havlik on the back line will be looking to regroup. All 3 of them, well, 3 of them still alive, losing 1 player. 3 teams with all 4.
You imagine MADBULLS here, still outside the circle, using these buildings for high ground advantage on the rooftops. Skills just moves up to the road, gets a little bit closer towards the center. Realm going down as well is actually really good news for the MADBULLS. He was definitely taking some off-angle shots, and although it's only 1 player, maybe only gets 1 knock. 1 knock is all it takes for a team to roll up towards you, take you down. FLUX playing a dangerous game here, John.
That's going to pay off. I mean, they take that risk for now, I suppose. MUERTE haven't quite turned their attention this way, but as soon as they do, you can imagine that's going to be really tricky. S2G falling to HVVP. Will not be able to go any further as they move on in, making these crosses, making these maneuvers. Peace looks for the challenge. Kitsune is taken down for it. Peace moving in. 3 players alive for BEŞİKTAŞ, and with Kitsune as the backstop for HVVP, there's no chance that they go back and get him, so they're playing with 3 from the northeastern side. Challenging off against BEŞİKTAŞ. Tixi mounts up. wants to disengage and fall away, but Sun HP has other ideas. Matic close by, Meku pulls in, and Tixi reverses his decision. They need to go for this fight, they're locked in. Behind the buggy, they look for one. Zessi falls and is traded off for Tixi. Piece at the back line, putting the lead down, but Sun HP in more danger than that. Will fall as well. Now it's all down to Piece for BEŞİKTAŞ. Opening up with just that one first knock over onto Tixi, leaves him in a 2 versus 1 against HVVP. Tournament leaders right now, and BEŞİKTAŞ have not shown us that they are capable of taking this sort of fight. Piece hops out, takes half HP, and the rest is soon to follow. BEŞİKTAŞ eliminated on the northern side, HVVP on 3.
Pioneer lost a player, but VP down to 3 have also had a player knocked here, and MADBULLS, they know that position. They know where they went. DeMuerte's also taking damage from HVVP. This might be a perfect time for them, but Pioneer still a threat at the moment. VP will be able to get their player back on the feet. You can see that they're just tossing the grenades over the top, trying to apply pressure to Pioneer while some of the players moves across under the cover of smoke.
MADBULLS, shots over towards HVVP's position. Not under pressure from DeMuerte on their side of the road, but they will have to cross. VIRTUS.PRO on the main hold. FLUX still fragging out. Actually spot out GOODGUYS, take down that final elimination. Ingush knocked on the side for DeMuerte. I don't think they can commit to going for this res either. The blue zone will push in, and unless they can stick it right now, it's going to be unlikely they can take this one down.
Striker swinging round. MADBULLS took their time, took their opportunity to move across the road. Not a lot of cover to work with here, but can certainly set something up. The rocks there will be fine. I'll do the trick of the MADBULLS perspirating, wiping the brow, feeling the pressure here. Tixi gets knocked from MADBULLS. That's across the way. That will open things up a little bit more, but in the meantime, that's actually effect falling from Fash.
FLUX going down as well in the middle, opens up a position for DeMuerte to try and leapfrog off of. Effect down on the front lines. Fash falls in response. Zerich up and into the fight, playing close to Black-White now, who has a nade being cooked. Will pop it in and will be able to land it on target. It's a little bit short of the UAS there, won't go past and do the damage. Black-White puts another one in, but now with that nade coming through, it is starting to bleed dry. Only 2 remaining, and HVVP are there as well. After getting the res onto their player, leaving the MADBULLS as the only 4-player team, but Effect is still down, has not been res just yet.
Monkey sends forward as well. HVVP pushed in by the circle. They'll have to move out of this cover. Effect very low. Skills potentially in danger there. A great spray across, but did not find its mark. Skills down to half HP. Effect. Oh. Goodness me. The bullets whizzing over the top of his head.
Black-White crawling up to HVVP's position. MADBULLS will be probably able to see this fairly soon on the crawl. They are aware that there's a snake in this sort of area. Black-White wants the spray downs. Meku hits the deck. Matic searching out towards his western flank. And spotting for the MADBULLS players for the Lone Ranger. DeMuerte suffering. 1 player remains of their 4 that they held on the southeast side. VIRTUS.PRO still alive.
Living this one out, but you can tell they're under pressure. The smokes are coming out in their hands. They're going to be dropping these to keep the rain off. The amount of damage, the nades all coming through towards them. But the MADBULLS, this game, the task ahead of them, heavy here. They know they need to have a big one. With FLUX out of the picture, they still got some good points, 6. This needs to be a bigger game here for MADBULLS. They've gotten quite far in practically every single match, but going down in 5th place with 4 eliminations seems to be a reoccurring trend. And see if they can switch up the tables here, flip the coin on its head.
I mean, this sort of a game should put them at least 20 points ahead of the bubble, with OZAROX going down with only the 1. See if they can capitalize on the opportunity that presents itself. DeMuerte's duo pushes in from the south side. VIRTUS.PRO still in this little fold of the land as MADBULLS roll up.
HVVP have to move out. MADBULLS slowly working their way forwards. Black-White still yet to fall for Pioneer. Matic gets in the vehicle for higher elevation. Tixi finds Zerich though. They're off angle. He has to move back into cover. Luckily, there's a refrag, but maybe not onto the team that they wanted. HVVP moving forward in the vehicle, quite low. It will just take a little bit of a spray to make it happen. There is Danev.
Tixi is there as well to get caught up in the mulcher there. DeMuerte on the south side with 2 could be in a really solid spot now With Tixi going down, with everybody else falling, HVVP eliminated. MADBULLS still have 4 alive though, but they have to push. They have to move forwards. There's no way that they can go for this res, not in their position, but Discrim falling. The MUERTE with 2, pushing it on the south, effectively controlling the ridge.
That steals that point away from them, and for MADBULLS, they know that every single one of these points is ever so important. Effect hits the deck here. Striker still going, takes shots out towards Skills, is barely dodging these bullets, but finally fall. 2v2 now for MADBULLS versus the MUERTE.
They've been on an absolute tear today on the elimination count. Blank, 11 eliminations now for the MUERTE. They are standing so strong, but it's just too late in the tournament. Black-White is still there, will have broadside onto MADBULLS' position, but the MUERTE are there, and the circle shifts out to Black-White.
You know, this could be an unbelievable switch-up coming through from Black-White. He has eyes onto both the teams, but if he takes shots, he'll be immediately known. His presence, Effect, probably one of the only safe positions here from Black-White. Luckily, the rest of the players from MADBULLS moves down. Striker swings out wide towards the loot crate. We'll get a refresh.
Dadaev spotted on the tree. I don't think he sees Black-White somehow. Doesn't see Black-White there. And the MADBULLS are completely unaware. Either that or hoping that the MUERTE will just suppress that position either way. They shimmy out. The MUERTE are going to have to move forwards.
And MADBULLS looking to pick them up as they move through, as they snake through on their bellies towards this team. Black-White facing away, trying to ensure no player sees him.
Dadaev spotted, takes a lot of damage. A nade from Monkey.
That's fine.
That looks pretty good. It's pretty close, and it will get the knock onto Dadaev. Striker. Last standing now for the MUERTE, who've been operating really effectively and strong today. This is Jason's prediction as well, the MUERTE. But Pioneer absolutely in with a chance still.
They're lined up.
If Striker goes down, he's waiting for it, he spots it, and now he can line them up. Goes for the spray, but oh my goodness me. Effect just snaps on, and MADBULLS take a massive chicken dinner blank. That is so important for their bubble position. Jason's denied the prediction yet again, and that is how you close a game from the MADBULLS.
They seriously needed that, and you could feel from the way they were playing, the snappy nature of it, the twitchy nature of it, that they were wanting that chicken dinner. They needed that win. It's been a while since we've seen that MADBULLS chicken dinner, and there it is right now with the 4 players making their way over from that southwest position. A lot of open ground to cover, a lot of teams to hold back and keep at bay. HVVP making it far as well, so it looks like, you know, first place is becoming ever more prominent for HVVP. Money again, though. Look at my stats.
Yeah, but look at my stats, though, bro. Yeah. Come on, like 7 eliminations. We went down in what, like 8th in that game? I wasn't even tracking Codex that late. Goodness me, that is impressive. But you're right, massive, massive important game for the MADBULLS. With the number of points, they were over 20 towards the end, which is a huge point gain for them. What a time to be able to pull that one out the bag, add them up to the highest total chicken dinners of the lobby so far. They've got 4, and with 1 more game to play, it's all up for grabs.
Which one of these teams got the most vehicle eliminations in PMPL Western Europe Fall 2022? Was it Pioneer, HVVP, Unicorns of Love, or De Muerte?
Yo.
What did he say? Oh, he said you. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Unicorn. Unicorn of Love.
Actually, no, it's not Unicorns of Love. It's you guys, actually. HVVP got the most vehicle eliminations this season. This team looted the most airdrops out of PMPL Western Europe Fall 2022. Was it you, MADBULLS, QODEX, VIRTUS.PRO, or Unicorns of Love?
MADBULLS.
MADBULLS.
MADBULLS. And you're correct, MADBULLS actually did get the most airdrops this season. This player got the most healing across all of PMPL Western Europe Fall 2022. Was it? Oh, okay. Yeah, I have to say the question. Was it Lin from TJB, Yankee from VIRTUS.PRO, Dadaev from De Muerte?
Dadaev.
Okay, correct, you got it. Okay, good job. This player has the most distance traveled by foot in all of PMPL Western Europe. Was it Tixi, HVVP, aka you, Skills from MADBULLS, Striker from De Muerte, or Moneyken from QODEX?
Skills. It's skills.
Skills.
Correct. Once again, it is in fact skills from MADBULLS. And finally, this player has got the most assists out of all of PMPL Western Europe Fall 2022. Was it Monkey from MADBULLS, Oldboy from VIRTUS.PRO, Matic from HVVP, or GK First from TJB Europe?
Monkey.
It's Monkey. Monkey.
How weird. Yes, it is again a MADBULLS player that's got the most assists of the season.
A finish for MADBULLS. Black-White, we were looking at him as potentially being the spoiler, but you saw how fast they reacted. That was ridiculous. That was amazing. That was fantastic, and that's why MADBULLS might have just gotten themselves safe for PMGC.
It's a great moment for them to get the chicken dinner because OZAROX died relatively early in that game, and they were the main threat to MADBULLS. If OZAROX had a pop-off game, maybe they pop themselves up in top 3, but man, MADBULLS, and you said it also during that game, the speed at which they flip on Black-White was like, mental.
What's so cool about that is as soon as they get the final finish on the MUERTE player, they'd already, 5 minutes prior, been shooting at bushes, trying to figure out where is this snake? There is somebody on this side, where are they? And as soon as they get the finish on the last player, it's not a knock, it's just straight finish. They insta-flick to the one angle that they've not looked at for a while and just absolutely mow him down. That was beautiful stuff, considering that they'd constantly just been keeping that in the back of their mind. There still might be a snake. There still might be a snake. Instant flick onto it. Amazing.
It was fantastic to see, but you know what's also fantastic to see? Not our predictions, as production keeps telling me to do so. I'm going to skip over those because we don't need to see how much I destroyed all of you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we're going to see it anyways. I'm not a clown anymore.
Well, that is the end of the predictions, Max, so we are tied.
I'll take it.
It's been quite the bout.
I had a little something too, it's unfortunate, because I was going to give this to whoever won.
Oh.
I got a little medal, but now we both got it.
Just,
I'm not even good.
There you go. There's been so many edits of you, Jason.
I've got so many movies.
Just go to your little hole. Just go.
Yeah, you had a medal. We have to share it, I guess. I don't know.
No, you can give it to him as the first.
Yeah, no, participation prize.
Yeah, participation award.
Yeah.
It's not candy.
I'm not that rich. No.
And it doesn't taste good.
Fuck you,
well, I am #1 in having the worst predictions. However, that's me putting on the medal. I can't believe I actually put that in my mouth. I hope it was clean beforehand. MADBULLS, fantastic game out of them. But the thing is, right, MUERTE, if you look at them, 21 points. If MADBULLS didn't get the finish on that game, if they didn't score 23 points, guess what would have been knocking on that MADBULLS door?
MUERTE. That's the one, yeah. I mean, they had a great game, to be perfectly honest. And fully enough, do you know where they had that good game from, Max?
Which position?
Heaven. I can't believe, as I go for Unicorns of Love.
Everyone was fighting for it.
Oh, my days. Unicorns of Love actually leapfrog the QODEX position, and I'm like, yeah, that's great. They've done a really good job there, and then lose to QODEX instantly as soon as I make the prediction. They could have had the best. Anyway, it doesn't matter. This was about my predictions.
You really like Heavens, don't you?
It's an amazing compound.
But, I mean, it's not only they had a good day here from MUERTE, sorry, a good game, they had a great day this time around. I think that in these last 3 matches, they got 30 points minimum. I think they got maybe even close to 40, which is great if they want to close that gap towards the top 3 teams. But the fact that MADBULLS get themselves the win is going to somewhat seal the deal. I'm not even sure there's going to be any wiggle room for this last game because the top 3 teams are just so far ahead of the rest right now. But yeah, making it that cross happen, Effect just full sending it in the middle. And as you stated already, Kalaris, the speed at which they react, we know there's someone snaking it up. And
I want to see it.
It's there.
Show me it. Turns. Instant. Oh, it's so good.
Speed.
Oh, it's so good. I love it so much because, again, it really comes back to the 5 minutes before. They know someone's there. There has to be. There's only one more angle remaining. I love it. Oh. Sorry, I'm very excited.
No, it was great. I mean, the thing is, the last like 2-3 minutes of that game was so tense because we were watching Black-White the entire time. We knew he had the opportunity to spoil, but in the end, it was MADBULLS' victory. And again, they might look back on that game and kind of wonder, or not even wonder, but kind of know. See, that's the reason I was doing it, so it didn't hit your microphone.
Oh, okay.
Was that actually might have just got them into PMGC. No doubt. We'll take a look at overalls in a little bit of time here, but look at those player stats. I mean, 1 for Monkey, 1 for Zerich, 1 for Skillses, but 5 for Effect. And we see the effect that it has on the team when he goes down early.
Stepping back up when it mattered most.
I mean, we said at the end of PMPL Western Europe, this team has made so many fans, I think, in this past season alone. Like, the team is just so strong. You've got the fragging duo, the support of SkillsS, and also of Monkey is just out there. This is a team that now feels like they will make it into PMGC. I can't wait to see how they're going to play against, like, you know, your Novas, your Infinities, your BTRs. It's going to be so fun to see how
they... what happens when they play Infinity, okay? Infinity always wins.
I mean, from your predictions
not when it's
event,
finals,
I'm not sure.
That's why I actually gave you the medal here, because this is the first time in at least 2 years Max has not been at the bottom of the table on predictions.
It is true.
But moving on from that, Pioneer. Let's see their player stats here, because again, that was a fantastic finish. Unfortunate though for Black-White, as he wasn't able to close things out. But let's be honest, for Pioneer, most likely they know they weren't going to get top 3 at the end of the day anyways, but that would have been a good finisher and potentially a throw into the backside of MADBULLS. But no limbs. But Black-White survives to second place.
Yeah, sometimes you can play BR out, and technically you don't have to get a limbs to get yourself enough points on the board to try and push yourself up. It is a different little method. It was difficult transitions as well for Pioneer in this game, and for them to be able to snake it on towards that second place, that's all you got to do.
I think a lot of the teams in this tournament have just set up expectations for next year in particular, right?
Yeah,
we talked about Moneyken. Is he going to get picked up, remain with the team because he's really shown what he's made of in this tournament? And Pioneer have been a team, though, sure, a little bit up and down sometime in Western Europe, but a team that can perform on the international stage, can potentially close off games. Like, next year is going to be so fun to see how the Western European region in particular is going to evolve, because you've got so much more talent that was just injected in the region.
Yeah, well, let's actually see another team. I'm sorry, I'm trying to move along here. It's a very good point, but we only have a little bit of time before our final game. DeMuerte, player stats, hit me up, production. Let's see what we got here coming in for the boys who have been able to put up, what, at least 60 points today. If they would have had just another day like this, DeMuerte could have been top 3 pretty easily.
That's 3 games in a row they get double-digit eliminations every single time. Plus, they make it to the late game, so placement points alone should also be relatively high. And once again, it is Striker. This guy is popping off every single games today. It's great to see, really. And Dadaev is healing off if he has the opportunity. But man, Striker English is a great duo.
But is it too late? Is it too late? I mean, you've got yourself 4 days worth of games, and I don't think they've been super present in the previous days, and it might just be not enough here towards the end. We'll see, we'll see.
Well, Max, since you won the prediction game, you get to introduce the overall standings. Go.
It's time for the leaderboard to see how close it is.
Oh, he tried to drag it out a little bit more to give production time to be able to get it up.
Normally would do that, so they're ready, because you can see they had a...
Oh, yeah, he was close, he was close.
That's why you're host, okay? I don't do these things.
Let's see here, though. Duarte, look at that. I mean, they were so close. 25 points behind MADBULLS. Technically,
doable.
They still could do it, but HVVP, they have to be locked in. Like, there's just no way they're going to get pushed out of top.
HVVP are locked in for PMGC. First place, not sure. There's still a little bit of wiggle room. You could see a 5 Flux snatch it away last second, but... DeMuerte, OZAROX also could make it, but they need a pop-off game and the teams above them to do nothing this next match.
Yeah, the thing is with FLUX as well, being at 233 points, that's pretty much them locked in for PMGC as well, all things considered. There is, as you say, a little bit of wiggle room for 3rd and 4th, but with MADBULLS playing the way they are right now, and with the eye on the prize, I don't think they're going to get knocked off.
Well, Kalaris, you are running out of time right now. I'm pretty sure HVVP have some organizations in their DMs. If you want the Knights of Kalaris, or Kalaria, whatever you want to call it, close, better hit them up right here, right now. It is time for our final match of this entire event. MADBULLS, all they really need to do is just survive. Not go down early, and they deny the chance for any other team to take PMGC away from them. Let's head over to John and Blaine to close it out.
One more game for the Knights of Kylaria on the hunt for another chicken dinner.
I mean, I like that name. It's a good name. We ride out once again in the cavalry towards our final match over on Miramar. And the dust will be brought up by the hooves slamming down on this map. And I'm excited for it, honestly, because this is going to be one hell of a game to finish off with. There is still a chance. There is still a chance for FLUX to take this first place. They need a massive game, but I think they're in survival mode now. They're looking for that top 3, and I'm glad they got the top 3 in the end, honestly. You know, over in those finals, they were ever so close to taking a lot of those chicken dinners, taking those finals home for themselves in Turkey, but it was not meant to be. Yet here in the championships, they have performed out of their mind. They've done very, very well to get here. Yes, there was a steep fall off, but very hard to replicate that kind of match from day 1. I'm excited though. This could be big. Again, 3rd place, still technically not safe, and with 2 teams in OZAROX as well as DeMuerte gunning for that place, MADBULLS still need to push it just a little bit more. I think 10 points would see them happy. probably not delighted, because there's obviously a lot of different nuance that can happen. We have seen 35-point games before. Obviously, can that come out from OZAROX? Can it come out from MUERTE? At the end of the day here, John, who knows?
I was just taking a look at those top players as well on the left-hand side, and in general, I mean, there is no contest right now. Moneyken has won the MVP already. Like, I'm pretty sure I can call that already. 50 eliminations. Second highest eliminations is 35. That is unbelievable, especially for a team like QODEX. Currently, QODEX have 102 elimination points, so he's got almost 50% of his team's eliminations just on the one player. That is unrivaled, deserved of that top spot as well on the MVP lists, because that is incredible.
It is ridiculous. And 7th place, by the way, John. I mean, what a guy. Look at my stats.
You know stats? Do you want to look at mine?
No, I only want to see Moneyken's. Your stats, pale in comparison. To MUERTE, though, already having a rough start here versus QODEX, and we know how QODEX can be. Once they get a hold of you, they are unlikely to let go. And for MUERTE, off in the distance, with little to no loot, QODEX could be running through them right away. And OZAROX might just be the only contenders left, but they have less points than MUERTE as well.
I mean, why not have another fight in Picardo? We haven't seen it for such a long time, and two of the Western Europe representatives will be taking up that mantle. Duking it out in Picardo, in the central area. MUERTE been dropping here for a while. QODEX on the south side. Circle pops out east towards La Bendita Center.
At Eastern Shift, we've had them throughout the entirety of the championship. It would be a shame not to finish on one. Unicorns of Love out towards Minas Gerais. Their run here in the championship, all but over now. They had a lot of chances to make it happen. Again, you got to congratulate them as a team, coming together. A lot of different players all returning to the fold. I think they've done very well. And again, my message to Unicorns of Love, the org, don't ditch these players. They're good. They can go far. They just need a bit more time.
And a bit more being alive right now, for Rolkis anyway. Through the door frame, that's a bit better from Icy. Shotgun seemingly dominating this fight here on Miramar. You don't see it too often, but when you run in like that, that's not going to go well. Pistol in hand there. Rolkis can get res, but rips 7 on the outside with an SKS. Not laying down enough lead quite to find Reznov. And all 4 of the Unicorns stay alive in Graveyard.
I told you, John. All they need is a bit more time. A bit more time for Icy to turn it on to maximum. Finding these eliminations where he can. Up to 3 if round falls. Great work on that DBS2.
Good to find it in that scenario anyway. For the Unicorns of Love, they do want to finish strong. This is the team that has been a bit upsy-downy and not really had the best of times here. And as you say, it would be so good to see this roster stick together and develop themselves.
It's what needs to be done as well. And I mean, it's something that a lot of these orgs sometimes miss out on, which is, you know, the beginnings of a great team. As GG falls and will be the first team to leave us from our championship. We salute you in your 16th place, but there it is. That's where you will lie. Here in this game at least, maybe not on the leaderboards.
It is what it is. From ashes to ashes. Good guys will go down, and as you say, that is the end of their tournament run. It is the last game being played of the European Championship. A total of 5 teams will be qualifying from this tournament and joining Game Lord as a pre-qualified team. Over in the PMGC, of course, on PMGC points, 2 qualifiers already, S2G and BEŞİKTAŞ, who will be going to that PMGC no matter what. And then the top 3 teams who aren't those 2 will, of course, be joining them. A total of 6 teams from the European region.
For FLUX, It's not quite locked in yet. Neither is it for MADBULLS, but for HVVP, certainly locked in that they will be heading over towards PMGC with their current score count with 256. So we can practically call that now. All that's left is to crown our victor and solidify our second and third place.
It is unlikely that HVVP get knocked off this top spot at this stage. FLUX on 233, sat currently 23 points behind HVVP. It needs HVVP to go down early and for a very, very strong FLUX finish. Up in those 20 pointers. So you're looking at a third to first place for them to be in with a chance. But then similarly, you've got a chance for the MADBULLS to ladder up beneath them. Only 9 points behind FLUX. And then the MUERTE on that fourth place. It's not impossible for them to make up the 25-point difference to MADBULLS and make that qualification spot, but it's going to be damned hard.
It's going to be very, very difficult for it to come through, John. With a game like this at the end of a championship, I think that's where most of the difficulty lies, right? Is that there's so much pressure involved, but MUERTE, nonetheless, are making the charge towards QODEX, looking to take the fight to them. These guys do not move away.
One of the only teams that can really challenge for the top spots now. MUERTE, they're sticking together. They are rushing through in Picado against the QODEX hold, but they're lying in wait and QODEX not moving a muscle. Completely opposing strategies. And neither really with a head at the moment. MoneyKen repositioning out behind and potentially flanking onto MUERTE.
That's what this guy does best. The flanks, bait the rest of his team, pad the stats. It might sound cruel, but for MoneyKen, this is how he carries his teams a lot of times.
It's how he puts the money.
Have stepped up big time though, John. I'll say that. Vito, Woodson growing into his own as a flanker. Vito supporting as a fragger, getting better as the tournament has gone on from Western Europe to Championships 2. It's been a beautiful sight. It's go time.
Spots them. It is go time. They're completely unaware of this position. He knows one, he knows two, he knows three now. He's falling back as they jump on in. He's not going to strike just yet. Now he steps out. Dadaev, the backstop, will be taken out, but loses a team member in the meantime, fully baiting Vito there and puts a smoke out to slow things down. MoneyKen holding off against Flykey close by. Spray around the corner and his striker on the 1-2. Waited too long to go for the push. QODEX looking to potentially fall here. Dadaev not even going to go down. Woodson. Michiu. 2 players left for QODEX. MUERTE want that challenge towards third place. The MADBULLS in their sights. But they're going low and they have to win out against this duo. QODEX playing split right now. Woodson will slow any pushes down. Has an open door to be playing around as well.
Nade over the top to where they believe Michiu is playing. Great nade. Another nade gets information over towards Woodson. He sends out the topside strike. It goes unbelievably low, but will survive a little bit longer.
There's the rush up the stairs from Flykey, and all 4 of MUERTE survive in central location Picado. Unfortunately, though, look at the teams around them. It looks like S2G are in position to third party and exit.
Waiting for these teams to come out. They will have heard the shooting. They will have heard the shots. Fortunately, this time around, MoneyKen tries to pad the stats, but only thing that's padding is the sand as he makes his fall to the ground. QODEX, the second team to leave us here. A very good performance, a very good stand-up. Again, this is just what happens when you don't have that consistency, when you're a little bit volatile. They made it very far and will get themselves a good amount of cash here as well, John.
Take that one home. The pride that you qualified for the European Championships as well. Will bolster them moving into the next seasons. Coming in next year, spring, should be good to see them coming back, but focusing on the rest of these teams as well. It's very, very close, and ladder-ups are super, super possible for everybody involved at this stage. The prize pool doesn't change like a large amount from 16th up to 9th, but as soon as you get above 9th, which is currently the DENİZBANK Wildcats, you do start to make those pay jumps.
Unicorns of Love currently facing off against BEŞİKTAŞ. try and sort their position towards the top side. SURREAL having a little bit of a step up here towards the end of the day, but not quite enough. It's a nade that comes back their way. Peace takes down Crypto there over nade. You can only imagine that it's a matter of time before the players start flooding over the top, but Icy's there to receive.
Finds the first, gets the knock, DBS in hand, and actually lays down the lead. Shrapnel pierces Sun HP, and Enjoy left alone on the top there. Will get that refrag. Zessi and Enjoy playing, but they are split. Zessi on the foothills. Both of the Unicorns Loves players who are down are dropping on out. Enjoy not going to peek that ridgeline, instead investing time into getting his team back to fighting form. Unicorns of Love looking for the reses, and they should be able to find them too. Uh-oh. Zessi into the fray, rolls straight on up to the res cabal, and Rollkiss goes down. That is disaster for the Unicorns of Love. Zessi puts the pin in, and now it's just Reznov.
Reznov in no position to support here. Icy did his best to keep Unicorns alive. SURREAL also leaving us now. Reznov, the last remaining Unicorn. Their last ride here in the championship. Back to the drawing board after this. Sun HP cracks it over the edge.
BEŞİKTAŞ picking up some points, 4 eliminations. This is a team that has already qualified for PMGC, despite being in 15th place on those PMGC points. FLUX, oh dear, embroiled in a foray they didn't want to find.
This is the one team that can rival HVVP, and already losing a player does not speak to a big game, John.
Certainly doesn't. Solke flushed. 3 players alive, 4 FLUX. And if it was hard before, it's monumental now, the task that lies before them. The shift away will have to move southeast and past New Worlds yet again. HVVP already ahead of them on the line.
Moving down, Matic comes face to face with the rest of S2G. The rest of the players mount up, go to help him, bring themselves back up to speed as they leave this compound, themselves so well situated in.
That Matic trying to get away, dodging behind the hay bales, but out in the open. It's so hard to get away with it. Kitsune actually fairly open as well. On these rotations, Tixi trying to get across these fields. Matic spotted, will be flushed. 3 players now as well for HVVP.
Send themselves up towards Minasarella's crater. Holding just underneath it for the time being. Meku doesn't have an angle. Just peeking across over towards the S2G players. Also down to 3 on their side.
All that matters for HVVP is getting into top six places. If they can do that, pick up 1 or 2 eliminations. That could be all they need. BEŞİKTAŞ actually still on the warpath. Knocks over towards S2G, giving HVVP some respite. Much needed there. MUERTE been on the warpath and 4 points already from their Picardo engagement. Managed to leave from it as well. And now they're playing up towards Pioneer. Playing with all 4 of them, but playing at a 2-2 split. It's rather a 2-1-1.
A little bit out of the way at the moment is Pioneer. Struggling just a little bit. BEŞİKTAŞ actually crashing down over towards S2G. HVP actually might have eyes on towards this. Peace maintaining his angle, but the shots are going back and forth here.
Ooh, Flykey will be able to get the spray down onto Prada for MUERTE. Havlik behind the van as well. Will go down. Striker is traded off for it, but New Worlds, are they going to have the time to oversight this fight? Looks like they have the crater wall to protect them. Striker will be rezzed. 6 points now for MUERTE. This team has been on fire in terms of eliminations so far today. And remember, they are chasing MADBULLS for that 3rd place. It's not out of the woods. 25 points separates these 2 teams, and MUERTE need to go clear because MADBULLS have 4 chicken dinners. They have none, so they lose the tiebreaker. 26 points more than MADBULLS is what's needed.
For MUERTE, historically, just haven't been all that amazing on Miramar, but it looks like they're pulling out all the stops here in the championship to see themselves through, to see themselves into that top 3. And MADBULLS just haven't caught a single break throughout the last couple of days of this tournament. Someone's always on their tail. Someone's always on the heel. If it wasn't OZAROX, now it's MUERTE. With a couple of massive performances. They even had to put them down in that last Erangel to see them back.
Goodness me. MUERTE are fighting for their lives. I mean, this is a... You should be proud. If you're a MUERTE fan, if you're one of the players or part of the organization as well, this is a team that has absolutely come back swinging in this final day, showing real resilience to a performance that was far lower in the days previous. They started today in 11th place now, and now they're in the conversation for 3rd. Being an outside chance, sure, but they've already kicked things off well. VIRTUS.PRO, though, against OZAROX. And the rundown from Swain is good. Drop shot from Tulika for a second as well. Incredible to be able to find those 2 openings, and now VIRTUS.PRO left with just the one. Discrim needs to hold on the inside, gets the spray, looking for the flush, has to swap for it, but there's a player up to bat. A second rebuff, and now Discrim standing up. Last player standing, a sliver of HP, drains those magazines, but cannot find what they're looking for. 2 players from OZAROX fall, but they take down VIRTUS.PRO.
Tough task for OZAROX ahead of them. Tougher than MUERTE at least. They're 4 points behind them in the rankings. Still alive though, but with only 2. Not looking likely at a huge game, which is what they needed to catch up to MADBULLS. And MADBULLS currently on the southern edge of the road in a really good spot with 4 players still alive, 0 eliminations, but that's never bothered MADBULLS in the past.
MADBULLS playing that roadside. If MUERTE push down, there's potential that they play into this fight and take down the MADBULLS themselves. The WILDCATS as well could be a big threat.
Again, that comes all the way back to those 0 eliminations that MADBULLS have on board. You can get as far as you like, but if you go down at this stage, it's not a huge amount of points going in your favor. At this point in the game, it's 1 or 2, really. You go down now, but holding a fairly strong position. WILDCATS are behind them. Lutz falls to the play zone. Now just 2 members of the FLUX team remaining all the way out on this western edge, and it's looking less and less likely they'll push through. And you've got to worry for FLUX currently with 0 eliminations. If they go down early like this, there's a real opportunity with the position MADBULLS have. They take 2nd place.
I mean, there was a 9-point difference at the start of the game, blank. A couple of placement points here and there. They're both guaranteed those, and at the moment, even though the MADBULLS have no eliminations, they have a much better position, as you say. So they need that 9-point differential to come through, playing on a solid position. See if they can capitalize on that, but the DENİZBANK WILDCATS might be moving in. The MUERTE might be taking a look out that way as well. New Worlds are pushing into the north side. FLUX have a fortunate protective barrier in the form of MUERTE.
MUERTE holding on. FLUX in a very tricky spot now with New Worlds even with sightlines on towards them. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Have to move into the blue as well. And looks like FLUX might just be going down here. In 9th place, unless another team goes down early. Nade goes over the top, should do a little bit of damage, but Solus gets out of the way quick enough. But New Worlds, they're wrapping over the top here, John.
They are ramping up that pressure underneath the FLUX team. 2 vehicles, 1 on either side, and actually it's only Kamikaze. So if Solus can find this challenge, oh, that's a big nade over onto Ketch to catch him out. And Solus can't push this. I mean, New Worlds just have such good angles here. TJB might even be able to spot it. MUERTE, hang on a minute. This team is pushing in against Pioneer. 2 of their players go down. They've lost English on the outside as well. Striker and Flykey all trying to hunker down. 2 players remain. They're central, north side of the road. And Black-White looking to take them down and ruin their dreams of running up that flag to the 3rd place. If they go down now, it's all over, but MADBULLS are there as well. That's the team they're chasing, and MADBULLS themselves chasing FLUX.
I mean, on the push, it looked really good for MUERTE. They took down so many players from Pioneer almost instantaneously, but then MADBULLS, they took their sights over towards them, did a huge amount of damage, took down 2 of their players with their 2 elims that they currently have on side. Now MUERTE with just the 1 remaining. The start of the game looked good. They're able to get their player back up, but it's just 2 of them. 7 elims. They need to go further, but with just 2, it is hard.
If they can take down Black-White here, they might be able to resupply on meds, get more smokes. More nades as well, but it looks like they're fairly sparse for Pioneer as well. Saving grace is the MADBULLS most likely are going to have to leave the compound and move to the north. TJB with a massive compound in this circle.
Yeah, very, very difficult to get these out. Get these guys out of this compound. Luckily for a lot of teams around them, it's difficult to hold the entirety of this compound, right? There is still availability to crash onto one side and share this. Meku is cautiously moving his way up, scouting it out a little bit. You see him slowly ducking around, trying to make sure the vehicle doesn't make too much noise. TJB has won from this compound before over in Western Europe. They've held it very nicely with Lin playing backstop. New Worlds try to make their way in, but on the wrong side.
MADBULLS spot some of the players as well. New World's getting cut down on the northwestern side. TJB, FLUX still going with one. Ketch fending off the MADBULLS pressure.
Getting eliminations too.
MADBULLS 3 eliminations, FLUX with 1. The gap was 9 points, but this could be it. Flucky, oh, he's seen him. He knows he's there. There's the dash. Ketch makes the break, hits the deck, stays alive for now. TJB should be able to spot it soon. There's so little cover in front of him, but there's small little divots he can crawl around in.
MADBULLS know they have to really strike it down. Looks like the nades are going to start to pour through. Flyke goes to the side on the outside edge, but unlikely he'll be able to face off against these 4 players coming their way. Great Molotov, though, will do a ton of damage. Monkey might even fall from that one if he doesn't get a first aid kit out in time.
MUERTE down, and that locks in our top 3. No one else really in a position to challenge at this stage. Blank. It's all over for the qualification spots, but who gets second, who gets third? It's a $10,000 difference.
It's a huge amount of money here. And Ketch on his lonesome out on this edge, holding on, barring the door here, pushing back at MADBULLS as they slam the horns into the door.
Battering it down in front of them, but Ketch is holding fast. And the MADBULLS need to make their push. They will mount up. They'll start to move. Skills is on the outpost. Moves towards Black-White, the last player from Pioneer. Managing to get out of that compound somehow. But towards the DENİZBANK WILDCATS. They have to make that dash. Mounting up MADBULLS. Go for the push. TJB will be looking out this way, and Ketch has to make the dash too.
Running across open ground like this. Heart must be beating. Absolutely racing here. Like a marathon runner. Gets across though, no one's seen him, no one's spotted him. Up in towards a 6th place position, making this game ever harder for MADBULLS. A chicken dinner kinda is an ideal situation for the MADBULLS, is what they need. TJB moves up, but the nade range is there for them.
Ooh, Zerich going down on the back leaves them fairly destitute in terms of oversight. Lin moving through in front of Ketch. I think someone spotted Ketch potentially. No, shots out that way. He moves out the way! TJB, he moves out the way. Skillses finds Xiao. It's traded off against Monkey. TJB looking to put a stop to the MADBULLS run here and now as Effect falls as well. Now they're just looking for the final players to come on through, and Effect falling leaves them on just the one. Skillses gets the spray onto GK first, but goes down, and that's the end of the run there. Ketch stays alive for long enough and will be able to hold out against the MADBULLS. 10 points on the game, but FLUX already have enough to keep them at bay. They've done the job. They've kept that 2nd place spot. HVVP now reigning from the north.
Ketch looking for even more eliminations, tossing grenades over the top. It was his last one, last-ditch attempt, but yes, that is our top 3 decided now, going in towards PMGC, and it's all now just a play for pride for HVVP as they remain here at the end. Can they finish this off with a chicken dinner, John?
It would put the icing on the cake, the cherry on top as well. 3 eliminations so far. And the DENİZBANK WILDCATS from the southwest side facing off against Tixi on the low ground. No real side swipe at the moment. Tingsker may be able to get some vision on it soon, but the DENİZBANK WILDCATS yet to push on in. This is a bold retreat from Tixi. Not really much cover to be playing around, but needs to be done. Get back to the circle and control it from the north side.
Circle goes towards HVVP as well, but look at this. It's barren wasteland, no man's land here for so many teams. HVVP need to hold out versus the Wildcats. They have a very difficult crossing over this top side. Meku holds a really nice outpost, and they're just peeking over the top.
The DENİZBANK Wildcats are really caught. I mean, they move out, and Tinksker and Ketch are going to light them up immediately as well. And in they go. X-Ray into the buggy. We'll be going for that scouting position.
Holds him down.
Fire, waiting for the peak, and that's the suppressing fire that you're looking for. Tinksker spots X-Ray on the swing, and now needs to hit the deck on the front side. Ketch spots both of them, he's lining them up. They haven't seen him. They stop to shoot, and he goes one, he goes two. It's Ketch for Fire FLUX going massive.
FOX falling, Boran in the dirt, and Ketch trying to take this all the way, finishing out the day as they started it in day one. Fantastic performance from him, MVP from the first championship. But X-Ray spots him now, brought down his brothers, and now he wants to bring down vengeance upon Ketch himself.
Raining it down, but HVVP with three chicken dinners so far on the tournament. They're looking to put up that fourth. Sat head and shoulders ahead of everyone else. X-Ray goes down, and Ketch, the only player who can stop them now. But he won't be able to close that gap. They are both in it too late, and that nade over the top could be the last we see. It's a little bit long. Kitsune with another. Ketch gives the game away on one. Good for a second spray. Oh, that looked close, but Tixie shuts it down. It is HVVP to take the final chicken dinner and to reign supreme. This team has been a juggernaut, gaining momentum over the last few days. Time and time again, stepping up, and it is HVVP to go for the chicken dinner and for the title of the championship.
And boy, did they deserve it. HVVP losing their organization in the middle of Western Europe, not even choosing to fancy any of the offers given to them up until this moment. They wanted to focus on the event. They wanted to qualify into PMGC. And they have done it. They have won the final game as well to put the cherry on top. And it's fantastic to see, Max.
We said it. It was going to be so weird. Oh, that really scared me. Oh. We said it, right? It would be so weird to have a PMGC without HVVP. They made it, secured themselves that first place. And I think I'm going to have to go to the hospital after this. It's a bit too much for me.
It's like it's a boy! Hey! No! Oh, it's the weirdest kind
catches on fire.
Reveal ever. But what a tournament for them, right? Day one, we were talking about they were slow to start, but that's typical Na'Vi style. They have some on your head, too. That's just typical Na'Vi start. But then we looked at today, looked at their points per day, and they were averaging about 50 to 60 points every single day, being ever so consistent. And then the final day, to do it like this.
I mean, the days got better and better and better. Every single day, going from strength to strength to strength. And I think that when you look at today as well, it was them slowly gaining more information on the lobby, reading the lobby, being able to figure them out. And by the end of it, look where they get a win. They get a win on a difficult circle against teams that have got insane compounds. I'm talking about TJB and how they have their position. Admittedly, the circle moves away from them. But HVVP, absolute class from start to finish here across the 4 days.
Even games where they don't take the win, you're like, that's a really smart move. They do smart move from start to finish. The execution is absolutely on point, and if there's any team deserving to make it and secure that first place, it is HVVP. Sure, as you said, slow start, but they get there at the end, and that's all that matters.
They win games they didn't even mean to win. That Sanhok game, they were aiming for second place. Wait a minute, we can take this. Brilliant. So yeah, just unbelievable stuff.
Honestly, I mean, it would not have been PMGC without them there, to be fair.
I agree.
It's like PMGC without Nova, the two-time champions. And right now, the fuel that must be igniting their fire right now has to be insane. They didn't get to play the first half of the year.
Yeah.
They had 6 months to prepare for this. They got all the way to PMGC. I'm afraid for all the other teams out there.
It's nitro fuel, mate. Like, when you look at how they play things out here at this tournament as a whole, and the fact that, again, when you have a team like this playing as consistently as they have here throughout these days, throughout these games, etc., they are hungry for it. After getting a second place, it would have been a shame. I said at the start of today, it would have been a shame if they'd have not made it, but they absolutely blew it out of the water in this last day especially, never mind anything else.
Just one thing you want to say to the team now is just check your inbox. I think they're going to get a bunch of emails, potentially, for pickup. Don't read the one from Unicorns of Love, but...
I was going to say, don't read the one from Claris, but...
Okay.
What do you mean? The Knights of Claris?
Did get investments.
Hey, next year PMGC is going to be
there. You go. I'm going to be there.
Let's take a look at our overalls, right? Because it's not just about the champion, but as you heard John and Blank saying, our top 3 should be pretty much locked in. But we're going to start from the bottom, though. You can see BEŞİKTAŞ, they have a little star next to the name because they already qualified just from PMGC points. So 112 for them. to be honest, excuse me, this confetti is giving me asthma. No, but to be honest, for them, if they don't step up, if they don't improve by this time now until PMGC, they're not going to make it.
But it's fine. They're hiding their strats. No, it's fine. They're going to play for real.
And keep social media.
No, but BEŞİKTAŞ, of course, I think that we all agree, and I think that they're also going to agree that this is not the result they expected. They did good in PMPL Turkey. It's been a little bit tough, but at least they know changes need to be made heading into PMGC. So hopefully we're going to see those adaptations being made. But BEŞİKTAŞ, we wanted to see them a little bit higher.
I'll keep it short but sweet. They're capable of more than a 15th place in a lobby, even in a lobby like this. So we'll see how they fare there.
Let me ask you, Klaus, are they a 15th place team?
No.
No, they're not. Well, we can see Pioneer, excuse me, having a decent run at the very end, 179 points. But that's not going to do it. New Worlds as well had a decent day with back-to-back wins. But at the end of the day, they're going to finish off at 9th. But let's see that front page. Oh, we're not going to get there just yet. S2G, they're going to be also a team going through into PMGC, but no chicken dinners out of them.
Very surprising. Really not expected, considering the positions that they put themselves in. They were pretty quietly consistent throughout the entirety of the tournament here, with the 84 placement points as well as 110 elimination points, but still not able to get themselves a chicken dinner, even though they did come close in a few games, but oh well.
I mean, it's hyper consistent, right? At least they got one objective in mind for PMGC, close off games. If they can close off games on an even harder, tougher lobby than this is a team that can potentially go the entire way and go right to Indonesia, right? That is going to be the goal for these teams. But S2G, highly impressive. And I feel bad for the DMUERTE and OZAROX, but we got our 3 top teams making it to PMGC.
I mean, if you're DMUERTE, if you did what you did today just one day earlier, you had an extra day of this, that could have been you in 3rd place. OZAROX as well, that could have been them. But the thing for me is, it is great to see the depth of skill in each of these regions. For it to still be this close at the very end of the day, it's fantastic. You have 4 chicken dinners for HVVP, FLUX with 2, MADBULLS with 4, and you still have teams within 30 points of them with 0 chicken dinners. Like, that's a testament to how good DMUERTE can be.
Before we started this tournament, me and Max had a little conversation, and I said, I think CIS is going to come out on top when it comes to going up against Turkey. Turkey's a strong region, but I think when you look at the likes of HVVP, MADBULLS, even DMUERTE, who again had this final day, they've looked fantastic. 4 wins for HVVP and 4 wins for MADBULLS. I don't think that they're going to go into PMGC any slouches. I think they're going to be going in strong.
We've been saying it throughout this entire year now. The Turkish teams are great when it comes to taking fights, but man, oh man, the CIS teams, when it comes to rotating around the map, understanding the battlegrounds, understanding the terrain with which they are playing, and the strength of each spot is mental. So it's close.
It is. I'm sorry, I'm just picking confetti out of my I should have worn a jacket. That would have prevented from getting down there. MVP, though. Let's start to talk about this. There were so many great individual players across the entire event. Solke, day 1, put up a massive amount of eliminations for his team, but then again, so did this entire team. The thing is, I think we're all pretty set in who we're predicting for this one. We pretty much know who it's going to be.
It's a surprise. It's a very big surprise. I did not expect a Western European player to potentially be MVP, but MoneyKen has to be the name on the end of our tongues here.
Yeah, definitely. A surprise, even though given his performance on the days, not really a surprise. Ta-da! 50 eliminations. Unbelievable stuff coming out from MoneyKen.
I think that's more than I've gotten in my entire career playing PUBG Mobile.
Including we know. We know.
Yeah, including bots. I mean, still, what a play to him. I think the most interesting thing is that the survival time for him is so low. 17 minutes, but 50 eliminations, that's kind of unheard of.
Extremely low. I mean, again, you know, when you look at QODEX and how things go, very much a roller coaster team. Very much a roller coaster player is really MoneyKen in terms of the overall performances from when he was in Western Europe and now even into this finals as well. Only really picked up towards the end, but when he did pick up, boy, did it look great. And as you said before, and as you alluded to earlier, I think maybe there'll be other team offers on the horizon for 2023.
Exactly. I think that this guy put a great team. I mean, this team has done great, you know, being able to make it this far, making it to the European Championship. Sure, not able to go to PMGC, unfortunately, but MoneyKen, you put him on the roster with experienced players who already played your PMGCs, such and such. Man, this guy could be one of the best players of the entire region next year.
I think we're all going to agree in this, and I don't mean anything bad by it, but QODEX in its current form is not PMGC ready.
Agreed. Not a CCT.
Maybe.
Yeah, not a CCT. MoneyKen, he has the potential to be there as an individual player. I mean, I'm curious, what can they do to improve this? Can they get a better supporting cast around him? Can they bring in another star? Is this just a learning process for them? I think for MoneyKen, potentially the sky is the limit.
I mean, as you say, in terms of the star performance, it's proven here in a lobby like this, right? When you see that kind of performance put up, but I don't know, the roster as a whole, if they stick together, great, because these teams generally, if they do stick together for quite a period of time, they will gain more synergy with one another, etc., and things like that. It really depends on how loyal you are to that overall roster, if you're good friends with that roster. That's and things like that.
We have a lot of roster swaps happening in Western Europe, and a lot of teams can't commit to just sticking together to trying to grind it out. I mean, we have seen, well, UDR Killers, the team that always comes to mind when it comes to that, but they're sticking around for, what, 2-3 years as the same roster? But even they eventually have to go for some swaps.
What will be interesting in Western Europe, especially, is if we see cross-pollination between the new or the new/old
the relegation
CIS teams and the teams that are trying to now re-qualify from Western Europe originals. So that would be interesting to see, because there could be some pretty decent rosters in there.
Yeah, the spring season is always the most interesting season out of PMPL because you've got all these new teams that qualify, potentially players that just turned 16 so they can start playing it. That's what happened with Icy, right? You could not play officially, boom, past 16, comes in, first season, pops off, and I think we can expect that from so many more players and teams next season. So next year is going to be absolutely mental, and I can't wait to see what Moneyken's going to do. Oh, he's not there anymore. What he can do next year.
He's just lurking.
He's gone.
He's just snaking behind you, Max. You can't see him. He's down towards the bottom hand side of the screen. But you know what? It's actually time to bring some fresh meat into this show. We've been talking to each other. You know, I love seeing your guys' faces, but there's another person's face I actually want to see here. It's going to be Kitsune coming in from HVVP. We got an interview with him. We're going to bring him in here to have a little chat with us. Kitsune, my man, we talked a few weeks ago, man, and I'm so happy to see you. Said to me, we are not thinking about organizations. We are focusing on this next event, and you guys have done it. You won the whole thing. You're going to PMGC, man. How does it feel?
Man, it feels great, you know, because like all the year we were trying like our best to get to PMGC. Basically, like it was like our main goal. I guess like for every team, it's the main goal. But still, we didn't perform well, like at the Western League, Western Europe League. So we tried our best here, and like we won it one more time.
Yeah, honestly, I'm so happy to see this, and now you have obviously a little bit of time going into PMGC. What's it going to be like for the next few weeks? Is this just back head to the grindstone, prepare, or are you finally going to take like a day or two off and relax?
I mean, today is definitely day off. Maybe tomorrow, you know. And yeah, so we have some more preparations that needed to be done. Basically, like all the stuff for the trip and more things to do. So like documents, etc. And then we'll try to focus on preparing for the global teams, watching like all their leagues, and of course we will watch Americas today. And hope the best teams will meet us at the land stage.
Yeah, well, I hope they do as well. Go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah, I have a burning question about the Sanhok from today. It was such an interesting game because it really felt like you really wanted to go for the heal strategy, but then you'd all of a sudden constantly found good, easy rotates, it felt like. What was that last Sanhok game for you guys like? 'Cause it felt so strange, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it was like not the standard Sanhok game, and I was basically healing outside the zone, but then like my team just told me like, okay, Sergey, come on, just come to us. And like basically I see the compound they're going to, and I see the MADBULLS guy there basically get a knock and just push into the zone. I have like nothing else to do, and we knew that there are only 3 in the compound, so it was an easy push. So yeah, that was the play to win.
Fantastic. Well, thank you.
Yeah, and I had a question on myself for the entire tournament this time for PMPL Western Europe, for PMPL EU Championship. You guys had a little bit of a slower start when it comes to the entirety of this tournament, but like you kept ramping things up day after day after day. I would like to know internally on inside the team, how did things work out for you to like bring that evolution throughout these 4 days of play?
Yeah, I mean, so basically what was the problem with European Championship for us for like that's why we didn't get the things, because we didn't get the big start is basically because Turkish teams didn't like scream a lot with Western European teams, so we couldn't like prepare for them, make some analysis for them, and so we just tried to play our gameplay game day 1 and day 2, and then try to analyze as much as we can, and it did work well. So that's just basically what happened.
Yeah, seemed like it worked out.
Well, Kitsune, I want to ask you like one more quick question here. I think throughout your career, you've kind of had your ups and downs. I mean, dating back to, what was it, like Team Unique, you're on Cloud9, and Cloud9 unfortunately didn't work out. An old boy pulled you back over to Na'Vi, and now you're HVVP and potentially a new organization soon. Like, how do you keep this up, man? How do you keep this grind going? What drives you as a player to keep competing, to keep winning, and to keep being the best?
I mean, we all just love this game, and that's why we keep grinding. And also, all these like failures just gave me like an experience how to build a team, how to work with the team, because it's basically like many people, and you need to get good relations with all of them. And if you are like friends, if you understand each other well, then your team will start playing good.
Okay, well, Kitsune, I want to let you get off, go relax, go celebrate as well. But I cannot imagine what's going to be going on through your DMs from organizations saying, hey, we got an offer for you. And this man here on the end, he's got a potential offer as well.
Yes.
That's the last chance here.
It's by Colaris.
I want you to give a shout out, to your fans, whatever language you want to do it in. Speak to the people who love you and have been supporting you for all this time.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone who cheered for us, who supported us through like our like bad days and good days as well. It's like very important for us. We appreciate it a lot. We see like all your messages. Thanks to our families, they support us a lot. So we love you all, guys, and keep supporting. Thank you, and we will show you some more good gameplay.
Well, we love you too, man, and we cannot wait to see what you guys have to do coming up in PMGC. Go relax, go party. But remember, you guys got more work to do. We want to see you at the LAN in the finals.
Thank you so much. Yes,
oh, man. You too. You can see what it means to him as well. Like, immediately comes on camera, all smiles. He's like, yes. I mean, you have to imagine, right? Because it's so tough, I think, being a team like him as well. Because obviously, it's something we have to talk about. There was no PMPL this year for them at the first half of the year.
Correct.
They had to sit and watch. They had to sit on the stands while the game they love, the game they compete day and night for and train day and night for, was kind of taken away from them. And now they get back into it. And what's important to me is you see what it means and you see how much they had to prove to everyone out there that we still want to be involved in this. Them, MADBULLS, CIS came back with a fierce punch to the entire world when it comes to PUBG Mobile, and I don't think they're done just yet.
A mixture of stress relief as well as extreme stress beforehand, of course, considering that this was their one opportunity, their one road to PMGC, and they were able to walk that golden road here against some amazing teams in an amazing lobby. And again, from day to day to day, they showed their class. They showed that they were up for the challenge, and they rose to it. I hope they're able to attain similar heights, if not go even further than what they did in 2021.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, they couldn't start playing at the start of the year, right? And they just had that time to potentially experiment things. I think a lot of teams in their shoes would have used it as an excuse, like, oh, we can't quite perform. We might not be able to make it the entire way to PMGC because we haven't had that much time to play compared to the other teams. But them and MADBULLS, boom, 6 months straight work, prep, getting ready for PMPL Western Europe, performing in that tournament, getting ready for this event. Now the next step is PMGC. They were second place last year, and I think that they're going to be aiming right for that first place here.
It's hard to stay focused when you have all the uncertainty and adversity against you, especially at the beginning of the year. But you know what? They did it. They did it so well. And honestly, as you predicted, Colaris, the Blesser, the 3 teams at the start of the day that you expected to get through, the 3 teams I think at the start of the entire event that you expected to get through are going to be there.
They looked fantastic. I mean, coming in, they looked fantastic. And here at the final moments at the finish line, on the podium, they look fantastic. These are definitely the 3 teams that should have advanced on to PMGC, and I can't wait to see them on the big stage.
Okay, Max, any final words from you?
I mean, it's just been a great event, right? I mean, we saw the Turkish teams here being the big blockade at the start of the year versus the Western European teams. Now the CIS teams are back. Just the region as a whole of all of Europe is just looking so strong and so much better than in the past. And I think that maybe Europe has a chance here in PMGC to be able to become world champions. And sure, Nova's there. It's a bit scary, but I would say Europe definitely has a shot this year.
And I can't believe I tied with Max.
I was going to say, this has to have been the best event for you, Max, because you didn't lose the prediction game.
You don't want to make about me, but yes, I am pretty great. I am awesome. Thank you so much. Yes.
Don't worry, Max, after all the hardships and all the fun we poke at you, you do keep the show alive. You're the heart and soul of the show.
but
I'm not going to make you cry. I'm not going to cry either because, you know what? We're not done just yet. We still have so much more PUBG Mobile to go here in this year. We have PMGC kicking off right around the corner with the best teams in the world trying to compete for their chance to make it into the LAN event. You can't take this guy anywhere. It's just confetti, Max. You've seen it a million times. But if you're happy, I'm happy. For John and Blank, for Claris and Max Ben, for the lovely production crew that have been putting up with this throughout the entire event. Well, putting up with us, I'd say, for the last, what, 8-9 weeks of time. We appreciate you guys so much. But also, we appreciate you viewers, you fans who have been supporting the team, supporting these events, and supporting PUBG Mobile. But we're not done just yet. This year's not over. We'll see you in a few weeks for PMGC.
I'm starting to rage, I'm feeling down, about to clown, please pardon my ways. And yeah, I know how it sounds, I am out of my brain. I just get ghosts when around, I don't argue to play. See, I've been pushing for a minute, all alone, I'm grown. See, I don't need a critic judging, cause I feel at home. They do not care about your feelings, they just want you gone. But why I care for their attention when I want the throne, yeah. As I walk through the valley of death, I feel no evil of the people who are laughing to hell. I told myself that I would get it till the last of my breath. So now I listen to my vision as I'm pacing my steps. I gotta move smart and give it a chance, dog. I fought through all the pressure and all of the standoffs. They hoping that I let up and never just stand tall. This is a warning that I'm coming, I promise I won't. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. I'm running for it, it's my call. I'm running for it, it's my call. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. Now it's back where I left. I know they praying on my demise, but lacking the help. I look them dead up in their eyes like what's happening, I'm here. And in my heart, it's too cold, it's no passion in there. Yeah. Now it's back to my ways. They pick my feet up to the fire, now I'm catching the blaze. If they only knew the pain that I've been through, afraid they wouldn't try me, but beside me. Now it's obviously hate, so I gotta move smart and give them no chance, dog. I fought through all the pressure and all of the standoffs. They hoping that I let up and never just stand tall.